bounce, 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 bounce. See them a bounce, see them a bounce, see them a bounce, bounce, bounce.
Morning, everyone. Please be seated. House resumes. Just a minute. Just a minute, honorable member. Just a minute, honorable member. Morning once again, everyone. Prior to the adjournment, I indicated that the Standing Order, particularly Standing Order 40, subsection 5, allows for, or provides rather, that the member speaking first on behalf of the opposition shall be entitled to speak for an equal period of time as the Minister of Finance. I also indicated and placed on the record that the Minister of Finance spoke for 5 hours, 27 minutes, and 26 seconds. Therefore, Honourable Member for St. Chris, for Nevis-9 you are afforded equal time of 5 hours, 27 minutes, and 26 seconds. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and good morning to you and to those, of course, who are listening and viewing. Madam Speaker, I did a rough calculation, and I realized that based on that calculation, this would be my 17th budget presentation. And I look it. I have aged considerably since I've been in this House. But I want to start by expressing, Madam Speaker, forgive me, what a privilege it is to be here and to be able to stand in this August Assembly and say that I have been standing here for 17 budget presentations. And that could only have happened because of the confidence that has been placed in me by the good people of St. John and St. Paul's, Nevis-9, and I want to thank them for their continuing love, confidence, and support. Madam President, it is customary that, as you have indicated, the leader of the opposition, or the person, more appropriately, the person who rises first on the opposition benches. I think that's important, that the public understands it's not the leader of the opposition, but the person who rises first on the opposition benches gets equal time. I wish to allay all concerns at the outset that I do not have the stamina of the Prime Minister, and therefore I do not anticipate being on my feet for 5 hours and 27 minutes. He is, of course, a man much younger than me, and so one would expect that he can do a lot more. Madam Speaker, I believe that there are some who have tuned in this morning because it is customary for those who are in opposition to use their time in this House and to use their time in every forum available to them to curse the government. I would want to say with respect that if those people are tuned in now, then they might as well shut off and go and do something more worthwhile. Because it is my interest today to have what I would call a reasoned discussion and debate as to where we are as a country, where we're going, and what my perspectives might be. If I am short on cussing, I hope that I'm long on ideas, and that is what I'm seeking to do. We broke some records in this budget presentation. The Prime Minister clearly, member for number 8, showed his stamina, as I've indicated, and spoke for 5 hours and 27 minutes. I believe that's a record in modern times here for a budget presentation. I also believe that's the first budget we'd had by video, because we were asked to look at a video at the start. And I must confess that when I saw the video, I said, oh, that means that the Prime Minister will be short, because he already showed the video. But it appears that that was not to be. Nevertheless, I think that this use of technology is to be commended so that people can actually see, feel, and touch what's happening. Even if we don't agree, we can see, feel, and touch what's happening. Madam Speaker, I believe that it is time for St. Kitts and Nevis to engage in a paradigm shift. If it is to emerge as a leading economy in the Caribbean and the best example of sustainability that the world has ever witnessed. We are small in landmass and population, but based on our achievements in 41 short years of independence, I believe that there can be little dissent to the view that our country has made giant strides well beyond its size. We have emerged from the genocide of slavery, from the shackles of colonialism, from the impositions of powerful nations such as the G7 and G20, through their extraterritorial agencies like the OECD and the FATF, which impose rules on the weak which do not apply to the strong. We've emerged from the global financial crises caused in the major financial capitals of the world, which were bailed out as too big to fail, while we suffered the collateral damage to our economies. We have emerged from the global COVID-19 pandemic, where the world came to a standstill, and tourism-reliant economies of the Caribbean, including St. Kitts and Nevis, ground to a halt. Even now, Madam Speaker, we suffer the harsh effects of climate change, where weather phenomena never hitherto foreseen impact our country. We find ourselves on the front lines of a war we did not start and one to which we did not contribute. On climate change, the developed world has demanded of St. Kitts and Nevis and other small vulnerable states that we cash a check that we did not write and for which we have insufficient funds. The benefits of the Industrial Revolution have accrued to the global North, while the global South is being asked to bear the brunt of the consequences. One of my favorite sayings, Madam Speaker, is that life is not fair, but God is good. Life has not always been fair to St. Kitts and Nevis, nor to many small, vulnerable countries in this region and around the world. But we stand here today, 41 years after our independence, as a testament to the goodness of God. But our forebears taught us that God helps those who help themselves. And so I believe that God's goodness works best when we seek to manage the gifts that He has given us in the best possible way for the benefit of our people here today and for generations to come. We all recall the biblical account of the talents, and the master rewarded those who managed and multiplied their talents, while punishing those who buried their talents and wasted their time. St. Kitts and Nevis has been given abundant talents: fresh air, fertile soil, picturesque beaches, warm oceans, abundant flora and fauna, and a people imbued with greatness. When we consider the genocide of slavery and the cruelty of the Middle Passage, where our forefathers were packed like sardines as human cargo in slave ships, bringing them from freedom in Africa to captivity in the Caribbean, we must immediately recognize that only the strongest, physically and mentally, could have survived such torture. We then, Madam Speaker, are the descendants of those who survived. And we must always remind ourselves that the blood that courses through our veins is the blood of the strongest, the blood of the greatest. We are the descendants of the fittest, and that DNA is what defines us. Our country has never lacked potential. What we have lacked is a comprehensive approach to harnessing and unleashing our potential for the sustainable development of this land we all love. My role as leader of the opposition, Madam Speaker, is to advance an alternative view to that being advanced by the government, to agree where I feel that the country is on the right track, and to disagree when I feel that we are missing the mark. At every point, I feel that criticism, however harsh, should be balanced with ideas as to how we can solve our problems and move our country forward. The ebb and flow of domestic politics is such that who is in government today may well be in opposition tomorrow, and vice versa. I'm now old enough and I've been here long enough to be an example of exactly that to which I speak. We cannot and should not encourage a political culture where we as parliamentarians only have ideas when we are in government, but can only advance criticism devoid of recommendations and solutions when we are in opposition. St. Kitts Nevis needs all of us to lend our ideas and collective wisdom if we are to realize our fullest potential as a small nation. There are, in my opinion, some problems that are well beyond the capacity of small governments to solve. Indeed, There are some problems which are beyond the capacity of even large governments to solve. Crime is one such problem, as it emanates not from government or government institutions, but from the society itself. That is why I have advocated for an all-of-society approach on the issue of crime. While the buck must stop with the government on issues of citizen security, there's absolutely no value in today's world in expending political time and energy in a blame game. As the statistics show, Madam Speaker, the most murderous year in St. Kitts Nevis' history was 2011, with 35 murders, 13 in St. Kitts and 5 on Nevis. That was under a Labour NRP administration led by the member for St. Christopher 6. The second most murderous year in the history of St. Kitts Nevis was 2016, with 31 murders, 26 on St. Kitts and 5 on Nevis. That was under a unity government, PAM, PLP, and CCM, led by the member from St. Christopher 7. Make the point simply to show that when Labour and NRP were in office, we had 32 murders in 2011. When Unity was in office, we had 31 murders in 2016. One murder is, of course, one too many. But I share these two statistics to show that regardless of who is the head of government, crime remains a constant, not just in St. Kitts Nevis, but across the Caribbean and the globe. What we need to do is to work together, speak to each other, share ideas, pool resources, and bring all of society on board to solve what, in every sense, is a societal problem. On crime, Madam Speaker, we should spend our time talking about solutions, not blame. We should focus in a laser-like manner on the criminals and on tackling deviant behavior in high and low places, not wasting our time attacking each other. On the issue of crime and the fight against it, I extend always my hand of friendship to the government to help in any way that I can, recognizing that crime is everybody's problem, and that without citizen security, the country cannot achieve any lasting economic or social gains. Another similar issue, and one which the Honourable Mover of the bill spent considerable time on yesterday, is the cost of living. And I admire the Prime Minister's tenacity, I admire the Prime Minister's efforts. But the very real question is, what can small, open economies like us do to effectively combat the cost of living? Every primary schooler in this country will understand that there's very little that small island states with open economies such as ours can do to fight the rising cost of living seen across the globe. As I listen to commentators, and we know, Madam Speaker, that in St. Kitts Nevis there are many, one would feel that this is a uniquely St. Kitts Nevis phenomenon, and that bringing down prices can be achieved by some wave of the magic wand. Sadly, many fan this fairy tale whilst not offering a single prescription to tackle the rising cost of goods and services globally. When we see that the cost of living was a huge debate, even in the recently concluded US presidential elections, we understand that factors involved are well outside the capacity of the government in Bastille or Charlestown to solve. Let me just look at some evidence to support my hypothesis. War in Ukraine. What did the government in Bastille or that in Charlestown have to do with the outbreak of war in Ukraine? Other than perhaps having a voice at the United Nations, lending our voice and asking for peace, what have we contributed? We have not sent any people to fight. We have not chosen sides. We are a nation of peace, but we are a small nation, the smallest in the hemisphere. We have no army, that could go to war to fight in that sense. We have no set of armaments and missiles and jet fighters and this kind of thing. So, Madam Speaker, in a very real sense, St. Kitts and Nevis is blameless. And St. Kitts and Nevis is no different to all the nations in the Caribbean, all the nations in Latin America, all the nations in Africa. Because in truth, the protagonists in the war in Ukraine are few. But why do I mention Ukraine? I mention Ukraine because sometimes I think it's important for our people to understand the interconnectivity of the world. So we hear about war in Ukraine. The man on the bus in Cairn said, that not got nothing to do with me. The man on the bus to Cotton Ground in Nevis said, that's them people over there in Europe playing the fool. That has nothing to do with me. But the Ukrainian grain market is one of the largest in the world. Do we know, Madam Speaker, that 5% of total global wheat exports comes from Ukraine? 5%. 40% of global sunflower meal exports and 35% of sunflower oil exports come from Ukraine. We know in St. Kitts Nevis, we love bread more than anything else. We have more bakeries per capita than anywhere else in the world, I'm sure. We love cakes, we love dumplings. Anything and everything made with flour, we love. Well, flour is made from wheat. If wheat production is globally impacted by war in Ukraine, then wheat will become more expensive, leading to wheat products like flour being more expensive, leading to products from flour like bread being more expensive. So I ask the question rhetorically, because I know what the answer is. Does St. Kitts Nevis produce wheat? Let us look at the cost of oil. In 2020, Madam Speaker, the average price of a barrel of crude was as low as $39.68 US. Today, that same barrel is averaging $76.12 US. Basically double the price. Oil, as we know, powers economies. The boss man will tell you gas is more expensive for him. He wants a raise. Skelec and Nevlec will tell you diesel to run the engines is more expensive. The cost of electricity is more expensive. You have an option. You either pass on that cost to the consumer, or, as in the case of the government here, and to some extent that in Nevis, we try to shield the consumer from the full effect. But somebody has to pay. You have a situation where, you go back to the bread, because the bread is baked in ovens. Those ovens are powered by electricity. So you think when Skelec carries up the price to Island Bakery or to Amway Enterprises, that they're not going to pass on the price to the consumer? You think when the busmen down here were making noise the other day, said they want more money for the bus trip, they were responding to the reality that the cost of fuel has gone up? And when they respond to that reality, who has to pay the brunt of that? The person taking that bus to Cairn or to Cotton Ground, as I have indicated. I said these things to say that our people sometimes need to appreciate that there is no single pill that one can take. There is no panacea. It is a difficult problem. Madam Speaker, as currently set up, our governments, despite what I heard yesterday and despite best efforts that have been made and will continue to be made, are largely impotent to deal with the rising cost of living. I say that because so much of the rising cost of living are non-local costs. It's one thing for us to say we're going to try to control this or that here in St. Kitts and Nevis within our shores. But when we have open economies, when you go to the Marriott or you go to a restaurant here, and nearly everything on your dish is imported. When the cars we drive, the gasoline we use, the diesel to power our generators, the furniture in our house, the furniture in this parliament, it's all imported. It means that we are importing inflation. We are importing the rising cost of living. And I think that that ought not to be lost in the ebb and flow of the debate. I had a situation in Nevis. Perhaps I've said it before, but it bears repetition. In trying to deal with the cry of the people in Nevis about the cost of the supermarket, every week they go, they say the price gone up. We sat as a cabinet and we said, you know what? There's currently no VAT on food, but we're going to remove every single cost at the port. No customs charge, no anything. Whatever you bring it in for, we tell you go with it, and we ask the supermarket owners to pass on the savings. And we thought we had done a great thing. So I met with the main supermarket owners in Nevis. I think at the meeting we had Rams, we had Value Mart, we had Best Buy, the three big players in that space in Nevis. And they listened to me very politely. They thanked me for my effort. And then the chap I remember from Best Buy, he said, Premier, thank you, but it won't make a difference. I said, what do you mean it won't make a difference? If the government is saying that we're going to take off everything, he said it won't make a difference because the problem is not here in St. Kitts and Nevis. He said what happens is every time we go to Miami and we buy a 40-foot container of something, paper towel, toilet paper, the price has escalated from the last time. So even if we removed everything at the port here, we are still importing the inflation that is occurring outside. And these are the conversations we need to have with our people. Because people keep saying, every time I go to the supermarket, the price gone up, the government now do nothing. But in reality, that phenomenon is something that is a global phenomenon. It's happening everywhere. I saw some article just, I think, last week, where, as we know, President-elect Trump came in and said that he would do something about the cost of living. And I'm now seeing some suggestion that he is resigning from that position. He's trying to create some space. And now suggesting that it may not happen immediately. This is the great United States of America, the most powerful, richest country the world has ever known. They can't control the rising cost of living. But our people are saying to us that we must control it. When everything they wear, eat, and consume comes from overseas. And this, as I said, is what we need to have, a direct, honest conversation with our people as to what is happening. Because without it, I fear that we end up in a situation where our people start to set unrealistic expectations of us in terms of what we can do and what we cannot do. But I still feel that there are some efforts that we can encourage. For example, we can do certain things, in my humble opinion, to lessen our susceptibility to these exogenous shocks. There's nothing that we can do as a small nation to stop the war in Gaza or to stop what we now see as an escalation involving now Lebanon and involving potentially Syria. That war, I have a radio show, and I spoke on it on the radio show, and some of the comments on the feed, I like to read them because it gives an insight sometimes into what people sitting in their living room or in their bedroom are thinking. And, Madam Speaker, one person on the feed said, what chopping is he talking about Israel? Anybody want to hear about Gaza and them? People want to know what's going on in Nevis. Again, I think that some of our people feel that we exist somehow in a vacuum, that we're in silos. Because I say it here today, I am no soothsayer, I am not predicting it, I am in fact hoping that I'm wrong. But from what I see in terms of the expansion of the conflict in Gaza, now into Lebanon, now into Syria, there is a very real risk of a conflagration in the Middle East that can engulf the world. Because let us remember that just like the war in Ukraine, there are proxies that are involved in what is happening in the Middle East. Why do I mention the Middle East and what is the relevance of the Middle East to us? The Middle East, as we know, is a large producer of oil. Large producer of oil. You couple that with the continued uncertainties in Venezuela. Again, one of the world's largest producers of oil. You couple that with the fact that Russia is at war in Ukraine. What is Russia? Another one of the world's largest producers of oil. You see, you now have three regions for different reasons impacted and potentially impacting the supply of oil. And once supply is impacted, price is impacted. And that is something that we must bear in mind. That these incidents, although they're happening far away from our shores, that the implications of them can be felt right here by the man in Newtown or the man in Charlestown. And our people need to appreciate that these things are outside the control of even the best meaning and well-intentioned government in these small countries in the Caribbean. What, however, can we do, Madam Speaker, to try and cushion? I believe that we need more local food production. They say that you must always play to your strengths. We don't have oil. We are not wheat producers. We are not grain producers. But we can produce other things that we eat. In fact, this initiative 25 by 25 is a CARICOM-wide initiative. And as I understand it, and one of my colleagues, I'm sure, is more versed, he'll speak more to it than me. But as I understand it, 25 by 25, it is really an effort to cut the level of imports. There was a time when the Caribbean was based on agriculture. Fine, it was a monocrop, sugar. And we know what our experience with sugar was like. But we had tobacco, we had other export crops. And I'm making the point that St. Kitts and Nevis in particular used to have a very vibrant agricultural sector. Over the years, for a variety of reasons, that sector has fallen off. But I have been on a campaign of my own. You know, Madam Speaker, that I am a great user and fan of social media. I feel that's where the world meets. And so I'm on social media fairly often. My colleagues may tell me sometimes too often. But I like to interact with people, and you meet everybody there. And I am a great fan of planting something in your yard. A lot of people now, when they build a little house, they go and they get all lovely ornamentals. They plant roses, white, red, and pink. They plant hibiscus. And it is beautiful to behold. I am not suggesting that ornamentals should be thrown out the window. But what about planting some coconut palms, planting some fruit trees, ensuring that in your yard you have something to eat? And I like to show off because I come out now and I have mostly 3-4 bunches of bananas in my yard. I feel good about it. And going back to my youth, Madam Speaker, I know that you can cut the banana one hand at a time. You don't need to cut the whole bunch. For those of you who are in here, remember for number 3 is in here, he would know about those things. But you can cut them one hand at a time. So if you get 1 or 2 fish and you go home and you feel like banana and fish, you cut a hand of banana and you have banana and fish, local, healthy. And guess what? You didn't have to go to the supermarket to buy anything. So the imported inflation for that meal, you've avoided it. I believe that we also need to engage in more education of our people. You'll hear it come through in this short address that I plan to make today. Because more and more we have our people who seem to have unrealistic expectations. Somebody made an observation to me the other day about St. Kitts. They say Sunday used to be a time when people used to cook. But now, on Sundays, people go to wherever food is selling, supermarkets, etc., cook food. And they buy the rotisserie chicken and they buy whatever, and they go home now. So cooking, people turn on the pot now and they start to see. I spoke to a young lady in Nevis the other day. And I like to talk to people. And this young woman lamented how difficult things were for her. She says she's working, but things are rough for her. So I listened to her. And she explained to me that each day she buys breakfast, lunch, and dinner. She don't cook. In fact, she felt quite proud to tell me she doesn't know how to cook. And I said to her, I said, do you realize that that might be part of the difficulty that you're having? Because if you bought maybe a 5-pound box of chicken and some rice, and you got some little vegetables that you can probably cook, single person, you could probably cook a meal that lasts you 2-3 days. When you compare that to what it costs you every day to buy breakfast, lunch, and dinner, those conversations aren't necessarily easy conversations to have. Because our people are people who are quick to remind you, you're telling me that, but you're always there at the restaurant. Oh, I must go cook, but you could go 4 seasons to eat. That will be a possible response. But we must have those conversations anyway. Because our people, I feel, need to get to a point where they understand the choices that they make. I recall, I think it was a member for number 8, made a comment some time ago and suggested that people might want to substitute one brand for another brand. So if you go in the supermarket, for example, you'll see 20 different brands of cereal. Kellogg's, I'm not so familiar with them, but Kellogg's is a well-known brand. But Kellogg's might be the most expensive brand of cornflakes. You may have another one, I think, Sunrise, Sunshine, Sunshine. I was close. So Sunshine might be a bit cheaper. But I recall the outcry when the Prime Minister suggested that people might want to make that adjustment. Oh, you're forward, you're taking liberty with people, you're forward. But if you can't afford the Kellogg's, leave the Kellogg's. I got into it with somebody the other day, tell me every time they go to the supermarket, the price of strawberries gone up. Me say, strawberries? That's what you're making noise about? Strawberries, every time they go to the supermarket. And the government needs to do something because the price of strawberries keep increasing. Me never know what name strawberries to me a big man. So these are some of the things, and when you have these conversations with our people, sometimes they get upset with us. But you have to have these conversations. Say to people, listen, there used to be a thing called budgeting. We're here in the budget session. What is this? This is the government laying out what money it has, what money it expects to get, what money it plans to spend. At the individual and household level, you also need the same process, you know. You can't have an income of $3,000 and you plan to spend $5,000. That leads to all kinds of problems in the society. All kinds. I'm not going to get into the kinds that it leads to. But there's some people who are making $3,000, but they plan to spend $5,000. Not an emergency. Not that they have something that has happened suddenly that they have to deal with, but this is a regular thing. And nobody is saying to our people, listen, perhaps you need to reassess some of the habits, some of the choices that you make, and adjust accordingly. And so I believe that educating our people is going to be critical if we are to do something about this phenomenon of rising cost of living. Energy independence. You heard me talk about war in the Middle East, war in Russia and Ukraine, difficulties in Venezuela, and the looming crisis that we could have with oil and oil production globally. St. Kitts and Nevis has the answer in our hands, and that is to get to a state where we are energy independent. We have talked about it for years. In Nevis, the geothermal odyssey is now older than 20 years. You, Madam Speaker, were a child when we started to talk about geothermal. And we have still not yet been able to realize that potential. Countries with far less sunshine than we do, like Germany, are leaders in the world in terms of solar energy and solar technology. They store it, they put it back in the grid, they sell it. We have not harnessed the resources. And so, in a very real way, and it is something I will get to, we have been lacking in long-term strategic planning for the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. I'm a politician. I understand the pressures of politics. I understand every 5 years you have to go to the electorate and people want to know, what have you done? What did you do in the constituency? I understand that when you invest in water and you put water mains under the ground, people drive above them, they don't even see them. But sometimes you have to take those strategic decisions in order to ensure that the country has the type of future that you want. And that, I feel, is part of the dilemma. And I, as I say, will get to it because I have some things to say that some are going to upset some people. I'm going to get to it because some have practiced what I would call pork barrel politics. People want, give them. And everybody out there say, start to jump for joy. Get it, give. Maybe take some for yourself too. But give. But then the developmental needs of the country are ignored. I had a conversation with a gentleman last evening. And the gentleman said to me that he is prepared to wager that if the choice was put to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis by the Honorable Prime Minister and member for number 8, I can give you a double salary or I can solve the water problem in Cairn. That the majority of people say give them the double salary. Because they're prepared to have a double and no water in the pipe. We have, and I say we, because I've been in here long enough, created a culture where it's all about me and what I can get, and there is little thought about the country and how the country is going to develop. And that is our sad reality, and we need to correct it. As I listened to the budget presentation of the Honorable Prime Minister, I realize what good quality leadership we've had in Nevis over the past 10 years. I realize everybody over there will have their time to speak. I realize what good quality leadership we've had. Let me explain. The Prime Minister in his budget presentation talked about JNF leaking. He said the biggest investment up there was bucket. Well, I'm here to say the only buckets at Alexandra are those that the people use to mop up the floor. We don't have any leaks at JNF, at Alexandra. He spoke about water and the difficulties with water. I'm making a point and I'm going to get to the point. I want to say that the government in Nevis over the past decade has invested some $43,442,625 in water. We did a massive, the whole of Nevis appeared to be under construction at one point. We did a massive realignment of the distribution system. We replaced all of the old iron pipes with modern polyurethane pipes. We increased the size of the pipes to eliminate problems across the island where people had low water pressure. That project cost us somewhere in the region of $30 million. We invested in the second phase. And what was the second phase? Water storage. New water storage tanks across the length and breadth of Nevis. We fixed those that we could because, believe it or not, Madam Speaker, what we realized, we were losing a lot of water due to leakage. Water was leaking from the water storage tanks. So the tanks that could be fixed were fixed, and we replaced others. Brand new tanks, including a brand new tank in an area called Pond Hill. Prime Minister is going to wrap up and he's going to remind you. But I'm making the point. Because we were investing water distribution. Bam. Then water storage. We had a well, a high-producing well in an area in Nevis called Hamilton. But the problem with that well, Madam Speaker, was that they say I think it's manganese content in it was too high. So it did not meet WHO, World Health Organization, standards for potable water. We sat down and we said, but we have a high-producing well. The only problem with the well is the manganese content. So we invested $2.1 million in a filtration system. And all we do, we take the same water, we run it through the filtration system, it comes out on the other end, clean as a whistle. Let me drink some. This one, Kian? Look like Nevis water. Clean. Investment, let me tell you again, $43,442,625 in the last decade invested in water in Nevis. We want to talk about electricity? In St. Kitts now, this government, I'm told, is leasing generators at Skillet. And I'm not sure that it has been fully explained to our people. But one of the reasons why you end up leasing generators is because you cannot buy generators off the shelf. Even when you take a decision to purchase new generators, you have to order them, they have to be fabricated. So I heard in the budget presentation that St. Kitts is now getting 2 9-megawatt generators through assistance, an arrangement with the Saudi government, but that if what I heard was correct, you're not going to get those until 2026. There is a lead time. These things have to be manufactured. So I want you to reflect on the vision that we had in Nevis, that in the last decade, we have purchased not 1, not 2, but 3 generators for Nevlik. We have invested $33 million in generating sets in Nevis in the last decade. So you may well ask, why is the member for number 9 talking about this? Talking about it, you see? Because we had an election in 2022. And the member for number 7, who's not here, but I know he's listening, he was the former Prime Minister. And under the unity arrangement that then existed, Nevis got some of the proceeds of the Citizenship by Investment program. When we look at the proceeds that have flowed into the country, Madam Speaker, Nevis has received over the course of that program, and I'm not even going to say going back to 1984 when it started, I'm going to say in the last decade, roughly 10% of that. The population census shows that Nevis has nearly 30% of the population of St. Kitts. But we receive 10%. Now, I'm not saying that to make a complaint. I'm saying that because I'm going back to the Bible. I'm saying that because when you have your talents, what do you do with them? What do you do with them? With the 10% that Nevis got, I get so much costs. Is that parliamentary language? Word, cost, views. They say I'm wasteful. I'm a bad spender. You know what it feels like when you walk into your constituency and people are shouting at the window, bad spender? That's what they say about me, you know? I spent $500 million, they say, badly. But Nevis, praise be to God, full of water. Nevis, praise be to God, full of electricity. Nevis, the roads are smooth as a baby's bottom. In Nevis, you have the water taxi facility supporting the water taxi operators. 100% Nevisian industry at this point in time. We saw the need, we answered the need. Nevis, when the police officers over in Newcastle were living in cockroach infested, when they touched the wall, the officers said they used to get, imagine you touch a concrete wall and you get shocked. We built a new police station in Newcastle. They say it looks like the Four Seasons. Police and fire station over there. When our children in Nevis used to be running on grass if rain fall, and if no rain, they're running on dirt. And then they have to go and try to compete at Carifta, and come over to compete with their colleagues in St Kitts who are accustomed to run on a proper surface. So we built the Mondo track. And since then, our youngsters have seen a remarkable transformation in terms of their performance. But it's not even them. You know, when I see people my age and older in the mornings walking, because we leave the gates open, you know, whoever may come, using it for their exercise. The Minister of Health would understand. It's an investment in the community. We built that. I say all that to say, and I can go on and on, that with the little that we got, we invested in things that now position the island of Nevis for takeoff. Because we can now talk to developers who are coming in, and we can speak to them confidently and say to them, we have water. Do you know? I forgot to mention the third phase on water. We are now spending $8.9 million on new water exploration. We're drilling 9 wells in Nevis. And the first 2 are already yielding. In fact, I'm told one of the wells is going to yield up to 500,000 gallons a day. We are anticipating that those 9 wells will put somewhere between 1.5 and 2 million gallons a day of potable water into the system. But we didn't stop there. When I was over there, and Minister of Foreign Affairs, I negotiated with the government of the UAE for 2 desalination plants, one in St Kitts, one in Nevis. Small plants, but they were using technology where they were powered with solar. I am pleased to say that the plant in Nevis has already been commissioned and the water is already in the system. The point that I'm trying to make is simply this. Infrastructure takes time. It takes an approach to development that understands that development is a long-term process. And when now you hear the cries and people say, oh, this isn't working and that isn't working, it is not something and cannot be something that you say started today. The reason I've gone back a decade is because when I point to what we've done in water in Nevis, I point to what we've done in electricity. We didn't do it overnight. We planned and we executed. You hear what I tell you? When you order generators, they have to fabricate them. So even if you want to order a generator today, tell yourself, it's 18 months before you can have access to that generator. And so I asked the question, and I've asked myself in the wee hours of the morning when I can't sleep. I've asked my colleagues in Nevis. I've asked the Nevisian public, if we manage what we managed to do with 10% of CBI money, why JNF leaking with 90% of the money over here in the same period? Why? They say, people vex with me. Somebody told me yesterday, oh, you were part of unity government. I said, absolutely, I was a part of unity government. And I was a fine foreign minister. I work hard. Everybody must talk for themselves. Their ministries and what they did. You must not remind me of the bad times. Member for number 4. He wants to know how a fine foreign minister get fired. But I say yes. But I think that when we're dealing with national development. We need to have the kind of conversation with our people that our people appreciate. That listen, development takes time, it requires investment, and it may not be always immediate. You know, even though Nevis people have water in their pipes 24/7, the minister with responsibility for water in Nevis went away recently to Trinidad. He reported to us, and I was stunned, that big countries like Jamaica, less than 50% of their people have pipe-borne water going to their home. Less than 50%. In Nevis, as soon as a man build a house, if you don't get the water hook up right away, he call me and he start to cuss. All the housing developments that have been done in Nevis, we have the previous Minister of Housing here and the current Minister of Housing. Infrastructure goes in right away. They have water, they have electricity. In fact, them fellas getting so forward now, they're putting the electricity on the ground. You're not seeing any poles. I say that to say that this is what we need. We need development that is sustainable. And as I hear the good senator opposite, the good Dr. Clark, likes to talk about the sustainable island state. Well, to do that, you need water, you know. You need power. You need infrastructure. And so when I heard the harsh comments being made of me, that I'm a bad spender and we wasted money in Nevis, and then it is taken up in Nevis and parroted by the sister party to the PLP over there. And I say, but St. Kitts, I better learn and understand the politics. Well, with what? With what? I better watch the creep up. This crosstalk is something else. But when I look at it and see that this is parroted in Nevis, when in Nevis, people in Nevis don't have those types of infrastructural issues. And I then flip it now and I say, but if in Nevis, investing in electricity, investing in water, investing in our police, bear in mind that policing is a federal responsibility. But we built a police station in Nevis because of the cries of the police officers. We had money that came in from Mexico to build 3 police stations. 2 were built over here on St. Kitts. And we don't know what happened with the third, the money for the third. But we decided that we would build in Nevis. Mondo track investment in our youth. Water taxi facility. Things that you can touch and see and feel that are in good use. Because our water taxi facility has revolutionized travel between St. Kitts and Nevis. Revolutionized travel between St. Kitts and Nevis. So you look at all that and you say, but if that is characterized as bad spending of 500 million, well, maybe on St. Kitts we needed some bad spending of the $5 billion that came over here. I am just saying it because I want people to understand that sometimes you get licks that are not deserved, and sometimes the person who's giving you the most licks. I had an incident in Jamaica. I had just arrived as a law student, living in a place in Mona. As I came out the gate, a man rushed up the road bawling, "Thief, thief!" And I said, my goodness. Then a little young lady walked up crying. And she said, "You are the thief." You know what the man do? Snatch the girl chain. And as he running, he bawling, "Thief." When I hear the thief, you know? Stole the girl's chain, but running and crying, "Thief." Well, I'm not going to call anybody thief, but I just use it by way of analogy for what it is worth. Because sometimes, you see, when people come at you and attack you, it is an effort to cover what they're not doing. And I stand here proud today, Premier of Nevis, leader of the opposition over here. Nevis, we got water, we got power. We got water taxi, we got Mondo truck. If we didn't have the Mondo truck, we're the good member for number 4. Would have asked us to host the big sport he had the other day. Right, this? Inter-High. Because even the Kim Collins Stadium was allowed to go to ruin. With $5 billion, you could have 100 Kim Collins Stadium over here. But hear what happened, you know. Hear what happened. You stand up in this parliament year after year. You talk about the excellent management and the surpluses year after year. You talk about the double salary and the giveaways year after year. But people have a double for Christmas and no water in the pipe. A double for Christmas where they got the light lamp to see. Like back in the days. Flambeau. They have a double for Christmas, but the youngsters have to come Nevis now to run. Because Kim Collins Stadium needs to be replaced. I spoke to the good member for number 4 the other day, and he told me that it's almost a whole replacement that they have to do at Kim Collins. So, the simple point that I'm making is that you have the yin and the yang. You have the comparison that you can make. And with what we got, somebody said to me, they said, Lord, if you would really get that 20%, that 25%, oh my goodness, Nevis will be paved with gold. We get licks in Nevis, the debt is high. Well, the debt had to have been high. You know why? We are heavily reliant on tourism in Nevis. During COVID, tourism was closed down. But what am I going to do? I had to pay the public servants, I had to keep the island running. So, we hear these arguments, but they don't stand up to scrutiny because those who were boasting about the excellent management that they were doing. I looked at the numbers, you know. I have the last three budget addresses from the honorable member for number 8 and the audit reports. And I will say something now because it is true. Take out the CBI revenue. Take out the CBI revenue. And then tell me about good management of the economy. Because when we look at the CBI revenue that has flowed into this country, it has been as high as 54% and rising. And I will get to that. As I speak about CBI, I made mention last year of the need, Madam Speaker, for us to move with greater alacrity to diversify our economy. This government now has been there for 2 years. Well, the mover said 2 years. It's actually 2 years and 4 months. Given that we have a 5-year term, I believe that we can say that the government is halfway through its term. And I am here to say that I am not seeing the urgency to diversify away from the dependence on citizenship by investment. For 3 budget sessions now, I've listened to the honorable member for number 8, and each time he has made the point. To put it in context, in 2021, CBI was 54.9% of revenue. 2022 was a similar number. 2023, it was 55%, so it went up marginally. But if you imagine that pie chart and you just take out 55%, you see what that does now to the economy of St. Kitts and Nevis? And that is why I have said, in fact, this document that I've just picked up, I have some notes scribbled on it from my last budget presentation. And I made the point then, and I make it now again, that really and truly we have two pillars, main pillars to our economy: tourism and citizenship by investment. And they have one thing in common: both are fickle. Tourism, we saw what happened to that during the COVID-19 pandemic. That went to zero. And citizenship by investment, we have watched as we have seen it come under attack in all forms and from all quarters. Madam Speaker, when we go to, I think it's paragraph 9, let me see if I have it correctly, of the budget address from the Honourable Member for number 8, I think that was his budget address of 2022. He says this: Madam Speaker, on the domestic front, a review of the government's 2021 fiscal performance highlighted how heavily the former administration relied on the proceeds from the CBI program to fund the operations of government. This is not a sustainable practice. During that year, inflows from CBI accounted for 54.9% of total revenue and grants, and funded 63.5% of the government's total expenditure. Of note, tax revenue was 19.8% lower than anticipated. That's the budget address, December 2022. We go to the budget address of 2023, I believe it is. And at paragraph 18, the member for number 8, in speaking to the fiscal landscape, said this: Madam Speaker, a review of the government's fiscal performance revealed that for the 2022 fiscal year, a deficit of 99.2 million was recorded for the overall balance. And the primary balance also reflected a deficit of 82.9 million. Total revenue and grants amounted to 1.12 billion, of which recurrent revenue was 1.1 billion, and total grants were 14 million. Now to the part that I want to highlight. In contrast, forgive me, non-tax revenue exceeded the budget by 54.9%, mainly on accounts of the proceeds from the Citizenship by Investment program. In contrast, tax revenue was 11.1% lower than expected as the economy continued to recover from the fallout of the pandemic and to cope with the effects of the Russian-Ukraine war. That was in 2023. The reason I've drawn reference to those two, is that the Honourable Mover, as far back as 2022, when he got into office and would have made his maiden budget address, realized the overdependence on CBI and said in terms that we needed to break the back of that overdependence. He reiterated those sentiments in his budget of 2023. And he has again, in his budget this year, reiterated those sentiments. I share those sentiments. The issue for me is, how are we going to wean ourselves off? And at what pace are we going to wean ourselves off? Last year, I spent quite a bit of time talking about what I think ought to be a paradigm shift. That we ought no longer to run after numbers in terms of saying how many people applied and how many people got our citizenship. But that we now had a critical core of persons holding St. Kitts Nevis citizenship, and that we should now have what I call value added. We should have a unit maybe attached to the Citizenship by Investment unit, but the purpose of that unit is to work with those who are already our citizens. I used the example numerous times before in public where I said that I was in Dubai and I met somebody from Yemen, purportedly one of the top 5 richest families in that country. And he came to me and he said to me that he and 43 members of his family hold St. Kitts Nevis citizenship. And he asked me if it's a real place. He said none of them had ever visited. But they had it as a sort of insurance policy. And if people out there are wondering, sometimes in those volatile areas you need an option. You need an escape valve if necessary. You know, when I was foreign minister, we got calls from citizens who were in Afghanistan. When Afghanistan fell back to the Taliban, St. Kitts Nevis citizens were trapped in Afghanistan, wanted to get out. It provided an escape valve for them. But to the point I'm trying to make, 40-something members of a single family, a wealthy family, hold St. Kitts Nevis citizenship. And the patriarch of that family is asking me if it's a real place because nobody has ever visited. Could you imagine with me, Madam Speaker, the potential for us to reach out to people like those? If assuming we have 50,000 citizens out there now, and we can even reach 5% of them, and encourage those 5% to come and do some meaningful investment in St. Kitts and Nevis. Value added. Not just invest in the Hurricane Relief Fund or whatever fund to get the passport. Not just buy a unit somewhere that they never see to get a passport. But tell them, man, come and build a hotel. Come and set up a large-scale agricultural production. Come and do some food processing. Bring some high-paying jobs. There are these options, but we will not know unless we try to explore. What we keep doing, and have done over and over, is racing and racing, competing with others to see who could get the most. So Grenada say, we get 1,000 this year. Antigua say, we get 1,500. And then we in St. Kitts and Nevis say, oh, our program falling behind because they get more than us. No. We have always been the platinum standard. We created this thing, you know. So what we need to do is to operate as if we are the platinum standard. We tell fellas, I just come, so if I are fighting for numbers, go ahead and fight. We know are playing in a different league. You all are playing checkers, we're playing chess. And I feel that while it will take some time, and mark you, I don't want to be misconstrued. I'm not saying that we shut down the program to new entrants. What I'm saying is that we should diversify away from the focus on new entrants, the focus on selling, and refocus our efforts on value added. CIU have a second wing to it. That now is a concierge service. Their role is to reach out to that database. Here's what's happening. We have geothermal, we look in investment. We have agriculture, we have hotel sector, we look in investment. That to me has to be the next iteration of the Citizenship by Investment program. And that I mentioned before and I'll mention again, is something that we ought to look at. Madam Speaker, when I was foreign minister, we had a focus on visa waiver arrangements. Africa, Europe, wherever. My greatest joy was to say, we have concluded another visa waiver arrangement. Because every one you did made your passport more valuable. And whilst I got the criticism sometimes, people say, nobody wants to go to Kazakhstan. Where is that? The truth is that it made our passport more of an international document that was attractive to the world. And so we were able to conclude, I believe in my time in 7 years, we did 33 new countries for visa waivers, 12 in Africa. I am saying to this government that it needs to get started again in terms of that. When we left government, there were actually some that were pending. I don't know what has happened to them. But if you are going to the world with a platinum product, you're saying you're best in class, you must be able to hold up your passport and say, listen, you all may go to one of these other places and no discourtesy to them. But when you come to us, This is the Rolls Royce of the industry. And the Rolls Royce of the industry is offering you a premium document. And one of the ways to do that, and I say to the honorable member for number 8, I say to the honorable member for number 6, who's now the foreign minister, is low-hanging fruit. It's low-hanging fruit. It's not difficult to do. And we could simply by, for example, negotiating with some of those African countries, catapult the St. Kitts Nevis passport to number 1 in all of the Caribbean and Latin America. We got very close, but I believe it is the Bahamas that was still a little ahead of us. But we can do it. That to me is the kind of value added that people would want and people are looking for. I am still on the issue of economic diversification. And I come back to what I believe, of all that I've heard proposed, is the real game changer, and that is renewable energy. We had in this very parliament a resolution of the National Assembly, the 20th of November 2023, just over a year ago, when government and opposition, Nevis and St. Kitts, we came together and we said, listen, it is high time that we harness this geothermal resource for the benefit of the country. I have thanked the honorable mover and member for number 8 time and time again, because he has really shown an interest in moving this geothermal project forward. But I want to move beyond the demonstration of interest. And I want to say that if we are able to finally get to that promised land, then I'm prepared to predict that energy then becomes that limb of our economy that is almost bulletproof. We know that energy drives the world. And if we can, as I have said publicly, become the Norway of the Caribbean, except Norway exports fossil fuel energy. Could you imagine a world, Madam Speaker, where St. Kitts and Nevis is now exporting energy? We have the French islands close by, Saint Barth, Saint Martin, Saint Martin. We have the Dutch islands, Sint Maarten, Saint Eustatius, Saba. We have the possibility of downstream uses for cheap, clean energy, agro-processing, Bitcoin mining, if you're in the crypto space. We have the opportunity for things like green ammonia, green hydrogen. Again, I'm not a soothsayer, but I'm prepared to predict that the cruise ship industry, and St. Kitts has emerged as a major cruise destination, that there's so much pressure on them because they use so much diesel and pollute the atmosphere that a lot of them are going to start to change in terms of what propels them, what power they use, or how the power is generated. And I feel things like green hydrogen might be very useful. And why is all this a possibility? Because the scientists are telling us that we have far more geothermal energy than St. Kitts and Nevis could use. Currently, I think Nevis at peak, we have gone up, so we're about 12 megawatts at peak. St. Kitts might be, the minister isn't here, but I would guess about 30, 35 megawatts at peak. Less than 50 megawatts at peak. The reason why I emphasize at peak is because clearly at nights when people are sleeping, it drops. So you normally would measure from your peak to see if you're satisfying the demand. But we are told that geothermal is well over 400 megawatts. So if you can harness that, Tutmun Saman Bagay in St. Kitts and Nevis gets clean, cheap, green energy, and you have energy left over. You now can talk about attracting energy-intensive industries I had a conversation some time ago with the Taiwanese. All of us know that Taiwan is the global leader in terms of chip manufacturing. And I said, man, with all these years we've had this good, close relationship with Taiwan. Why not set up a chip manufacturing facility here? Why not? Why not we give you the land, we give you what you need, and you set up something here so that St. Kitts and Nevis can become a hub in this high-tech area? And the response I got immediately was the high cost of electricity. That would be a concern. But if we can harness this geothermal resource, Madam Speaker, all of those concerns evaporate. When I have had conversations with developers who have said to me that currently the people of St. Kitts and Nevis are paying upwards of 50 cents per kilowatt hour, US cents per kilowatt hour for energy, some of the highest in the region. And the Prime Minister would have spoken about the knock-on effect when you have to cushion some of that weight and what it does in terms of expenditure for government. All the modeling that I saw said that geothermal would be less than 11 cents per kilowatt hour. You know what it's like to move from 50 down to 11? You know what that does to the cost of living? You know what does to people's disposable income? When you're, I don't know, my math is not my strong suit, but if you can move from 50 to 11, the saving that you have there in terms of your electricity bill and the amount of additional money you therefore have in your pocket to spend. I want our people to understand these things. The member is here for number 4, is the Minister of Agriculture. What is one of the fundamental needs of farmers? Water. I have said what we're doing in Nevis. The Honorable Prime Minister has said that he's investing 50 million, I think was the number, in desalination in St. Kitts. But the problem is not desalination, and the technology is well known. Saudi Arabia, UAE, all of them use a lot of desal. Even in St. Martin, Marriott uses desal. The problem is the cost of electricity. You know the desalination plant, Madam Speaker, that is being done in Nevis. I said one in Nevis, one in St. Kitts. When I looked at the options they gave us, you know, they say if it's powered by solar, it can produce X amount of water. If you power it partly by solar, partly by conventional electricity, it will produce X plus amount of water. And if you decide to go full traditional diesel-generated electricity, it's X plus plus amount of water. So the solar option, you get the least amount of water from the options that were presented. And that's instructive because it means that if we can solve that energy problem, then we don't have any more water woes in St. Kitts and Nevis because we're surrounded by ocean. They run the water in, take out the salt, make it potable, and we put the brine back in the ocean. Environmentally, safely, of course. But you solve that problem. One of the concerns we've had in Nevis, and I'm fairly certain that that concern exists in St. Kitts as well, is the rapid rate at which the aquifers are being diminished and the inadequacy of the recharge. With climate change, you're getting less rainfall. And aquifers sometimes take a very long time to recharge. So if you continue, we have wells in Nevis, Madam Speaker, that were designed to produce water for X days of the week. So put differently, the wells and the pumps were supposed to be rested. Instead of that, we're running them 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to keep up with the demand. That's why we had to invest in finding additional water. So that some of those old wells, we can rest them and let them replenish and let them recharge. But the point that I'm making is, if we had a mechanism that allowed us to use the well-known technology of desalination and to do so in a cost-effective way, then we would realize that that difficulty that we're having in terms of water is solved. So if we solve electricity, we solve water, we solve agriculture. 3 pillars of sustainability: electricity, water, agriculture. It sets immediately the Federation apart from anybody else in the region. And that, I feel, is what this geothermal energy offers. And so, the reason why I say that the government is halfway through its term, because I want to say from this rostrum that if geothermal energy is going to be delivered, we're running out of time. We need to move with greater alacrity. And I go back because as I reflect on the lost opportunities, I said, imagine if some of that 5 billion CBI money was used to say, man, let's get this energy out of the ground. We will be sitting pretty in St. Kitts and Nevis today. Sitting pretty. But we're being buffeted between pillar and post. Told, go look for equity, go look for lenders, go look for CDB, go look for IDB. When you had resources here that could have been leveraged to create not Christmas bonus, which finished by January, but to create a lasting and transformational impact in this country. Everybody here is smiling because you're benefiting not just for today. You're benefiting long term, and not just you, but your children and your grandchildren. That's the kind of thinking that we need if we're to get that paradigm shift that I'm talking about. Madam Speaker, let me move on. Mention agriculture, I won't dwell too much on it. As I said, others will speak. But I just make the point that agriculture, feeding ourselves, is also a critical part of the diversification strategy. I welcome the news about Tabasco and growing peppers. That's a commercial undertaking. But I also feel there needs to be a greater emphasis on food production. Because while we may use the hot peppers to flavor the food, we can't really eat the hot peppers quite in the same way. So we have to be able to walk on chew gum. You're doing this for export, and you have a ready-made market. People can make money. But you have to balance that with doing over here for consumption, local, and even if you get enough for export. Why? Because if you earn from over here, the peppers that you're exporting for Tabasco, and then you got to take that same money and spend it to buy banana and plantain and potato and rice and flour, then you don't have the effect that you should be having. The 25 by 25, as I understand it, was designed to start to reduce, diversify local economies, more production of agricultural products locally, and to save much needed foreign exchange so that the money is not just flowing out of the country. So there's an economic imperative and there's a sustainability imperative. Because if we can grow more food, we insulate ourselves from some of these exogenous shocks that I have spoken about. And so growing food is going to be important. A lot of our young people aren't interested or have not been interested in agriculture. What we have done, and I think the Nevis model and the Nevis experience has been useful. What we have done over the years, we've introduced technology. And we said to them that the agriculture now, is not the old type of agriculture where you're out there in the hot sun with a fork and hoe and bent over. No. We're saying now you have hydroponics, you have shade house, you have greenhouse technology. And I believe that now is the way to go. Because when you see the yield from a greenhouse operation on a small footprint, you could have a greenhouse the size of this parliament. And the amount of lettuce and greens and tomatoes that you can harvest from that greenhouse is unbelievable. You probably can do more in this size than if you had 2 acres of lands out there. And guess what? It's more secure from pests, easier to manage in terms of extraneous factors impacting your farm. The technology is such now, a man tell me from his phone, turns on his water, shuts off his water, or some have it set automatically at 6 o'clock the water comes on. And if you see it, you know, Madam Speaker, you know Nevis has a vanilla farm. A lot of things you must visit Nevis, you know, Madam Speaker. It's part of your country. You must come. Nevis has a vanilla farm. You know, it's only then that I realized that vanilla used to grow wild in Nevis. I never knew that. The lady told us that she found vanilla growing wild, and that's what gave her the idea. But this vanilla farm is amazing to behold. Because the water to the plants is just drops of water at certain times. Everything is controlled. Well, I know about the drip irrigation, but this is drip on steroids. What I mean by that is, drip irrigation, you have the drip lines, and you turn on the tap and the water drip. Somebody got to go turn it off. I'm talking about something that is now so automated. That's the word. And it just gives that plant the amount of water that it needs. Sometimes, even with the nutrients already in it, just drop to the root, couple drops. That is what we are seeing. Madam Speaker, you know, we also have a vineyard in Nevis. You could get grapes. You must come over. You have to visit. Grapes, they're not going to be making wine in Nevis. They say orange wine. I never hear about orange wine in my life. But they say there's red, there's white, and there's orange. I hear one member say they don't want the orange wine. I'm sure some don't want the blue wine. Yellow wine. but we don't have wine. So, I say these things to say that agriculture, and again, let's be realistic. We are not, Madam Speaker, in my humble opinion, going to be able to compete in terms of the global space in agriculture. We don't have the land mass, we don't have the population, we don't have any of that. Someone told me they were in, I think it was Argentina, and the size of a cattle farm. It's probably the size of Nevis, one farm. We don't have it. One of the big things in Nevis, for example, is our animal farmers. They keep asking for land. They need land, they need land. We just don't have the land. When you look at the grazing requirements, they would tell you, I think, 1 cow to 1 acre, something like that. So you need 10 acres to graze 10 cows. We, however, I think, need to find the niche areas where we could have some strengths. I believe that poultry industry is one area that we need to develop. There's been some movement over here, I think, with the hatchery. But we need to move with some alacrity, because when we look at the tens of millions of dollars of chicken that's imported, and we don't even know what's in the chicken. I see a chicken leg the other day, bigger than my leg. That can't be a normal chicken. That chicken they playing basketball in the NBA. That's not a normal chicken. So we eating this thing, and then people getting sick, we're seeing more illnesses. We don't even know what we're eating. But we are assured that if we produce it locally, we have a better control and a better sense of the value, the nutritional value of it. That's an area which I believe with fairly quick return you can get involved in and cut down in terms of your import bill. You know fish is more expensive than chicken in St. Kitts and Nevis? Fish is more expensive than chicken. And we're surrounded by ocean. You would think that fish is cheaper, but it's not. So chicken is a go-to staple meat for most people. If we can produce chicken here and produce it at a good cost, I think that we start to make some good progress. Value added. Getting products, for example, which are unique. The Nevis mango. What could we do with that? To ensure that we are creating a niche. I went to Bermuda the other day, and they asked me how much we would sell a mango for. And I said, well, in season, when they're banging dog, as we would say, you probably get them for about $1 EC, maybe $1.50. And then out of season, the price goes up. You may pay $3 maybe for one. $3 to $5 to one. And the guys laugh because they say in Bermuda, $5 US. It's the minimum you could get a mango for is $5 US. So you start to think and you say, well, if you had a way to get mangoes from Nevis to Bermuda, you know the difference is between $1.50 EC and $5 US? That's 12 EC dollars, price differential. That is to me the way that we need to start to think. There are other things that we will have to import, but we also need to talk about substitution. So wheat flour, I don't know if we can grow wheat here, I doubt that because of the temperature. But I read a report just recently which says that breadfruit is likely to become the global food staple. And I was surprised, but there was a good reason behind this study. They said as the global temperature heats up, that breadfruit is a product that can strive in those hotter temperatures. And they commented on the versatility of breadfruit. Make flour, do all kinds of things with breadfruit. They said wheat, corn may not be able to survive at the higher temperatures that the world is expected to get to, but breadfruit can. So perhaps these are things you need to look at. You know, sometimes you have the very thing you need, but you don't know. Because breadfruit is a common thing here. You tell a man, give you a breadfruit. People sell breadfruit?
Sure.
Oh. Remember here from Barnesgate, up in Barnesgate, they pick them off the tree. Right? People don't buy them things. So, the truth is that we need to start to look seriously. And it brings me to the next point I want to make. And that has to do now with cannabis. The frequency with which I speak about cannabis in this house, people may think that I am an avid consumer. I am not. But, not avid, not ever. However, I want to say that this potential for this industry is important. No. I don't believe that enough is being done in relation to cannabis. We have had a lot of talk over the years, going back even to our time in government, and I don't believe enough is done. Now, let me look, for example, the Honorable Prime Minister. Let me see if I can find it. In his budget of 2022, his maiden budget address, he spoke to the medicinal cannabis industry at paragraphs 19 to 21 of that budget. I won't read what he said, but he spoke to it. In 3 paragraphs, in his subsequent budget, he spoke to cannabis at paragraphs 28 and 29. 2 paragraphs. In this budget address delivered yesterday, I searched diligently last night, and the honorable member spoke to cannabis at paragraph 23. And I will read what he said at paragraph 23. We intend to advance our plans for the development of the cannabis industry, which could improve the scope of the traditional production of crops and reap medical and economic benefits. So we went from 3 paragraphs to 2 paragraphs to 1 sentence in relation to cannabis. I feel that this continues to be a missed opportunity. And sometimes we need to take some bold steps if we really want to achieve a paradigm shift. Some estimates put the cannabis industry at $82.3 billion by 2027. And I repeat what I said last year, we need to move with some alacrity. I've heard about the Cannabis Authority. I've heard different things said that the Cannabis Authority will be dealing with licensing. There is not enough movement. If you take the 7 years of unity talking about cannabis, and now the 2.5 years of this new administration talking about cannabis, we're talking about cannabis now for nearly a decade. And I am concerned that by the time we get around to it, we would have missed the boat. We all know that early movers tend to get the most benefit. It is too late for us to be an early mover, but it is not too late, in my view, for us to make a real effort to developing a cannabis industry. The government has always been careful to say medicinal, but I don't think it's a secret that I have always said that we should widen it, regulate it, and tax it. That's my view. But I've always warned, Madam Speaker, that it has to be coupled with proper education, and we will have to deal with the thorny issue of banking, especially correspondent banking relations. But what I am speaking to is the need for us to see in St. Kitts and Nevis some urgency in relation to the cannabis industry. If the government is prepared to restrict itself to medicinal, I will not argue. But there has to be some movement on it, some seriousness shown, because I believe it has the potential to create jobs, create yet another string to our economic bow, and ensure that we are achieving this diversification that we keep talking about. But we can't keep talking about diversification, and year after year, CBI is still over 50% of our pie. Because if, God forbid, the bottom falls out of that CBI, if that goose that lays the golden egg decides it won't wake up tomorrow, what is St. Kitts Nevis to do? We should then be able to say, geothermal going strong, our energy sector going strong, our cannabis industry is going strong, tourism is still kicking, Icon of the Sea is coming in regular. We should have options available to us. You see, Madam Speaker, a lot of times when I hear the talk about sustainability, people think sustainability is all clean air, green environment, green energy, plastic recycling. All of those are important. We need to protect the environment. But we also need a sustainable economy. We need a sustainable economic model. And we have been relying on CBI for so long that I believe that some element of inertia has crept in. We need to say, CBI, we love you. We want to preserve and protect you. We will do what is necessary. We want to add value to you, to create, if you will, within the CBI industry, added value, or value added as I've called it. I won't go back to that, I've explained that. But we also need to say, tourism, we love you. We're going to encourage you and develop you. We want new hotels, we want all of that. But cannabis, we love you too. We're going to create new jobs. Rasta man who went jail years ago can now be a businessman and entrepreneur because he knows how to grow marijuana. He understands it. I don't, but he does. Young fella in Nevis, I told you about it before, I'm sure, in this house. Tell me he experimented with different strains. We never know he went to school for agriculture. He's not a, what the word is, a chemist, botanist. We tell me it's TikTok he using. And from TikTok he learning how to do different strains. Young people out there are interested. Let them loose. Let them loose. Create the framework, license, regulate, tax, and let us move on with this thing. You know, I believe on cannabis, the problem that we face, we are fearful. And don't get me wrong. I am not here to suggest that we throw caution to the wind. But while we are fearful, and while we are tentative, and while we don't want to offend anybody, I was in Toronto the other day, and the weed shop them more than the coffee shop. Every corner I went to, I never seen marijuana in so many different products in my life, Madam Speaker. Drink, different flavored candy, juice. I did not try any. I'm simply commenting on the variety of products that were at these shops. And I looked on as a tourist would with amazement. I marveled, like how you'd marvel at the Eiffel Tower. I marveled. But this is Canada, one of the countries of the developed North. And Canada has ganja store on every corner. You go to California, you go to various states in the United States, Colorado, making money hand over fist. And some of them, the weather is not even conducive. They have to go in greenhouse. Here a man could go right up Phillips Mountain, but you got to go in greenhouse there. We need to take the step. A lot of steps we have taken, you know, that have proven transformational, but not necessarily steps that everybody liked. We introduced citizenship by investment to the world 40 years ago, and everybody scoffed at it. Now it's a multi-billion-dollar global industry. Started right here in St. Kitts and Nevis. So sometimes we have to take the step, and I believe that's important. Construction sector, I believe that the Honorable Prime Minister has laid out that some initiatives, concessions extended to that sector will continue. I welcome that, because I believe that the construction sector is an important sector in the local economy. And I would want to see that sector continue to be encouraged and massaged so that it can grow. It generates good paying jobs, and it is an excellent aspect to the local economy. So I have no criticisms there. I want to move to something that was not mentioned, but I thought it important. And that has to do, Madam Speaker, with our population. Madam Speaker, going back again to the central theme of sustainability, it makes little sense to clean up our environment, to get rid of all the plastics, to get renewable energy, to do all the things that we're told we have to do, and which I support, if we don't have our people at the center of this sustainability thrust. And one of the things that has occurred to me came about when I saw the presentation of our 2022 census. Census was done in keeping with the usual mandate. They would have conducted a population housing census in 2022. It was initially slated for 2021, but the COVID-19 pandemic forced them to switch to 2022. I believe the numbers deserve some attention. You know why I think the numbers deserve some attention? Because your birth rate, your rate of growth of your population, it impacts so many other things. You're here talking about building an economy. Well, who's going to work in that economy? Where are your workers going to come from? You look at the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, a model of development that many are looking to. I think the member for number 6 knows it well. He's there often. You're a citizen? Yeah? Yeah? He would have what you call a resident card in Dubai. I think he has a unit at the Burj. So, Madam Speaker, when I look at the UAE, you know the Emirati population in the UAE is a fraction of the overall population. Fraction. I think they say it's only about 300,000 Emiratis. That's the people from the UAE. In Dubai, I mean. You have a large population of workers who are coming in. You know why? The economy there has expanded to such a level that the local population can't sustain. So their sustainability, their development is dependent on labor coming in from around the world. Singapore, similar model. It is time, I believe, that St. Kitts and Nevis takes a critical look at the size of our population. At page 4 of the census, it said the enumerated population of the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis for 2022 is 51,320 persons. That total represents an 8.7% increase over the 2011 census count of 47,195 persons. There is an increase of 4,125 persons over the 11-year period, with an average annual increase of 0.76 per year for that period. Of note, that at 51,320 persons, it is the highest population that St. Kitts and Nevis has had in the last 151 years. It's the highest population that we've had since 1871. And the last time that we had 50,000 people in St. Kitts and Nevis was 1960. 1960. I was not yet born. And Madam Speaker, you were not yet thought of in 1960. And in 1960, we had 51,023 persons. Now we have 51,320. Now, I heard the Prime Minister of Barbados recently, the Honorable Mayor Motley, encouraging Barbadians to have more children. And of course, as expected, the opposition hit back to say she should start with herself, to have a few. But I mentioned Barbados and the commentary by their Prime Minister because it really suggests to me that this is not a problem that St. Kitts and Nevis alone is experiencing. I mentioned the UAE and Singapore. I could go further and mention Japan. Japan has an aging population, and the Japanese, who have normally been very strict in terms of immigration, are now saying they need to relax because they don't have people to work. The Prime Minister announced that the Ritz-Carlton is opening. Who can work there when it opens? He says he wants local people to get first preference. That sounds useful. But he must also remember that St. Kitts and Nevis is party to the OECS free movement, and we are party to the CARICOM, freedom of movement for those with skills certificate. And so when the accountant comes from Kingston, you can't stop him, you know, once he has his skills certificate. When the waitress comes from Rosso, or from Kingston, or from Castries, we can't stop her. Because that is what we've signed on to. So we need to put this as part of that sustainability agenda. How do we get more people? You know, in Nevis, we have a joke. We say you can't have two parties one night. One must get a bus. You don't have the population to sustain two events one night. I am not sure it's much different over here in St. Kitts. We need people. The report tells us that the 2022 census population count is the largest enumerated population on record at 51,320 people. I talked about Bermuda because I was afforded the privilege of going there the other day. 21 square miles, 65,000 people in Bermuda. St. Kitts and Nevis together is 104 square miles with 51,320 people. Bermuda is 1/5 the size of St. Kitts and Nevis and has 65,000 people in Bermuda. When we look at our GDP figures, St. Kitts and Nevis is just over $1 billion US dollars in terms of our GDP. Bermuda GDP, over $7 billion. 7 times. Little island out there in the Atlantic. People, Madam Speaker, you cannot have development, far less sustainable development without people. It has implications for economy. It has implications for social security and its viability. It has implications for jobs, job creation, and workforce, sustainability. It has implications for our tax base. And it has implications in the political context for our electoral boundaries. I just want to touch on that, just very briefly. For those out there who are listening, according to the census, the island of St. Kitts is home to 38,138 people. This is 74% of the federal population. Nevis, with 13,182 people, is home to the remaining 26% of the population. The population of St. Kitts would have grown by 9.2%, and that growth offsets the 0.8% decrease registered in 2011. So the last time we did a census, the population over here had actually gone down. Nevis registered a 7.4% increase in 2022. That growth is lower than the 10.5% that we registered in 2011. So Nevis, over 2 census periods, has had growth. 10.5 in 2011 and 7.4% in 2022. St. Kitts had a decrease of 0.8% in 2011, and St. Kitts has now had growth of 9.2% in 2022. This now is for those who like trivia. The parish of Trinity. Where's the parish of Trinity? Name Trinity. Okay. Parish of Trinity registered a 38% increase in population. St. Peter, the great state, saw a 21.3% increase. And that follows a 32% increase in 2011. St. Anne also registered a double-digit percent increase, moving by 13%. Increases were noted in every other parish with the exception of St. Mary, which registered a 2.7% decrease from 2011. Of note, St. John's, that's St. Kitts, 0.3% increase is negligible and follows an 8.8% decrease in 2011. On Nevis, the parish of St. John, my beloved St. John, registered the largest percentage change, growing by 15% over the period, which follows a 32% increase in 2011. St. James and St. Thomas also saw significant changes, 12.4% in St. James, 9.5% in St. Thomas, but the good member for Nevis, 10. 7% decrease in population for St. George. Follows a 2.7 decrease registered in 2011. No children being born in Gingerland. And up there cold, so I don't understand why. I believe it's interesting that St. John, the constituency that I represent at the local level, and part of the District 9 that I represent at the federal level, is the third largest parish in all of St. Kitts and Nevis. It's exceeded only by St. George and St. Peter's in St. Kitts. Third largest. So I hope those who are involved with the electoral boundaries are looking carefully at the numbers. But I refer to the numbers and the census report because I find it has really not garnered much attention. And it's an important document because it goes on to talk about age and sex composition, how many females, how many males, what the birth rate is. And our birth rate is negligible. And it is a phenomenon that is observed globally. Wherever in the world, Madam President, Madam Speaker, forgive me, wherever in the world you see that people become a bit more affluent, that the society is improving, there are less children being born. Look across the globe, same phenomenon. And look at St. Kitts and Nevis in terms of our history, you would find that in days gone by, poor people were having 10 and 15 children. That is no longer the case. Matter of fact, two young ladies who presented the census to me looked to me to be of childbearing age. And I asked them, what could the government do to encourage them to have children? And they both responded that there was absolutely nothing that the government could do that would cause them to have children. Their goal was to enjoy their life and travel and enjoy sugar mass and do all of those things. So it means that we need to find a way because we cannot and will not achieve sustainability without people. And I want to put that out because I think that it's important. Madam Speaker, let me turn quickly to citizen security. I won't dwell on it. Forgive me, I think there's a changeover, sir. Madam President, I won't dwell on it, but I just want to say that on the issue of citizen security, I believe the government should be commended for its effort in bringing the stakeholders to the table. I was pleased to attend on invitation, and that from the opposition benches we have been asking for exactly that we take an all-of-society approach to crime. The reduction in crime in terms of statistics is commendable, but what I will say, and then I'll move on, is that the 90 days of activism must become 365 days of activism. I say that because too often, when the pressure builds up and the problem now becomes so acute, there's a response. But as soon as we think that things are trending downwards or back to normal, we go back to sleep. We cannot afford that. Too many lives have been lost senselessly. It is time that we have 365 days of activism. Citizen security has always to be front and center of what we do. Again, we cannot have a sustainable island state unless our people are secure. I will move on. I want to say a word about the manufacturing sector. There was a time when St. Kitts and Nevis had a manufacturing sector largely based here in St. Kitts. And you had a sizable number of persons, I think well over 1,000 employed. Those factory workers have seen a lot of those establishments close and their business relocated. I believe that it is time that we accept that those traditional norms of manufacturing might be lost forever. Our cost of electricity is too high, our cost of labor is too high, and the shipping costs are too high. People now are gravitating to centers where they have large pools of cheap labor. And so I feel that what we need to do is exactly what the Honorable Prime Minister has indicated, where he has said that he starts to train people in terms of cybersecurity professionals. And I would add that in terms of our education sector, something I'll get to very briefly, we need definitely to introduce aspects of artificial intelligence and coding in our schools. Put differently, as we talk about a paradigm shift, that's where I started. We need our education system. We need our thinking about the economy and about the country. We need it to change. We need to say to our people that, listen, the old things that we were accustomed to have become obsolete. The other day I reflected that there was a time when you went jogging in the morning, you had something called a Walkman. And then there was a display, what do you used to call it? Discman. Right? Now people have a little thing in their ear and a Bluetooth and they're hearing everything. Used to have a VHS. Even at my house now I still have all those CDs, they call them, with the movie, DVD. I have the DVD and I can't find the DVD player. Obsolete. People not even watching TV nowadays. So we have to start to say to our people, listen, the old ways are gone. The ways of thinking, we now need to change that. We need now things like AI, not to be afraid of it, but to have our young people inculcated in it. Learn about it. Coding. The Prime Minister said something yesterday about equipping our people so they could stay right here and have jobs. You know, I was amazed to learn that across the world, particularly since COVID, you have a lot of these big companies employing people across the globe. And those people are not in any campus or in any office anywhere. They're working from home. They're working from wherever they are. And St. Kitts Nevis has good connectivity, good broadband. No reason why we can't do that. And afford our people right here. Imagine a youngster coming out of CFBC or coming out of Sixth Form in Nevis, but versed in coding, because he's been doing it since primary school. Can develop games and gaming and do all of these things. Knows about AI. Versed in cyber technology and cyber security. And you hear now that he's working for Microsoft. He's working for Google. Working for one of the big companies. But guess what? He's working from right in his mother's house in Newtown. But he's making a salary that would put him well ahead of his peers in the region. That's the kind of thinking we need, Madam Speaker, as we try now to move forward. So, I think the manufacturing sector in its old form is not coming back to us. We now need to reskill, upskill, and retool our people. And it takes me then to a brief comment on education. I'm happy to see this thrust in terms of vocational training. We need more technology. We need more languages. I was impressed to hear that people here are learning German. I didn't know that. In Nevis, they're learning Mandarin. And we've just introduced Spanish in our primary schools in Nevis, so that the children, we hope, are going to be multilingual. There's a word for it, polyglot, I think. That's so you can speak many languages. So I feel, and the science suggests, that children, when they're at their youngest, are most able to pick up foreign languages. You get to a certain age like me now, it's almost impossible. But young children can pick up foreign languages very easily. So expose them. Let's have that kind of paradigm shift. You're going to tired of hearing me say so, because that's the thesis that I've come with. We need a paradigm shift in the country. We don't need it in a sort of half-hearted, piecemeal way. We need a bold step to take us forward from where we are to where we need to go. Aspire program, I will not spend too much time on that because I came in here, I stood up, and I supported it. I think it's a good idea. The Prime Minister is right. I had doubts when he expressed it last year, but the Cabinet Secretary came, explained it to us in Nevis, and I actually attended the little fair that they had in Nevis, briefly, because I wanted to show my support. The numbers I got as of last night, there were 4,088 applications, 2,165 have been approved, and 1,998 bank accounts have been opened. 21.2% of those are from Nevis, and 78.9% are from St Kitts. Now, people ask me, why do you support this Aspire program? I want the public to know that it has nothing, absolutely nothing to do with $1,000. That's not why I support it. I support it because, as I keep saying, if done right, the education, the financial education aspect of it is what I support most. And as I talk about a paradigm shift in the country, that's one of the things that we need. You remember earlier I talked about the cost of living and how the choices we make sometimes impact what is already a big problem. We make it worse for ourselves. We exacerbate the problem because of the choices we make. Now, if you understand money and you have an idea about budgeting, you know what it is to pay interest and what gross interest and what simple interest means. Compound interest, I'm sorry, and simple interest, what they mean. You have a far better understanding. And imagine our children starting at 5, getting that education to the point when they're 18. That is the kind of St Kitts and Nevis that I want. That is the kind of St Kitts and Nevis that pays dividends long after everybody in here is gone. And when the youngsters come now, could you imagine the debates they'll have in this parliament when they could be talking about what's happening on the FTSE and what the other exchange name, the Nikkei average and things like that. I don't want to hear about these things on the news. But they would have the capacity to talk about these things because of a program like this. So I want to commend the Aspire program. I believe that our people should be encouraged to sign up and become involved in that. Madam Speaker, a quick word about Social Security. Not much was said, but I think that it's a critical institution in our country, and Social Security, based on all the reports that we've seen, in terms of the actuarial reports, Social Security needs reform if it's going to survive. And I have said, as a first ever Social Security scholarship winner, a lot of people don't know, I was the first to benefit from them. I have said that I am supportive of their efforts because I've seen how transformational Social Security has been. And I urge the government to engage with them, to move with some alacrity to get these reforms on the way, because we need to protect Social Security. I promise them every chance I get, I'm going to say something good about them. While I'm saying that, let me also encourage people out there to pay their Social Security. It is not a tax, it's an investment in yourself. So I encourage you to pay your Social Security. I come now to talk about a matter that is a little touchy, and that has to do with us as leaders having with our people an honest conversation and encouraging our people to take personal responsibility. I said earlier that I'm an avid consumer of social media. And there is a tremendous amount of noise in that space. And I looked at the response and the reaction to the budget address yesterday. And I had hoped that I would see reasoned debates and criticisms of the various proposals and programs. Instead, I saw parody, people who were very negative, people who were consumed with what they did not get. And we in this chamber have to take some responsibility for that, because we have encouraged that in our people for a very long time. But I am saying at this age and stage of my life that we need to encourage our people to take responsibility. Madam Speaker, more and more we are creating a group of people in our country who feel that they're big man and big woman. They should be free to take whatever decision they wish to take, but then somebody else is responsible for the consequences of those decisions. And I am saying that the conversation needs to start right here in the Parliament with our people when we talk to them. Made a comment in here the other day. I said when the doubles and thing are given, I asked the question rhetorically, how many of those people have money left come January morning? Everybody want extra. But how many actually has something left in January? How many sees this as, listen, this is really an extra, let me take a little of it and put it away in a little savings, put it in a little piggy bank somewhere. We used to have this saying that we say, save for a rainy day. People not bother with those things now. I said earlier in this brief response that if people making 3,000, them not worry about budget. They spend 5. And they spend 5 however they could spend 5. If they have credit cards, however they could spend 5, they spend 5. And then what happened? When the bailiff now come for them, or you have that consequence that comes. You hear the outcry of the government not doing nothing to help people, and this and that, and them get salary increase, and we not get this, and you hear all the cries that you take. And I am not insensitive, because I believe that there are elements in our community that need help. But when I heard yesterday that we are spending $250 million a year. Now, $250 million is nearly the entire budget for the island of Nevis. I want to put that in context. It's nearly the entire budget. Our budget in Nevis is about 270. $250 million a year on social programs. The entire budget is just over $1 billion. So that means 25% of the budgetary allocations on the island of St. Kitts and for the Federation is in relation to social programs. Where in the world could that be sustainable? We're not saying 25% on health, 25% on education, 25% on citizen security, 25% on social programs. And still every budget, everybody is sitting outside the ATM. Waiting for we double, we waiting for we. And if it doesn't happen, you feel like Jesus is coming for the world is coming to an end. And everybody starts to cuss and how bad things are and how bad the government is if it doesn't do that. Ignoring the fact that $250 million is being spent every year. And that is why I say we in this hallowed chamber need to take some responsibility. Most countries have programs that are narrowly focused on the poor. Programs that are focused on the disadvantaged. Programs that are focused on those that need help the most. St. Kitts Nevis is one of the few countries in the world, Madam Speaker, who got programs that benefit everybody. The subsidy on electricity is a good example. The man who is the CEO of TDC, the governor of the central bank, He's my friend, I don't want to single him out, but I'm just using the positions. The titans of business, they get the same benefit from an electricity subsidy as the unemployed mother of 3. Well, you're right, they get more because they consume more. You don't find that happening in other places because social programs by their nature ought to be geared, they ought to be engineered to benefit the people that need it most. If, for example, you are able to remove those people who do not need it, you might well be able to do a little more for those who need it most. And so sometimes I think that there's a dissonance. There is a chatter in the country, but people are not looking at the fact that our everyday existence is being subsidized. That counts for nothing. There's no value in that. Because everybody wants, and I go back to what the gentleman said to me just last night, that he's persuaded that if the choice is given to our people, as they are currently conditioned, shall you get an extra payment in your pocket, or shall I fix the water situation in Keon? The answer will be, give me my payment. Give me my payment, because I prefer to have money in my pocket for carnival than to have water in my pipe next year. How do we fix that? How do we fix it? $250 million, quarter of the annual budget on social programs. That is not sustainable. Can't be sustainable. And this is why I say we now need to have an honest conversation with our people. We need to say to our people that you must take personal responsibility. Those in our community that require help, absolutely the government must be there for them. But even with those, we must be providing a hand up, not a hand out. We cannot create the sustainable society of which we are talking through handouts, because handouts create dependency. We all know the adage about giving a man a fish or teaching a man how to fish. One creates a dependency, the other creates independence, and even entrepreneurship. So we need, but that conversation, we need to have, you know why? I'm a politician, I understand the easiest thing to tell people is what they want to hear. The easiest thing to tell them. A man come by you, say you have 6 children, a man come by me, 6 children, 6 different women. I mustn't tell him he's reckless. I must not tell him, dare tell him that that's bad behavior, because he's not going to vote for me and his family not going to vote for me. But it's bad behavior, because he got 6 picnics and he can't support none. And then the mothers now are carrying that burden. The child doesn't have the support, doesn't have the father figure in their life. And then we wonder what is happening in the community, what's happening in the society. You got children in this country going to school, not having proper nutrition. But you got fellas out there boasting when they're drinking the Guinness, they got 12 picnic. Boy, I'm a big man enough. 12 of them may have enough. How many are you supporting? But if you dare tell them that as a politician, they threaten you. We can't vote for you because you don't respect poor people. But you need to start to have these conversations. And one of the things we need in the country is everybody to sing from the same hymn sheet. Not me standing up and say that behavior is irresponsible. And somebody say, no, study he. He don't make, he don't care about people. Too many of our people are doing foolishness. And too many of the politicians encourage the foolish behavior. And we need to have that conversation. I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but it needs to happen. We cannot continue what is fast becoming a situation where our social programs are consuming such large amounts of the revenue and preventing us from moving forward in the way that we ought to. Let me switch from that difficult conversation to health. We have, in relation to health, a comprehensive report was given. I'm not going to get into all the smart hospital and all of that. If that can be realized, wonderful. But I want to ask the question, what has happened to health insurance and the National Health Insurance Program that has been talked about and that we had encouraged? Let me go back to the Honorable Prime Minister. His budget of 2022 at page 24. Forgive me. It might have been the budget of 2023. Let me see if I can find it. I was making notes late into the night, so forgive me. No, it looks like my note is wrong somehow. Can't seem to find it. I will leave that then, simply to say that the reference that was made by the Honorable Prime Minister in the budget address of 2022, I can't find the page, but I have the quotation. It says steps will be taken to develop a practical framework to enable the operationalization of a national health insurance scheme, which will be supported by an extensive consultative process with the people. That was what the member said 2 years ago. 2023, I know where I'm going now, forgive me. 2023, the member deals with health from paragraph 64 to paragraph 74, 10 paragraphs. And he lays out all that the government is doing, people's strategy, the various policies, the new climate smart hospital, all that is laid out beautifully. The member for number 8 comes in this year's budget, paragraphs 52 to 56, he deals with healthcare again. Talked about collaboration, various agencies, talked about JNF. So I have some words here I can't pronounce, colonoscopes and esophago, something. It's just a big word, pass over. EGDs. Thankfully, he put it in brackets for me. I can't pronounce that. But something to do with the esophagus, I assume. He said, marking the first time that the state manages such equipment without relying on external private service providers. We hear about MRI, imaging, we hear about CT scan, all very important. But since 2022, I have found no mention in the subsequent budgets of national health insurance. And I want to pose the question publicly to the Honourable Member and Minister of Health, whether the country is no longer looking to a national health insurance scheme. I remember some work had been done in relation to that in the past. And I pose the question in this particular context, Madam Speaker, that the Prime Minister has made his assertions about helping children through the Children's Medical Fund. And I too share with him the despair and the sadness at the loss of young Kevin, who lives in Nevis, the son of DJ Woody, and his mom is called Sheena. And I certainly extend my condolences to the family. And I share the concerns about young people, young children, needing medical attention where their parents can't afford. And the Prime Minister is right that oftentimes you see people on 4th Street, you see them in Nevis as well sometimes, asking for a contribution. But going around with a card to raise sometimes $100,000 for medical attention is really a futile and pointless exercise. So the Prime Minister has said, listen, we have this Children Medical Fund. And if there are children out there needing care, parents, bring your children. But I ask the question, what about the rest of the population? A national health insurance scheme, as I understood it, would have been the solution to try and shift the burden of health care off the government, where it now stands in St. Kitts and Nevis, and more onto the insurance industry. That was the considered position in relation to national health insurance. So the fact that it has disappeared, or if it is there, I have not found it, from the last two budget addresses, is a matter that I'm asking the good member for number 8 to explain whether we've abandoned the idea, or whether it is something that is still being worked on. Because going back to my language of paradigm shift, this as well is one of the aspects of a sustainable island state. I'll move on from that. Okay. I didn't see it, so that's why I'm raising it. I want to raise a point about the relationship between St. Kitts and Nevis. This was a hot topic in 2022 election, and I think the public coined it, this fair share. And I have not been shy in going on record to say that the relationship between the federal government and the NIA, which I am privileged to lead at this point, has improved dramatically. And I have been quick to point out where the federal government has come to the assistance where necessary of Nevis, and where we have worked together in a collaborative way. Geothermal is an example, and where we are hoping to go in relation to that. And there are other examples. For example, the Aspire program has been extended to Nevis, and double salaries have been paid. That has been expended to Nevis, dividend payments, etc. And so we welcome that. There are, however, I think, some areas that are still areas that need to be looked at. Because if we're talking about sustainability, we're talking about the country of St. Kitts and Nevis, we have to be very clear that what we're doing is inclusive and not exclusive, that we are seeking to bring our people together and ensure that policies and prescriptions take our people into account. And on that, I want to raise publicly that a lot of the discussion and the debate has centered around a formula, sharing told, hey, file in St. Kitts on what you make in St. Kitts, file in Nevis on what you make in Nevis. If you're generating 1/3 of your business in Nevis, then you ought to be filing at 1/3 in Charlestown and your 2/3 filing in Bastille. Instead of the practice now of filing 100% in St. Kitts. Now that came very forcefully to my attention recently. I don't do it, but I have a wife and 2 daughters, and they love to order things online. And you know, I realize that the whole customs system now is automated, apparently. So you go on and you pay for whatever. But do you know that wherever the stuff lands and is processed, that is where your customs and VAT and everything is paid? So if you're bringing in things on a Amerijet and it comes in at RLB and it's processed by KDP or Westtech or what the rest name? You know, order things online? Sometimes. When you order from Shein, where you go? Fashion Nova, sorry. Huh? Royal Logistics. Wherever it goes. The point that I'm making is where it lands is where things are paid. So, understand the point I'm making. If you have a shipment that comes in, and it's not just those freight forwarders I'm talking about, it also applies even to the big commercial houses, TDC, Hosfords. They land everything here at the port in St. Kitts, they pay everything. Then they put the containers on a boat, send it to Nevis, drive it straight to their supermarket, to their warehouse. When people go and buy, Nevis has to deal with the garbage that's generated. The containers moving on our roads, we have to deal with the mashing up of our roads and fix them ourselves. The electricity to those places, the water, all of that becomes our responsibility. But the taxes that ought to be generated from it, which would allow us not only to defray what we have to do in Nevis, but also give us a clearer indication of what the Nevis economy is actually doing. We are not getting the ability to do that. And so I raise it because I think sometimes when we talk about fair share, people want to think, oh, you're just making noise. But there are these systemic difficulties in terms of having a single space, economic space, tax space, but 2 islands operating in the way that we operate. So all of those entities that are bringing in all the Christmas goodies for people, the people in Nevis are paying online and the goods are being delivered, but that money, none of it is coming to the NIA. In terms of corporate taxes, similarly. In fact, through an arrangement with Inland Revenue St. Kitts and Inland Revenue Nevis, I believe it was 2 years ago, that the island of Nevis received quite a windfall because some taxes that were owed by one of the telecoms providers were shared. So there is and can be mechanisms to make it happen. I have said to the Honorable Attorney General that if the VAT legislation was simply amended to get away from the single filing and say you file where the tax is generated, it solves the problem right away. Whatever is spent in Nevis or generated in Nevis, we would know. And similarly over in St. Kitts. So I want the good people of St. Kitts to know that when I come over and I say that I'm looking for my fair share, I am really not interested in the tax revenue generated by my good brothers and sisters in St. Kitts. I'm interested in the tax revenue generated by the people of Nevis through economic activity on the island of Nevis, because I think that gives us a true measure of what's happening on the island. On that note, the Honourable Member for number 8, and to the government, we heard that one of the programs that has been disclosed is the fact that the VAT would be reduced for 6 months in the coming year from 17% to 13%. Now, I would not have known what the thinking was in relation to that particular revelation and that particular decision that was made. But again, I want people to understand that because of the single system of taxation, it's not as if Nevis can say, boy, them fellas reduce it in St Kitts, we're going to keep it at 17. We can't. But bear in mind that we had a budget passed in Nevis 2 weeks ago with no notice of a reduction in VAT. So our budget in Nevis would have assumed certain things that have now changed. So do we now have to go back to the house in Nevis to talk about what that will represent to us? This is where I am saying that if we are really going to get to this goal that I share of a sustainable island state, it has to involve the people of St. Kitts and the people of Nevis. And the government that sits in Bastille must be cognizant that when it takes decisions, that those decisions have implications not only in Bastille, but oftentimes have implications in Charlestown as well. Because it now means that the budgetary process in Nevis has been impacted by the fact that the VAT on which we rely is likely to be reduced for the first 6 months. Now, I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful. They say sometimes where taxes go down, consumption increases. And so you make up because there's more consumption. So I'm hopeful if that is the case, then it will all work out. But I believe that I want to say this publicly. There's a need for there to be, let me use the language that has become current, an all-of-society approach, an all-of-country approach. We need to have a position where we say, listen, this is what we want to do. These are the implications. This is what we are going to do to mitigate those implications because we understand. So, for example, the government in Nevis and the NIA is more reliant on tax revenue than here in Bastille. Because in St. Kitts over the years, not just under this administration, but over the years in St. Kitts, you have seen the impact of the non-tax revenue, which is the flow from the citizenship by investment. 54.6%, 55%. Nevis does not have that. What we get is the amount that is sent through the goodwill of the Office of the Prime Minister that comes over to the island of Nevis. So when we are budgeting, we can't budget and say, boy, we expect that CBI is going to be 500 million this year or 700 million this year. We don't have that luxury over in Nevis. So what we have to budget is based on our tax. We have to say we expect this from VAT. We expect this from property tax. We expect... So the two governments, if you will, need to coexist, but they have different push-pull factors because the economy in St. Kitts is structured differently at this point to that in Nevis. So when, for example, as I've read from the budget addresses of 2022 and 2023, that the tax base in St. Kitts was lower. I think one said 11%, the other said 18% lower. St. Kitts really didn't notice, you know. That was just a book entry. That's an accountant making a comment. Because you're making so much money from citizenship by investment that even if VAT is down, or corporate tax is down, or property tax is down, it doesn't really make a difference. You still have a surplus. In Nevis, on the other hand, we have to guard carefully against our taxes being eroded because that's what we use to keep the lights on. So I say that because I think that is important. As we talk about moving forward, both islands, doing things together, ensuring that we're making strides and progressing together, we need to have that level of dialogue which allows these types of initiatives to be properly assessed across the board in terms of where they will go and what the impact of them will be. I am winding down. I promised I'd be brief. And so, goodness, time does fly. I want to say one penultimate word, and that has to do with the small business community. I'm a strong advocate for small businesses. I'm a strong advocate for small businesses because research has shown that the small business community tends, Madam Speaker, to be the backbone of most economies, even advanced and developed economies. And I confess that I read through the budget address and I saw the effort in relation to cost of living. I saw the effort being made in relation to other aspects of the economy. I did not see what is being proposed to stimulate the small business sector. And I just want to make one small point, that as we talk about cost of living, as we talk about the small business sector, then something that the small business sector has been complaining about, certainly in my engagement with them, is the model for computation of charges at the port. This is not new. But apparently I'm told that when a small business brings in its products at the port, and let us say that it attracts customs duty at 20%, and it attracts customs service charge at 6%, and the item costs $100, trying to use some math that I could calculate, that it appears that the process is that you get that $100, let us say the $100, to make it easy, is the CIF, carriage insurance, cost insurance and freight. So that comes to 100. So you're paying your taxes based on CIF, not the cost alone, but cost, insurance, and freight. If the duty is 20%, then you charge 20% of that, that's $20. If the customs service charge is 6%, you charge 6% of that, that's $6. Then you add those back to the $100. And then you calculate the VAT of 17%. So essentially, people are paying tax on tax. So that $100 cost, insurance, freight, becomes $126 when you've added duty and customs service charge. And then you're paying 17%, not on 100, but on 126. Bearing in mind that the 26 is already taxed, 20 is customs, 6 is customs service charge. And many have said, I have not done the math myself, but many small businesses have said that if we were simply to change that to do a straight line, meaning customs is 20%, in my example, $20. Customs service charge is 6%, $6. VAT is 17%, $17. So we pay 100 plus 20 plus 17 plus 6.
We call it different type of tax, because value-added tax is tax on.
Man, customs is not no value. How are you going to add customs back to the amount and call it value added? What is the value that the customs officer has added by working out what the math is? He's working out, it's a tax. So when you take the cost and you add back the customs duty and you add back the customs service charge and then you levy the VAT.
You have to change the tax.
Well,
You have to change the tax.
what I'll say, is this, and the member for number 8 is right, it has been that way. That is not my point. It has been that way for all the years. I think that we need to look at that because, as I said, the small business community is saying that simply by making that adjustment, it would help them in terms of the pressure that they claim they face at the port. So I raise that because, as I said, that methodology, and it impacts the small businesses, and it also can impact the cost of living. Because if individuals feel that this is what they have to pay, then obviously they then tack on top of that their profit. And that is how it goes. So the change, I believe, can be very helpful to our people, to the small business community, in terms of moving us forward. I will leave it to others, Madam Speaker, to speak to so many of the other issues that were raised. I think that I've covered the points that I wanted to cover in terms of saying from my vantage point, as leader of the opposition in this honorable House, that we need a paradigm shift in terms of our economic framework and economic outlook. We need to expedite some of the programs that we have been talking about for some time, and I have gone through them. And we need to be able to show real progress, bearing in mind that in a very short order, it's election time again. I'm going to end on a sad note. I wrestled as to whether I should start or end on this note. I've opted, obviously, to end on this note, and that is to extend my heartfelt condolences to those who lost loved ones in those horrific traffic accidents that happened here in St. Kitts over the past 2 weeks or so. We heard initially of 2 young people losing their lives, and then we heard of an even more horrific accident where multiple people, I'm even not sure how many at the end, 5, lost their lives. Simple as it may appear, that would make it one of the perhaps most deadly accidents that we've had in the history of St. Kitts and Nevis, and certainly I would imagine one of the most deadly we've had in terms of road accidents. My heart goes out to the families. As a father myself, my 2 daughters go out from time to time, and I want them to come home. You expect them to come home, and for you to go to sleep with your children out, and then waking up in the morning, or worse, being woken up to be told that they will never come home. I think that we can't quite imagine how horrific that must be. And I want to stand in solidarity with the families who have lost loved ones. I want to extend my heartfelt condolences to them. But I also want to appeal to our people that we are seeing across St. Kitts and Nevis a rapid improvement in our infrastructure. Roads now are smooth, they're wide, and the government here, as in Nevis, has been trying to improve that infrastructure. Some see it as a license for speeding. Some go out and they see that the more they can drink and then get behind the wheel, somehow is the better. I can say for myself that on occasions when you're driving and the road is so smooth, you sometimes don't even realize how fast you're going. Well, I don't have an electric vehicle like you, but I'm sure I had one of those. Huh? Huh? So the truth is, I'm not saying anything is wrong. I'm saying the electric vehicle makes such very little noise. On the smooth roads, he may not even realize he's doing 100. At least mine would rattle. The point I'm trying to make is that I think that as a people, we need to see these tragedies and reflect on what could be if we ourselves don't adjust our behavior. And we see a lot of reckless behavior on our roads. And I just want to encourage our people and say, listen, the improvements in infrastructure are being done to benefit our people. But at the same time, our people need to be careful and to follow traffic laws. While I emphasize what our people need to do, I also want to use this rostrum to encourage our police to do their job, and the traffic departments in particular to go out and do what they need to do. There was a time in Nevis when the policeman them looked like they used to hide in some bush with some radar gun. Next thing I hear somebody say the radar gun them causing cancer, and that was the end of that. I don't know that anybody in Nevis gets ticket for speeding anymore. I would be surprised. They have the, what they call them, VCP, they have the stops. And last week, 2 weeks ago, Nevis was in an uproar because the police gave mostly 200 and something tickets for various violations, tint and expired license and things of that nature. But the point I'm trying to make is that we need to get our traffic department to be back out there. I have said it in this house before, that in most police departments around the world, traffic is actually a revenue earner. Many police departments depend on the traffic for their budget. I'm not suggesting that our traffic department goes out there willy-nilly, but I'm saying that there are too many infractions and too many of our people who are, again, going back to my language, behaving irresponsibly and then trying to hold somebody as responsible for their behavior. In Nevis, we have a situation where some people are trying to rent private vehicles. Sounds so nice, you hear somebody play it twice. People are trying to rent private vehicles with a P plate. And then these are things that traffic should crack down on. They have tax implications, they have insurance implications, they have all kinds of implications. And then you get the response sometimes, man, let the man is a small man, let him make $1. But when the accident happens and the insurance doesn't cover, what happens to the people? Going back to responsibility. Police, I'm encouraging the police to do their job. And I don't want anybody to call me when they get a ticket. If you're speeding, you have on the wrong tint, you whatever your license expire, police, that's a police matter. Have nothing to do with me. Do what you're supposed to do. Comply with the law and drive at the speed limit. And the police needs to be out there and they need to be disciplined in terms of what they're doing. So I'm asking for responsible behavior on two fronts, from our people and from the authorities as well. So I just want to say that especially, Madam Speaker, that this is a carnival season and the Christmas season. We expect thousands of people are going to be in the place. People who are not accustomed to driving on our roads every day are going to be renting cars. And the roads are smooth. You put in 2 drinks and you get behind the wheel and the road is smooth. It's a recipe for problems. So if you're going to go out, party responsibly. Designate somebody tonight, he's going to drink juice because he's the driver. Tomorrow night, he drink rum, I drink juice, I'm the driver. Designate somebody. And it's not just drink and drive. Them who smoke marijuana don't smoke and drive either. Being high on the road and being drunk on the road, 6 of one, half dozen of the other. We have to encourage our people to be responsible because God forbid, Madam Speaker, we have any more of these tragedies for the season, for this year, or frankly, into the future. I heard a lot being said about the busmen and how they drive. So I encourage them too. They're carrying people, people's children. They're taking people to and from work. People need to get home to their families. Be responsible in what they do and how they do it. So I'm appealing to everybody. I end on, for me, a personal note of sadness that as I left the chamber yesterday, after the Honorable Prime Minister's presentation, I got a call that my dear friend and colleague, Dane Hamilton, King's Counsel, had passed away suddenly. Dane is known to us because Dane would have worked here at some point assisting in the Director of Public Prosecutions, and so I thought it appropriate that I could mention it. but he was a good friend of mine. We worked together quite a bit in a different life, when I practiced as a lawyer. And I really want to take this opportunity to extend to his family my deepest condolences. He has helped us here in St. Kitts and Nevis. I think he has been an iconic figure in our legal profession around the region. I believe he's originally from St. Vincent, but he made his life in Antigua. And I was deeply, deeply saddened yesterday to hear that he had passed suddenly. So to his son here, Victor, and the entire family, I would want to extend my deepest condolences to him, to his family, on his loss. With those very few words, Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity, and to thank you for the opportunity. I did say I did not have the stamina of the member for number 8, and I approve that is. And great is the man who accepts his limitations. And so I say thank you for the opportunity, and thank you to the House, and thank you again to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis for putting up with me all these years. It is really an honor to be here and to be given this opportunity. Thank you. May it please you.
Members, honorable members, both of you are on your feet. Just a minute, please. Thank you to the first speaker of the opposition, the leader of the opposition. As I would have recorded the time for the mover, the Minister of Finance, I also have to record the time for the first speaker of the opposition. For the record, the first speaker spoke for 2 hours, 57 minutes, and 1 second. Before we have the next, I recognize the honorable member for St. Christopher T. Yes, please.
Yes, Madam Speaker, given that we have just had the few words from the honorable member opposite, number 9, I would perhaps suggest a shorter break before we continue the proceedings, maybe a half an hour. In that time, persons can have lunch, and others can continue. I don't know if that would be amenable to the chair.
I was thinking a 15-minute break
at
most.
Okay.
The next speaker, and then we take a break.
Okay.
I was minded to do it that way.
All right.
We can shorten the break.
Yes.
So that we can get back
Yes.
for the second speaker, if that works.
15?
So that you can have your break by 3.
Okay, good. So 15 minutes break is fine.
Very well. So we will rise for 15. Apologies, I didn't know my mic wasn't on. So we will rise for 15 minutes and resume with the second speaker. House stands adjourned for 15.
I've traveled far and near, been almost everywhere. No place that I've been. Talking about where I'm born, where I come from. Natural beauty, blessed land, pretty waters and clean sand of God. dear to me. That's why you'll always be my home, sweet home. I love St. Kitts, you love St. Kitts, she loves St. Kitts, he loves St. Kitts, long live St. Kitts, viva St. Kitts, viva, viva. I am the woman said, say if she wanna stay. She feels herself and free on life in hustling New York City. She like the people here.
commendable. So, I must commend the Minister of Housing for that, because we have been able, through the NHC, to help with the sport of building houses on land that persons already had the title to, from what I understand. And this is just the start of, the housing solutions that will be delivered. We saw again, heard from the presentation for the member for number 8 yesterday about the number of houses that we expect to see take off in Ottley's, in St. Peter's, and in other constituencies around St. Kitts, Madam Speaker. And so, these investments, again, they may not have, a sense of immediate return, but these are investments that are made into very vital infrastructure, very vital institutional things that will outlast persons who are here now and persons who come after us. And so, great commendation to this government and the ministers who have been at work in those areas. Madam Speaker, again, from the presentation yesterday, it was very astounding to kind of see the value of investment in human and social development. And, that's something that certainly stood out to me, of course, being minister responsible for human and social development. To be exact and to quote, was $320 million cumulatively, collectively, is spent on social subsidies and programs. So social subsidies, Madam Speaker, we're talking about things like, the subsidies we put into electricity, in terms of the FVC that is saved, that is, the consumers do not have to pay. That is something that is borne by the government through SCELEC. Subsidies on the cost of gas, because we would have tried to cushion our people from, escalating costs in terms of petrol. We know social subsidies are provided. The PM likes to speak very proudly of the Children's Medical Fund, which is money put aside. And I just want people to know the cost for medical services, especially overseas, is significant. It truly, truly is. So when we hear members in this House talking about, the upset that they would have to see parents having to go on with sponsor sheets to raise amounts of money that they likely will not raise to save their children's lives, it really is a true thing, because medical assistance is something that's offered through the Department of Social Services, and the figures are significant. We can only help so much, but it truly is a lot of money, and when it comes to children's care, it actually escalates in price, interestingly enough. So the fact that, the Prime Minister, through his office, in partnership with the Ministry of Social Development, provides a children's medical fund also as part of the social subsidies and interventions to support our people is very significant. Of course, we know about the programs and the dedicated investments that have gone into innovative programs to support and to establish a very strong social protection ecosystem. I'm talking about programs like the LIFT, which would have been a promise from the Ministries of Social Development and Gender Affairs in terms of the transition from PAP. A significant amount of investment is continued to be placed there. We know that Elevate, which used to be the Peace Program, has also transformed and has been transitioned to Elevate with more innovative programming that seeks to transform and empower the lives of persons who might have been at risk of entering lives of crime and violence. And we also, of course, know of our most recent new innovative program, the investment in the Aspire program, which is targeted to all children and young people between the ages of 5 and 18 as one of these innovative programs to help to, resist, as we say, shift the trajectory in terms of poverty, and really help to empower our people from very early on by providing them with savings and investments, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this innovation in our social programming required the investments that have been made because, of course, as any St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party administration, we really hear about trying to help and support the masses. The St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party was born out of struggle, so we understand struggle. And we understand what it means to have to help to cushion people from the struggle that is just experienced as just outside of our control in terms of shocks. And, you know, we would have heard the speakers before talk about the shock of inflation, which is an inevitability outside of the control of government. We cannot stop it. We can only help our people to manage it. And so the $320 million investment in social assistance, in social subsidies and programming is really what we are committed to doing, is what we have committed to doing to ensure that we target those who are most vulnerable and those who are most at risk. Is what we invest in to ensure that we can truly help to transform and empower the lives of people, not only those who earn the least, but also those who are at the end of their working life. We cannot forget the investments made into creating an entirely new pension scheme, Madam Speaker. Again, this is the commitment to the aging and to our seniors' enrichment and our commitment to making sure that persons age with dignity, making sure that people have a pension that they can go home to, even though they were not fully appointed into a government service, Madam Speaker. Again, investments. All of this constitutes investments, investments. And these are investments that, you know, this administration, we came into government, we saw, we understood, you know, the challenge of the people, the struggle, because we understand struggle as a Labour Party. We understand struggle. And so we want to make sure that people have some kind of cushion. We can't stop the reality of inflation. We cannot stop the reality of external shocks to our development as a small island developing federation. But we can try our best as a government administration to listen, to hear, and to be responsive to the people by investing in them, investing in all of us as a collective, so that we all feel some level of cushioning from just the realities of what's happening in the globe. And of course, in doing all of this, we are, of course, doing it in a way that is wise and that is sustainable. We recognize that with the level of investment in social programs, we don't want to just be investing in cash transfers, but we also want to be able to invest in people's empowerment through their education and awareness building that will help all of us to be a lot wiser in the way that we manage the few resources that we have, in making sure we manage the government, treasury, and the budget, but also in helping others manage their own personal funds and expenses, which is why for the Aspire program, we ensured that there is a financial literacy component that the Ministry of Education is fully on board with, Madam Speaker. Of course, you know, just to add in terms of, you know, the other areas where we would have heard the member from number 8, our Prime Minister, present on yesterday in terms of investments, healthcare. When we think about social protection, you can also consider healthcare within that basket, and a significant amount of money is invested in healthcare. We know that's a passion of the Prime Minister, and so quite a bit has also been invested there with the provision of new equipment and machinery. And so we look forward to hearing and seeing how our hospital continues to improve in that regard, because health is a very important part of our human and social development. It's essential for our well-being, of course. Now, Madam Speaker, from the list of investments and all of the accomplishments that we would have heard from the Prime Minister that we know in fact to be the case, you know, again, we reiterate 24/7 water in Keon, we have equipment in healthcare, we have new road in St. Peter's, we increased the minimum wage, created a whole new pension scheme for government auxiliary workers. You know, we have broken ground, started building homes in multiple constituencies, Madam Speaker. A lot. Roads, of course, sporting complexes. Madam Speaker, we do all of this in 2 years. No, seriously, it's mind-boggling to me, but not really, because I just be here, working hard, showing up to every meeting. You know, I'm the queen of the early crew, in case you did not know. Queen, see? When the leader of government business is watching, because he knows I'm a queen, right? So, and I just said that to say that, we're serious. We're serious about our people's development. This administration, we're very serious about the people's development, and we really, really want to understand the plight of the people to be able to be responsive. And it may seem and appear as if we are slow in being responsive to the people, but it's not that at all. It's that we've had to make some very significant investments in some key areas that might not translate immediately in terms of, feeling it in your pocket or seeing it on, your dining table. But we've had to make very significant investments because the reality is, under the former administration, which was in fact led by the member from number 7, there was nothing. There was nothing happening, Madam Speaker. And, it mind boggles me, right? What mind boggles me is that, we heard again from the presentation from the member from number 8, the Prime Minister, yesterday, how he talked about just the accounting of the past under the former administration. We heard about how they talked a lot about surplus after surplus. Yet, Madam Speaker, when we look at, do the forensics in the accounting, and I have it here, I quote, $333 million. $333 million is left unaccounted for from the Development Bank. That's the People's Bank, Madam Speaker. The People's Bank. I had a student loan, Madam Speaker. Thanks to God for this job, I was able to pay off that student loan most recently. Celebrate that for me. But, Madam Speaker, $333 million. That's a lot of money. This, I can't even fathom that money in my mind. But, Madam Speaker, being here in government, understanding, the budgetary process and hearing the millions of dollars, $320 million is what we have spent in government subsidies and programming, yet the people are saying it's not enough, right? However, there is $333 million that's left unaccounted for from the past administration that nobody knows what this money is. $333 million, that is a level of thievery that I cannot even begin to fathom.
Thievery mean
Like that, listen. Just saying, for proper, assembly language. May not in here calling the body a thief. I am just simply stating, there's no attacks here. These are simply statements of fact, $333 million unaccounted for. Yet there were no investments in water. There were no investments in electricity. There were no investments in the level of housing development that we were expecting, yet this money is gone. We just don't know where it is. PM says all the time, poof. I don't know what that even means, but that's my question, ultimately. I really want to know where the money gone? Where the money there? $333 million unaccounted for. I can't even begin to fathom it and understand. And not only, Madam Speaker, to add insult to injury, is that not only is the money missing, but they lied, Madam Speaker. Surplus after surplus, yet, Madam Speaker, when we came into government as an administration with our good governance agenda, we come in expecting to find a surplus, and there was no money. Where the money gone? Where the money? There's no money, Madam Speaker. And so, I sit eagerly and anxiously at the edge of my seat waiting to hear, the wrap-up because, the PM did say he had some information because we want to know where the money and what we're going to do about it. This thievery that took place under the former administration. Again, Madam Speaker, I'm not here to make any attacks, simply stating matters of fact. Okay? So, but I digress, Madam Speaker, and I simply wait to hear from the honourable member from number 8 as to what the follow-up into this episode is going to be. It's like a movie, can you believe? $333 million missing from the government treasury under the former administration. In debt. At Development Bank, yet we cannot trace this debt yet. So we're waiting to hear. Madam Speaker, as it relates to the ministries for which I have direct responsibility, that is social development, gender affairs, youth empowerment, aging and disabilities, I want to begin and first express, gratitude for all of the work and efforts of all of the staff who work in the various departments of these ministries. Over the past year, the staff have really come together to deliver on the vision that was shared, to get on board in terms of making sure we can achieve and do our part as it relates to the Sustainable Island State agenda, which is ensuring that we have a very strong social protection system. And so I want to, express great thanks and gratitude to all of the, management and staff across these two ministries, because they really have worked hard, and I'm very pleased with the delivery of work. Last year at the start, this year, 2024, at the start of the year, I would have connected with all of the departments and management and expressed, I had three primary objectives and goals for us to accomplish within this year. And those three things were, of course, to see how we can go through the PAP to LIFT transition as smoothly as possible in terms of the programmatic changes and reform for that program. The second thing was to expand our seniors' day programming. And the third thing was an infrastructure project to see how we can make sure we get back into the original location at New Horizons, Madam Speaker. Now, when it comes to the transition from PAP to LIFT, I believe we were quite successful in implementing that. The challenge was, of course, to bring the program down to a more manageable budget, a more manageable number of persons on it, and to also digitize to improve the efficiency, the transparency, and the delivery of services, and also to ensure that we can bring back case management so persons can receive some support outside of the cash transfer directly. And so, Madam Speaker, I would say we were quite successful. Shout out to the Department of Community Development and Social Services within the Ministry of Social Development for the very hard work that was undertaken to make sure that we were able to transition from PAP to LIFT and to be able to manage the numbers and manage the budget in a way that we did not have to come back for an advance warrant. We were able to do that. We were also able to increase the community development outreach from the Department of Community Development to make sure that we can continue to connect and engage with persons in the community. Digitization of the delivery of our social services was also part and parcel of that programmatic transformation. So I want to give thanks to the Ministry of IT for their support in helping us to transition our programming. We now have online applications. We also want to thank the proprietors of JAD Cash for also working with us as part of the delivery of our school uniform assistance program. That's one of the programs that also has been transitioned to be a digital platform so persons can receive the benefit quickly and more efficiently. When it comes to aging, Madam Speaker, we were certainly successful in expanding our seniors enrichment program by starting seniors day program in an additional 3 communities. So now our seniors meet in communities including Sandy Point, Tabernacle, and Otley's. We would have originally started that programming in St. Peter's, East Bastia, and St. Paul's. And so I'm very pleased and proud to know that we were able to, and we will be coming to Central. I am very pleased that we were able to expand as we promised in those areas, and the commitment remains for us to continue maintaining these programs in 2025. I must say that the numbers for these programs, we on average typically have about at least 25 persons at each program. Just a reminder to folks, it is open, it's free for any able-bodied senior who is able to get to the community center where these programs are being held, and so we are always open and encourage any new persons. This is an opportunity to ensure our seniors continue to age well, to age with dignity, and get some sort of interaction, which is actually good for their mental and social health and well-being. In relation to disability, Madam Speaker, we would have heard it mentioned in the movers' presentation that we are moving steadily along with alacrity, it's a word the member from number 9 likes to use, on consultations in order to finalize the draft of our national disability policy. So that work has certainly started and is near completion. I anticipate and expect that we'll come back to this Honorable House in 2025 to table those documents. This is something that persons living with disabilities from the community have been advocating for a number of years. And so I'm really pleased to be part of the administration that has helped to bring this to fruition for persons in the community, especially since this budget, as you can see, is focused on inclusivity. And so this is part and parcel of that commitment. When it comes to youth, Madam Speaker, youth engagement, I'm very pleased with all of the work that the Department of Youth Empowerment was able to complete and get done this year. We were able to increase visibility and engagement with young people. Our summer camp, which I believe everybody knows, actually increased. We had an increase in the number of campers of 25% this year. The number of campers who signed up for summer camp increased by 25%. We went from 200 last year to 250 in 2024. And so want to thank all the volunteers who come out to really help us manage our summer camp and implement and execute that. I think summer camp is a really great opportunity for children to be able to find something positive and something edifying to do during the summer months. That's 2 weeks out of the summer months, and it is one of the flagship programs for the Ministry of Youth Empowerment in the department. And so we want to thank the parents for putting their trust in us. So we look forward to hosting that again in 2025. This year we also would have hosted a National Youth Congress and a National Independence Youth Rally. Madam Speaker, the Department of Youth Empowerment decided to add these activities to the calendar because we recognize, especially now in light of the transition and the paradigm shift that is taking place, that we really need to have our young people engaged and involved, particularly on some very important and key issues and social problems that we're facing, specifically violence and crime, climate change and sustainability, and mental health, Madam Speaker. And these 3 topical areas have actually been primary to a lot of the engagements that the Department of Youth Empowerment has been implementing and executing with the young people. We brought these young people together for the Youth Congress to discuss violence and crime, particularly looking at it from a public health issue. We would have had them at the National Youth Rally again. We would have seen them advocating around peace and security because, unfortunately, by that time we would have heard of the murder of the young child who was with the adults in the countryside that were found dead in the vehicle. Again, a casualty from gun crime. And so our young people are listening, Madam Speaker, and they are aware of what is happening. And so if we're looking for solutions, we cannot neglect to ensure that they are part and parcel of the conversation. And of course, climate change and sustainability, kudos to the Ministry of Climate Action and Environment for hosting a National Youth Congress, again, that focused specifically on climate change. Sustainability and the SDGs is a framework that underpins all of the work for the Department of Youth Empowerment. I always encourage the youth officers to frame any activity within the Sustainable Development Goals. And one of the things that came out around making sure we can create sustainable cities and settlements is mental health. That seems to be a big topical area for our young people. And so most recently, during Youth Month, mental health was a theme. And I would have had an engagement with the young people around healthy coping mechanisms and ways to manage mental health. And so, Madam Speaker, I extend very big congratulations and kudos to the Department of Youth Empowerment, Disability Services, Seniors Enrichment, Community Development, and Social Services, and those departments for the work that they've really been doing over the past year. I want to say regarding capital projects, so like you would have heard, I said top 3 things. One of the things was to make sure that we could return to New Horizons. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to do that this year, but works have started at the original Harris's location. So I'm happy to report that renovation works have started, and we are committed to seeing this work to completion for however long that will take. But of course, we are continuing to try our best to manage the residents. I don't like to call children juveniles, but the residents who we currently have under our care at our temporary location. We continue to work on managing that, and we are grateful for the support of the staff at New Horizons. I know it hasn't been easy, but I want to also just give a shout out and kudos to the staff for managing as best that they can there. One of the major capital projects we've also been working on is, we have maintenance of upgrades of community centers, Madam Speaker. The Keon Community Center is one that I've gotten a lot of questions about, even from yourself as a resident of the community. I just want to say that when it comes to the Keon Community Center, it's unfortunate that I'm not able here to bring the great news that we are ready to reopen the community center at this point. And it's not because we haven't done the works, Madam Speaker. As a matter of fact, I'm going to tell you all of the work that we have done at the Keon Community Center. As of, this would have been the start of the last quarter of this year. We would have done renovations to the roof. We've sealed the roof. We've replaced the water tanks. We have removed old bookshelves that were moldy. We've replaced bathroom stalls. We have painted inside, outside. We have changed the cistern, emptied the cistern, cleaned the cistern, changed the cistern, reconnected the cistern. Madam Speaker, we've done all the things. However, the issue with that right now is when we have gone to do, we did a test and remediation of the air quality. When we went back to do the test and remediation of the air quality, after all of these works, the levels of the air quality is still very high. Madam Speaker, this is mind-boggling to everyone. It's mind-boggling to the Bureau of Standards, who knows that we have done the work. It's mind-boggling to the workers who have been in and out cleaning. It's mind-boggling to the cleaners. It's mind-boggling to all of us as to what accounts for such high levels of poor air quality at this community center. And it's not just inside, Madam Speaker, it's also outside. The levels are also very high outside. And so since that last reading, which I believe came in late October, we have sought to engage the Bureau of Standards, Environmental Health, the remediation team and the businesses to be able to, Public Works as well, to go in as a group to see what else needs to be done, what else can be done. This is an anomaly for us, and so we continue to seek the public's cooperation and their patience. It's not for lack of trying. Like I said, every single work that has been needed and necessary for the Keon Community Center to refurbish it, to renovate it, has been done. At this point, it's a matter of the air quality, which we are still trying to figure out. And I believe, thanks to the consultation that we had, the national consultation on air quality, I would hope that persons have a little bit more understanding and grace when it comes to issues of mold being in building and how we have to, the things we have to do to remediate that. So we're in the process. So, but even with that, I do want to just give a special shout out to the staff person, the cleaner, who is actually stationed at the Keon Community Center. It's a woman, I can't remember her name right now, but she's very dedicated to making sure that the works that have been done at the Keon Community Center, that it's maintained well. Still very committed to making sure. And Parks and Beaches always still shows up to make sure that the grass is cut. So I just want to give the commitment and reassurance to the people of Keon that even though we haven't been able to reopen because of the air quality, at this point in time, we stay committed to ensuring that the building is maintained and well kept, because we do intend and have every expectation that we will be able to utilize the space, because it is a community space and the Ministry of Social Development and Gender Affairs is responsible for maintaining community centers. So for the amount of investments we've made there, we want to make sure that we have the people in place to maintain it from the community. So thank you very much to the cleaner who is at Keon. She does a very good job. And Parks and Beaches, thank you for your continued work there. So, Madam Speaker, those are the two capital projects. We continue in 2025. We do have budget for our continued maintenance of community centers. I know this year, recently, we would have put out to have the windows at multiple community centers around the island replaced. And so we have been waiting to receive bids or to put out bids for that work because that would be a substantial amount of work to be done in terms of replacing the windows for community centers around St. Kitts. That's the next aspect that we are working towards for this year. Madam Speaker, for 2025, the recurrent budget for the Ministry of Social Development and Gender Affairs, Youth Empowerment, Aging and Disabilities, the budgets are being maintained around the same levels as last year. The Prime Minister, in his presentation, would have mentioned that we have small increases across the board of about 1.5%, which is true. This year, the budget for social development is $41.7 million. It's about $500,000 more than it was last year. Last year, we had a budget of $4.2 million. In youth, aging, and disabilities, we also have a small increase. Our budget this year is $3.1 million. Last year, it was $2.9 million. And so, you know, always grateful for anything extra is nice. However, technically, we are maintaining. We expect to maintain the investments that are made, but the focus this year, of course, first will be focused on improving what we are able to deliver and provide for people as it relates to responding to the needs for social protection. Madam Speaker, social protection can be very broad. When we hear social protection, we can contextualize that similar to how it was presented yesterday in relation to right now the shock that we're facing across the world is the shock of inflation. That is the hike in prices that refuse to come back down, and we're feeling it. Both the mover and the presenter from the opposition would have spoken quite in depth about inflation and the reality of inflation, that it's something that this government, no government can control. We cannot stop it. We cannot change it. We can only help more people to manage it. And so I was quite pleased to hear about the budget boost wallet that the Prime Minister announced, the member from number 8 announced, as a temporary social protection initiative to help ease the squeeze of global inflation, Madam Speaker. Now, inflation as a developmental shock certainly does require governments to act. And we're seeing governments around the world trying to do different things. But here, of course, in St. Kitts and Nevis, we're lucky to have a St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party government in administration right now. Because, you know, Labour Party governments have always been responsive to the struggle and the needs of people. And so with that, the budget boost wallet that was announced is actually quite a great initiative, because this is a benefit that recognizes that, you know, it's more persons outside of those who earn the least that really feeling the squeeze still. The external squeeze, the squeeze that we don't have any control over, which is inflation. Remember, the shock we're talking about is inflation. And so with this budget boost wallet that was announced, it's targeted to help persons earning less than $5,000 in salary. That's your base salary. So when it was announced, I already had some questions, be like, which salary? But, you know, it's your base salary. It's the earnings that are reported to Social Security. So if you earn less than $5,000, you are able to receive this social protection benefit. And, again, it is being provided by the government because we recognize and we hear the struggle that people are feeling, struggle that people, not only people who earn minimum wage, Madam Speaker, because this is how impactful global inflation is, that everybody is feeling it, Madam Speaker. I just feel it too, Madam Speaker. I'm a single person. I go to the supermarket and, I buy 8 things and it comes to $400. My heart just keep a beat and I have to be like, oh, my chest at the checkout. Seriously. It's for real. So, Madam Speaker, I'm just, listen, the member from number 9 trying to be all up in my business. Yes, I am single. So let's move on. Thank you. So the budget boost wallets, which is intended to support more persons. So we're not just, the administration would have, done some things to help ease the burden already. We increased minimum wage to try to target those who earn the least in society so that they have more purchasing power. But even outside of that, Madam Speaker, the rate of inflation and the cost of living is so high that even persons within the middle class are really struggling still, Madam Speaker. So those who are earning $4,500 and you could live a nice comfortable life here in St. Kitts and Nevis, everybody feeling it, Madam Speaker. We all feeling it. And because of that, because this administration is one that understands struggle and we want to be responsive to the people, we've come up with an initiative that seeks to really help to cushion the impact, to cushion the shock of this hurricane of inflation that is plaguing all of us, states all across the region. Inflation is something that we cannot control. And so that is what we mean when we talk about being inclusive, Madam Speaker, when we talk about policy for the people. Right, Madam Speaker? So I hope people can consider and recognize the innovation that this government has in being able to try to respond to the social and developmental needs of our people. And I would really hope that with the implementation of this initiative, that it is well received and that the efforts can be appreciated. Because based on quick data from Social Security, this initiative stands to support and help benefit over 22,000 people, Madam Speaker. That is how many earners we have of persons who earn less than $5,000. This is, not just, those who are in lower income brackets, but those in the middle class too, because everybody feeling it, and we want to be responsive. We want to be responsive to help cushion and support persons from the shock of global inflation, something that we cannot stop, something that we cannot help, something that we did not cause. However, as a responsible and responsive Labour Party government, we are here to help people manage it, Madam Speaker. So, I am happy to join the member from number 8 as we talk about this investment budget, because we're all about investing in the people and powering progress. Because it really, for me, really helps to support and buttress the way I think about the vision for the ministries for which I have responsibility for 2025, Madam Speaker. With a budgeted amount in recurrent expenditure that's pretty much the same as it was last year, it gives us, not as much room to do additional or extra new things. However, Madam Speaker, I do believe that the work that we've been doing through the ministries to support human and social development is significant. I believe the programming that we have established is valuable. However, I do believe we can always look internally to see how we can improve what we're already doing. How can we do what we already do better? How can we ensure that we are more responsive to the people? How can we ensure that we deliver better customer service, that the experience of persons who seek out social protection is more positive, is more dignifying, is more responsive. How do we do that? How do we do that better? How do we improve our programming so that it is more accessible, so that it is more impactful, so that it's more beneficial to empowering people and lifting people out of poverty, Madam Speaker? How do we ensure that we deliver on our mandates of sustainability, of our mandate of social protection, of sustainable social protection? How do we do that? And Madam Speaker, I believe we need to do that through partnerships. And so for 2025, I would say that the Ministry of Social Development and Gender Affairs, Youth Empowerment, Aging and Disabilities, our focus is going to be on improving in all areas. We want to focus on people, we want to focus on programming, and focus on strengthening, improving, and creating new partnerships. This is how I believe we will be able to strengthen our social protection ecosystem. So, Madam Speaker, when it comes to people, of course, we are talking about inclusivity. We want to focus on making sure that the experience of the majority of people who come to social services, that their experience is one of care and compassion, one that is provided with some case management. Madam Speaker, what I understand is that under the former administration, the directive to social services was to stop case management. No, as somebody who works in social policy, that was a little bit confusing to me. I don't understand how you can have social services and no case management. So I was like, no, that's not going to happen anymore. We're going back to case management delivery, and this is something that we have been working with staff in the department to be able to improve on, to get some training on, because case management is absolutely important if we're looking to really empower people beyond just giving them handouts. We need to understand people's cases, understand the nuances of their situation to be able to identify which programs, which interventions is best suited to assist. And so case management delivery is an area that we are looking to improve on. It's an area that we're looking to make sure that we show up to be able to be more responsive to the persons who we currently serve on the multitude of social programs that we deliver through the Department of Social Services, because that is how I believe we will be able to be more responsive to the people and be more inclusive in our approaches. Programming. We want to be more innovative in our program delivery. And so for the programs, the flagship programs that we currently have, the programs that are being funded through our recurrent expenditure, we're always in discussion around how we can improve the efficiency and delivery of our programs through digitization. We have seen how that has been successful in the way that we implemented LIFT with online applications, making that more accessible, with information management system that allows the case workers and those reviewing applications to check. And we've also seen how digitization through the use of different digital and electronic platforms can help with removing stigmas around social service programs, such as using JadCash. We decided to use JadCash for the delivery of our school uniform assistance program. And we continue to be in consultation and conversations with stakeholders around what else we can do to be able to be innovative in the way that we administer our programs, but also in making program policy adjustments so that we can target those who are most vulnerable to make sure that the safety net is available for those who need it the most. And with all of that, with our programming and our thrust to be innovative, we want to, of course, continue with the improvement of data collection and analysis in terms of the questions and the surveying that we do to those who benefit from our programs. Madam Speaker, when it comes to sustainability, partnerships, I believe, is very important for that. If we want to be sustainable and create a social safety net that truly is resilient, we need to do so with partnerships. The ministries, a lot of our work is done with the support of non-governmental agencies, community-based organizations, multilateral agencies and partners, and we want to be able to maintain this support that is offered, whether that's in kind or in technical assistance or in direct funding. We recognize the value of partnerships for the sustainability of our programming and interventions. And so partnerships is something that we want to continue to build, to strengthen, and to create new ones. I believe partnerships is also very important just for our functioning, our effective and efficient functioning as government as well. So that's how we'll be able to achieve sustainability. I don't think we can be sustainable without partnerships. And so people, programming, and partnerships, Madam Speaker. We talk about people, we're talking about inclusivity, we talk about programming, we're talking about innovation, we talk about partnerships. That's how we're gonna make sure we are sustainable in our approaches. So, Madam Speaker, the investments in our people and our efforts to create more inclusive societies really, I would say, over the past year have manifested and have been demonstrated in a number of ways, I would say, ways that I'm particularly proud of, and to reiterate some of them. Again, our thrust for inclusivity in our people focus, our draft disability policy, which is on the way. The aging policy and regulations for senior care homes, that's something that we intend to be moving on in 2025 as we complete the disability policy. Because, Madam Speaker, one of the things that I've learned and I've come to realize and observe in working with the seniors is that we have a number of seniors. We have a lot of old people here. We do have an aging population. Lovely people, though. But we also have a lot of persons who are being neglected and abused. And, it's really heartbreaking to see that, I believe for any society, your children are the most vulnerable because all children are at risk. But we cannot forget that our seniors are also at risk. Our seniors are actually also a very vulnerable population because there are people who abuse them financially, physically, emotionally. They just neglect them, forget about them. And some of this abuse, we recognize, takes place in some of the very care homes that are established or supposed to be established to look out for and take care of our seniors. And so we want to be able to develop an aging policy as well as to establish regulations for senior care homes. I think this is important to be able to set a minimum standard of best practices when it comes to caring for those who are aging and vulnerable. And so that's something we're moving on. When it comes to home care, the demand for home care assistance is actually very high, Madam Speaker. The latest numbers I got, we currently have, it is 74 males, and I think 94 females who are seeking home care from the government. This is a very high number, Madam Speaker, because we only have 19 home care officers on the books. And so the demand for home care exceeds the number of staff that we have currently at this time. However, thanks to the STEP program, we've been able to employ a couple others, and it is my hope and expectation that, as we think about transform and reform of our social programs, including the STEP, that we'll be able to kind of redirect to be able to get persons trained in areas where we actually have need in the labor market, and that one of those areas is home care, most definitely and significantly. So I want to say that to encourage persons, especially young people, we need more young people thinking about care work as career opportunities, as career possibilities, because we have an aging population. That is just the trajectory of our population. And so the need for home care the need for businesses that provide senior care and assistance, there's opportunities. We can look at challenges as challenges, or we can also see them as opportunities. So there's opportunity in thinking about establishing business for home care, in thinking about being trained and certified in home care, because there is a growing need for persons to receive some level of home care assistance as they age. Yes, so currently our home care program has 74 males and 93 females. That's significant. And we still get calls. So I put that plug out there. For persons, home care is an area to think about for employment. When it comes to youth engagement, Madam Speaker, we like to encourage youth groups to register with the Department of Youth Empowerment. The Department of Youth Empowerment, you would have heard, we would have done quite a bit of work in increasing our engagements with young people. We held engagements on multiple topical areas, as I would have said: youth and violence, youth and climate change, youth and CISA, youth and tourism, youth and mental health. All of which are very significant, Madam Speaker. We try through the youth department. I really made an effort and a plea last year in last year's budget for us to get a small little pot to be able to support youth groups and support and encourage youth groups in doing community work and community projects. And so through the Department of Youth Empowerment, we were able to support a number of different registered youth groups and organizations with us by providing them with some very small grants. We would have assisted over 20 organizations, assisted over 29 organizations who would have submitted formal requests to the ministry for some sort of financial assistance or assistance in kind through facilitation also, or training. And we would have assisted well over 20 community-based groups, youth organizations, in the amount almost near to $20,000 totally, in terms of support for them to do projects within their communities as young people, or groups that are focused on youth engagement and youth development. And so we want to extend commendation and just let the public know that, outside of hosting these different programs for young people, the youth department through the ministry also seeks to support the work of youth groups to encourage their leadership in our communities, because I think that's very important. Madam Speaker, the last month, November, was Youth Month, and the theme for Youth Month was youth and mental health matters. This is a particular area that I believe is significant, and it's significant because it is something that the young people talk about themselves. It's an area that they always bring up. And I think we should be concerned because they're concerned. They're concerned about it. Madam Speaker, our children and young people are growing up in a very unstable and confusing world right now. There's a lot happening. There's a lot of wars happening. There's instability happening. We as adults are here wondering how we're going to survive with all of this rising prices and all this conflict that's taking place and all this violence and crime. But we can't forget our young people are not isolated. They also know what's happening. And they're also experiencing their own bouts of depression, their own bouts of anxiety, their own fears. They're also angry. They have their own trauma. And so they're going through their own things, Madam Speaker. I would say luckily we do have a number of young people who demonstrate great potential for leadership. And I want to take this opportunity, this time, to mention our remarkable teens who were awarded in November last year right here in this honorable house. Shout out to the remarkable teens. I also want to highlight the newest CARICOM youth ambassadors who have already been out there and at work, Ms. Siobhan Phipps and Mr. Akwanje Robinson, who are youth ambassadors, new CARICOM youth ambassadors through the Department of Youth Empowerment. And I just highlight this to say, despite all the challenges that we face, we do have some very positive young people who are being role models, who are taking on leadership, who are doing really great things, Madam Speaker. And so I think that's great. However, we cannot ignore the fact that we also have far too many children and too many young people who are traumatized, who we have far too many adolescents and young people who are angry and depressed about their life circumstances. We have a lot of young people who are anxious about their futures, about their own independence and their own ability to earn money. Because young people know if you want to get anything done, you need to have money. And so they themselves are concerned about how they're going to be able to make money, earn money, to escape whatever it is that they may be going through. And this is where we talk about, the mental health of our young people. And I just want to, I say we have far too many, but I'm going to give some numbers here because this is, I think, important for us to think about and consider. We're talking about our nation's children. Just some quick statistics from the Department of Probation and Child Protection Services. When I say we have far too many children who are traumatized, from intake, and this is for the first 3 quarters of the year, the Probation and Child Protection Services reports 177 cases. This is persons who come to the department with some kind of issue around child protection. 177 cases. I feel that's like a lot. That's too many. And these are issues around child protection. When I say issues around child protection, we could be speaking about anything from neglect, physical abuse, sexual assault, inappropriate touching, sexual harassment, unlawful carnal knowledge, suicide, ideation, emotional abuse, the list.
And remember, you are 1 hour in, you have 30 minutes left.
Seriously? Oh, okay. Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. So, but my point is to say 117 intake cases. That's just up to the 3rd quarter of the year. That's significant. And not just that, Madam Speaker, we have 125 children in need of foster care. And we only have 108 foster homes. So last year I did it. I'm doing it again this year. We do have a need for foster homes, foster parents, because there are children out there who really need placement in homes that can give them loving, nurturing, safe environments for whatever reason. But, when it comes to this issue of child and youth development, this is one of the things that I'm particularly care about and I'm particularly passionate about because from the data that we see, especially when we connect it to the realities of violence and crime in our federation, people don't just become violent and involved in gang activity just out of so. We have children, traumatized children, become angry adolescents, Madam Speaker. Angry adolescents become delinquent juveniles. Delinquent juveniles become adult criminals, Madam Speaker. And I see it because I work in the ministries where the pipeline is very clear, very clear. And so when we're talking about the need for us, especially the need for us as a government, as a people, to really come together in partnership to address the issue of violence and crime and these social problems that we're seeing bubbling up and this delinquent juvenile behavior that we're seeing in our young people, it's all of us because it really does take a village. This is not a government problem. This is all of us. This is us. This is a we problem. And so, I need us to pay attention and to sober up ourselves and to think about how are we complicit in the breakdown, we as citizens of this federation, how are we complicit in the breakdown of families? How are we complicit in the breakdown of community? How are we complicit in, seeing these children who are oftentimes considered to be the worst of the worst, but really and truly sometimes they just need a loving, nurturing, disciplined hand around them. Madam Speaker, We have seen over the past year, particularly through the juvenile rehabilitation facility that is known as New Horizons, we've seen an uptick in adolescents who are displaying very delinquent behavior. We have children who have been out here absconding the facility at the location. We've had children who have been being a nuisance to our police officers, to our communities, our societies. And, Madam Speaker, as wards of the state, these children are all of our children. It's not just this administration's problem, it's all of us. And I make a plea, Madam Speaker, to just people in the society, the general public, that if you see a child who, maybe they may have been able to escape from our juvenile rehabilitation facility, but they have New Horizons, they have the uniform of the institution. You mean to tell me that if you see a child, you know that this child is supposed to be at New Horizons, or you know this child is supposed to be in school, you ain't gonna stop the child and ask them where they're going? I mean, how far gone are those days? How far gone are those days? I couldn't be out of school on a Monday, 10 o'clock, just walking around in Bastia, and nobody stopped me and asked me, but where you going? You ain't got to be my mother, you don't have to be my father, you don't have to be my relative, but somebody gonna stop me and ask me where I'm going because I'm supposed to be in school. That's the law. And so when people may spot a juvenile who might be wearing literally a shirt that says New Horizons Juvenile Rehabilitation, and they're flagging down a bus to escape a facility to which they are supposed to be remanded, the bus is going to stop and take you somewhere else. You mean to tell me, as a responsible adult, it doesn't occur to you to think, oh, you are a child of the state. Shall I not return you to the institution to which you are supposed to be at? I just said this to say, Madam Speaker, that this is an example of how the whole of society needs to work together to be able to, for us to help each other with being able to manage the violence and crime and the involvement of our young people in these things. It takes a village. We need to get back to those days, I believe, And so this is a plea, of course, when it comes to the development, human and social development, particularly of our young people, I believe we definitely need all hands on deck, especially if we want to shift and change the trajectory and the paradigm of where we're at. Madam Speaker, correspondingly to my point, we know gun crime and violence have been plaguing us, and we all agree, thankfully, that, we heard from the member opposite, we heard from the mover of the bill, that to be able to address this problem requires a whole of society approach. The honorable mover of the bill would have spoken on multiple occasions about approaching the issue of violence and crime from a public health standpoint. And we're doing that under the umbrella of citizen security, which is actually a United Nations concept and framework, which, as the mover likes to always say, will work. It will work because it is science when we look at the problem from a public health standpoint in terms of how we all take accountability for the role we play in perpetuating cycles of violence and crime. Because in order for us to sustainably address violence and crime, we have to do it in partnership. Again, people, programming, partnerships. In order for any of those things to work, we have to make sure that we work in partnership. We have to recreate the communities of care and compassion that were once there before we had social media and technology to be able to separate us. We really have to think about and broaden our view of life and society to stop being so as self-interested and as self-aggrandizing as persons of the past, and we really need to replace it with a sense of peace and togetherness. Madam Speaker, the member from number 9 would have shared statistics to help make the point that regardless of which administration is in power, crime has been a problem, has been at its highest. And so, I am grateful and appreciative for, the caring, visionary leadership of the member from number 8 for his courage and, commitment to taking a very clear and strategic direction and approach to crime and violence by bringing everybody together, by depoliticizing the problem and really, really finding a framework that helps us to look at the problem scientifically, to look at the problem using data, for us to really get to the root causes and to be able to develop the kinds of interventions that will help us resolve the problem in the long term. We're talking about real solutions, not the fake pay for peace type of approach, but we're talking about doing the actual work, the consistent work, in order to bring about a true sense of peace and togetherness, one where we have societies where we look out for each other, where family relationships heal, where the community and neighbors look out for each other, and where we can extend some level of compassion and care, not just to individuals, but also to our environment. We cannot talk about loving each other and loving ourselves if we don't also pay homage to our environments. And that is why citizen security is touted as a very comprehensive approach. It not only focuses on national security, which focuses on justice and punishment, but it considers individual well-being and security. That's what citizen security is about. It's about encouraging us and imploring all of us to think about, as individuals, how do we ensure we take care of each other? How do we all play our parts in taking responsibility for teaching and building awareness and civic responsibility for actually creating a country where peace abounds? That is what we're trying to do, and that requires partnerships, Madam Speaker. And so I want to encourage and express the commitment from the Ministries of Social Development and Gender Affairs, Youth Empowerment, Aging and Disabilities, as we, have the work of, focusing on programs and interventions for human and social development. We'll continue to stay committed to driving community and human social development through our programming, through our focus on people, through our focus on interventions, and through our focus on partnerships. We will stay committed to utilizing the budget that has been provided to improve on all of those areas in our service delivery, to improve in making our programs more innovative for sustainability, and to also improve so that we can establish greater partnerships from persons in the community, from across the government in terms of interministerial partnerships, Madam Speaker. We're committed to doing that, and I am pleased as the Minister to be able to work with the Prime Minister, particularly, the member from number 8, on accomplishing citizen security, and doing so by driving it and looking at it from a public health perspective. I'm truly happy and pleased to be part of that initiative because I do believe it will work. As the member likes to say, it will work because it's science. We know he's a medical doctor, so he really believes in it. And we have the data to suggest that it can and it will work. So I want to extend gratitude to the people who have formed the Advisory Council for Citizen Security, meet with them regularly, to the persons, the coordinator, Ms. Carey, and the staff who take on the extra responsibilities of working from a secretariat to, especially throughout the 90 days, for the 90-day campaign. That focus was really on getting out into the communities. There were a number of conversations that were had with community members and community groups about violence and crime and how it's manifesting and what persons think needs to be done in order for us to address it as whole of society, and those engagements were quite successful. Grateful for the support of members from the Nevis Island administration. They would have invited us over to also spread the information, raise awareness, because we truly, truly believe this is something that can work, but only if we do it together. And so we'll continue in that vein. Madam Speaker, I know I recognize my time has come down, but concluding now. So
You have just over 15 minutes.
just over 50? Okay, good, that's good. Okay. This is true, okay. It's okay, I want to give room for others. So that was on citizen security, Madam Speaker. I want to reiterate again the vision and view, the impetus for the ministries for which I have direct responsibility. We're really focused again this year in terms of channeling and using the investments that we have, the large investments that are already made in social protection. We just want to be able to improve what we're already doing across the ministry, Madam Speaker. And we want to improve with the focus of on people, of course, responding to our clients, to be able to improve our customer service in our delivery, to be more responsive, to really understand the struggle of persons, to see how we can connect better in, just the established systems that we have, focus on the people, to be more inclusive so that the net goes further, that we're not only just looking at persons who earn the least, but we also want to be able to see how we can support people in being empowered. Programming, Madam Speaker. We want to be innovative in our programming. We deliver a lot of interventions, a lot of programmatic solutions. I am one of those people who, if it's not working, I don't have a problem with doing something different. And so we continue to stay committed to collecting the data and information on the programs and interventions that we already deliver. I am always open to constructive feedback to see how we can improve on how programs are delivered, to make sure that we reach the people who really need these programs, Madam Speaker. And of course, partnerships. We need partnerships for sustainability. I must thank all of the multilateral partners, all of the local non-governmental private sector partners who work with us. Our community development officers are often out there working in the communities to see how we can host different things in the communities that bring families together, all ages of people together, because we're also committed to rebuilding a true sense of community among us, so that, again, we can truly become the country, a nation where peace abounds. And so with the focus on people, programming, and partnerships, I want to express and, ask for the continued cooperation and patience and support from the general public in the endeavors of both the ministries. I look forward to sharing more in the new year as to what the specific focus, listen out for program and policy changes and adjustments, because of course, as we choose and want to be responsive, we also are committed to being good stewards, the best stewards of the resources that are attributed to these ministries. And if we want to be, we can't grow and improve if there's no change. So when the time comes for change and transition and transformation and improvement, and the various policy prescriptions may have to be implemented, again, we continue to ask and seek out the cooperation and the understanding of members of the public. And just know that when it comes to social protection, it's here for everyone. That we are here to ensure that everyone who needs it the most is able to be maintained at a very minimum standard, where they can have food on their tables, they can have utilities in their house, and that they are able to access the resources and all of the benefits that are ascribed to all of us here in society. We want people to live well, Madam Speaker. We have the highest human development index in the region, and we aspire to maintaining that and to doing better. So with that, Madam Speaker, I would move to my conclusion, which is ultimately just for me to take the opportunity to express the great gratitude and pride that I have to be a senator in this National Assembly, to be a member of this A-team Labour Party administration, Madam Speaker. It really, really is an honor for me to stand in this honorable house as a senator. This is not where I saw myself at this point in time in my life, but I'm so grateful for the opportunity, because I truly, truly believe personally that, you know, the SKLP administration is the best thing for St. Kitts and Nevis. I don't know if I can say that. I truly, truly believe that. I truly, truly believe that. I'm not a liar, Madam Speaker. I'm not going to lie right now. I'm not. And I say that because, you know, like I said, the SKNLP is a party that knows struggle, which I think is why, even at this point in time, we're able to respond to the needs of the people. Not just people who are earning the least, but we recognize that people who are also middle income, higher income, are also feeling the squeeze from the hurricane of inflation, the external squeeze that is outside of our control. And, you know, like any other SKNLP administration, we always try to make sure everybody gets something, you know? Unlike, you know, the $333 million that just went poof that none of us got. But I don't know, maybe it went to Nevis, but I don't want to believe that, you know, it did, yet we had the people of Nevis begging for fair share. Again, I said, I don't want to believe it did. We heard the member absolve himself, but I don't want to believe that it went to Nevis, yet the people from Nevis are still begging for their fair share. I don't believe the members opposite so lie and bad. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. So, but...
You mean these who in here?
Just these who in here, the members opposite. I don't want to believe that the member who presented, I don't want to believe that. I mean, that may very, very well be the case. Oh, my time is finished? Oh, no. Oh, okay. Okay. Right. So, anyways, what I was saying is, yes, back to the point. SKNLP administration is the best thing for St. Kitts and Nevis. And, you know, I say that again because we really try to make sure there's something for everybody. We talk about inclusivity, and, you know, we have come up with a new innovative measure that is intended to help to cushion the squeeze, the external squeeze that we are all experiencing. I saw a meme this morning, Madam Speaker, that was posted on Facebook that really I felt that resonated with me. And it was actually posted by our former ambassador, Ambassador Shiverton. And it said, "I would rather be a doorman in the House of Labour than a princess in the palace of any other party." And I just... and I saw it, and it resonated. And it pardon? Yes. It resonated because, like I said, Madam Speaker, I think history shows us that under Labour Party administrations, we've always sought to do something for everybody. Dr. Douglas is over there smirking because he knows it's true. We've always sought, even, you know, as much as people have wanted to accuse of, you know, different kinds of things, everybody was getting something. There was something for everybody. It was something for everybody. And so, because we understand, we were born out of struggle. The Labour Party was born out of struggle. It was born out of understanding the plight of the masses. And so we have grace, regardless of who you are, where you're from, who you support. Everybody feeling the squeeze, we want to do something for everybody. The international squeeze. That's what I mean when I say the squeeze. It's not coming from us because we are doing the most, you would have heard. So, Madam Speaker, again, I extend very big commendations and congratulations to all of us here on the government side. We've been working very hard, and I really hope that the people of St. Kitts and Nevis can recognize that the decisions that have been made, that the millions of dollars of investment of your money have been made in areas and projects that stand to deliver and stand the test of time, and that at least in the interim, we have been able to provide some ease for the international external squeeze in the face of this budget the wallet, as well as the reduction in VAT, Madam Speaker. And it is my hope that with these initiatives that we also have the cooperation of the private sector. And, the mover of the bill would have mentioned about encouraging the private sector, the private businesses, now that we're reducing the VAT, that they don't, it is the law, again, right, AG, that's the law, right? That they also, that they don't simply just keep the prices higher, increase the price, in light of the fact that the government is really seeking to assist everyone in one way or another. So, Madam Speaker, with that, may it please you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you to the Honourable Senator for her presentation. Honourable members, I wish to rise for 5 minutes. Return in 5 minutes.
I've traveled far and near, been almost everywhere. No place that I've been could touch the cradle of the Caribbean. Talking about where I born, where I come from. Natural beauty, blessed land, pretty waters and clean sand of St. Kitts, I love you all the time. No matter where I go, no matter what I do, you're always on my mind. St. Kitts, I love you as my own. You are so dear to me, that's why you'll always be my home, sweet home. I love St. Kitts, you love St. Kitts, she loves St. Kitts, he loves St. Kitts, long live St. Kitts, viva St. Kitts, viva, viva. I am the woman said, say kiss she wanna stay. She feels so sad and free on life, hustling New York City. She like the people here, courteous atmosphere. It's only now she realize what it's like in paradise, oh God. St. Kitts, I love you all the time. No matter where I go, no matter what I do, you're always on my mind. St. Kitts, I love you as my own. You are so dear to me, that's why you'll always be my home, sweet home.
Please be seated. House resumes. I recognize the honourable member for Nevis 10.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise this afternoon to make my presentation to the bill before this Honourable House, the Appropriation 2025 Bill 2024. I rise, Madam Deputy Speaker, to give my reaction to the budget address presented here yesterday in this Honourable House by the mover of the bill, the Prime Minister and the member for St. Christopher 8, under the theme Innovation, Inclusivity and Sustainability, Our Path Forward. Madam Deputy Speaker, I continue to consider this as a very privilege and a humbling experience to be able to speak here in this Honourable House. Madam Deputy Speaker, with all budget addresses, there are the strengths and there are the weaknesses. And of course, I believe that all budget addresses and all budget presentations have their strong points and they also have their weak points. Madam Deputy Speaker, I will try as a responsible member of the opposition to commend where commendation is due. And I will try as much as possible as well to offer some recommendations and suggestions as we move forward to becoming a sustainable island state. I do also have a number of questions that don't necessarily have to be answered today, Madam Deputy Speaker, but I would encourage consideration be given to such questions. And in my intervention, I will look at some of the areas that were covered in the budget address presented here yesterday. Madam Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, I apologize. I will first look at the area of law and order and citizen security. And I want, Madam Deputy Speaker, to commend the efforts that have been made where this is concerned in terms of crime reduction. Of course, we know that we have been plagued by some very serious crime over the past years. And it is important, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we do all we possibly can in the Federation to curb the crime situation. I want to also commend the passage in this House of the number of bills or laws where citizen security and law and order are concerned. I want to commend the fact that 7 pieces of legislation have been passed regarding law, order, and citizen security. I also want to commend the fact that there has been established a Citizen Security Secretariat. And of course, we know that we just recently came out of a 90-day period or a 90-day campaign where crime and violence is concerned. Madam Deputy Speaker, yesterday when we listened to the mover of the bill also gave some results coming out in terms of the report coming out of the 90-day campaign and reported in terms of what would have happened over that 90-day period. Of course, we would have heard from the mover as well that coming out of that report, there would have been a reduction in crime, which we all in the Federation welcome. Any reduction in crime, we should always welcome as well-minded citizens of St. Kitts and Nevis. Crime, of course, affects all of us. It does not affect, it's not a government thing. It's an all-of-society thing. It affects all of us in the Federation. And any reduction whatsoever in crime, we should always welcome. And of course, we certainly would have welcomed the reduction in crime that this report would have spoken about. Madam President, however, I have a few questions. And one of my questions is, the reduction that we would have experienced in crime after the 90-day campaign and after the consultations, was it a coincidence? are there any hard evidence to suggest that the consultations that we had in both St. Kitts and Nevis, and of course the 90-day campaign, is there any hard evidence to suggest that the campaign and the consultations were the result of the reduction in crime that we saw? Madam Deputy Speaker, it is very important when we have consultations like these that we engage everyone. And of course, that was the intent of the consultations. The consultations brought together the political parties, the consultations brought together young people, brought together government officials, brought together civil society organizations, brought together church organizations. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe that most of the times when we are having these consultations, and when we look at the makeup of the persons who are at the consultations, it is evident and it is obvious that we are preaching to the converted. I am not sure, when we are having these consultations, Madam President, whether enough is being done to engage the criminals in society. And a lot of the times, persons say they know who the criminals are. Even sometimes the people in the police and the police force say they know who the criminals are. And so if we know who the criminals are, there should be some kind of effort to consult or to bring these criminals together and ask them some hard questions. In doing something like that, you may be able to actually bring the crime rate down even more. But if we continue to have these consultations and if we continue to preach to the converted, we are not actually reaching who we ought to reach, the persons who are committing these crimes. And so, I am hopeful that in the future, when the consultations are organized, when the consultations are held, we could say, when the reports are given, that we engage persons who are involved in criminal activity. We engage the criminal element. I believe that is of utmost importance, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am also hopeful that in the future, apart from just reaching the criminal element and engaging them, that we could see a lot more, and I made a point sometime back here in the Parliament. We want to see a lot more activity underground where the crime and the criminal elements are concerned. Of course, we would have heard here in this Parliament a lot about the CCTV and so on. Where are we with that? Are we continuing to roll out the CCTV program? Of course, they can be excellent in terms of assisting to solve crime, and we should be about solving crime and ensuring that as we move forward as a sustainable island state, that the crime situation is curtailed. Madam Deputy Speaker, when I listened to the mover of the bill yesterday as well, of course we know that law and order and the police is a federal matter. When the member for number Nevis-9 spoke, he spoke about the Nevis Island administration constructing a police station in St. James. When the mover spoke yesterday, he spoke about refurbishment of police stations. And I want to make a plug right here now, that as the mover speaks about refurbishment of the police stations in the Federation, I want to make a plug for the Gingerland police station. That is in my constituency of St. George, Gingerland. The Gingerland police station needs a lot of work. I have been there. I have seen what the situation is like. It was not as dire as what was over in the St. James police station. But the Gingerland police station needs quite a bit of work. And so I am hopeful that within the budget, of course, as the mover would have indicated, that monies would be allocated for refurbishment of police stations, that the Gingerland Police Station will be in that number. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I'm speaking about citizen security, I want also as well, to just encourage members of the general public and the criminals in particular to kindly desist from criminal behavior. We are going into a period now when we often see a spike in criminal activity, a spike in theft and so on, a spike in house breaking, a spike in larceny. As we move into the Christmas and the Carnival periods, I am encouraging those who are thinking of getting involved in criminal behavior to please change your mind. And I'm also hoping, we are now in the middle of December, and I'm hoping that all of the murders that we have seen for 2024 are behind us. And I'm trusting and hoping that for the rest of the year, for the next few days of 2024, the Federation will see tranquility and peace, void of any major criminal activity. And I hope that is the hope and prayer of all of us in St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I speak about law and order as well, I am moved to say something regarding the situation with regards to traffic. And I join with the mover of the bill yesterday, as well as the member for Nevis-9, in extending heartfelt condolences to all of those persons who would have lost loved ones in those two horrible traffic accidents, Madam Deputy Speaker. And these accidents really were heart-wrenching and heartbreaking, especially at this time of the year when people are looking forward to celebrating together. And, the society of St. Kitts and Nevis is so small that so many persons, so many families are affected. Over the weekend, I got a call from a cousin of mine in St. Martin. And I was surprised. He said to me, "You heard about the accident in St. Kitts?" I said, "Yes." He said, "One of the ladies who died in there is my wife's daughter." And so, almost everybody is connected. He said that my wife, and he said to me, she was just here in St. Martin a couple of days ago with us. And see, as soon as she got back to St. Kitts, she's a dead woman. And he said to me, my wife was planning to come to St. Kitts to celebrate with her for Christmas. She had already booked a flight for the 22nd of December. And these things could be so heartbreaking. And so as we go through this period, Madam Deputy Speaker, it will be a very somber Christmas for those families. And I want to make an appeal here because I believe sometimes our drivers are not being responsible on the roads. And I think it needs to be said by many more of us in this honorable house. We need to encourage persons to be responsible on the roads. And we need as well, in terms of the traffic department, I think the government needs to give a mandate to the traffic department to be more proactive as well. Are our traffic officers being seen on the road enough? Are they out there with their radar guns to see whether or not people are speeding? And so I believe that something ought to be done with regards to our traffic department being a lot more proactive, and that mandate must come from the government, Madam Deputy Speaker. It absolutely must come from the government. Of course, the traffic department can do its part. But, Madam Speaker, I want as well to make an appeal to our drivers. Because, when you listen to this kind of news, it doesn't sound like St. Kitts and Nevis, it sounds foreign. I don't think we've ever heard of a traffic accident where 5 people have passed. 5. And 7 in a couple of days. It's unheard of in little St. Kitts and Nevis. And, you know, as I said, almost the whole of the Federation is in mourning as a result of this. And so I want to make a special appeal from this rostrum to our drivers. Whether you're driving a bus, whether you're driving a private vehicle, we ought to be more responsible on our roads. And especially now that we are going into the festive season, Christmas and Carnival, everybody wants to go to a party every night. Or you're going to a show every night. And you're not only doing that, everybody wants to drink 10 beers or 5 Guineas every night, or half a bottle of rum every night. And when you finish doing that, or smoke 5 joints per night, and when you finish doing that, Madam Deputy Speaker, you get behind the wheels. And you know the sad thing about this thing is, sometimes you are out there and you are being responsible, you know. And somebody who is not being responsible come and cause this major traffic accident. You get caught up for trying to be careful. And then the person who caused it, a lot of the times they go unscathed, you know. That is the situation. Most of the times, the persons who are being irresponsible get out unscathed. And you who are trying to be responsible on the road get hurt, and get hurt badly, or get killed. And so I want to use this opportunity to encourage our people, our drivers. Please do what you have to do on the road. Buckle up. Do not overload your vehicles. Please make sure that your documents, your driving documents are up to standard. Make sure that you doing what you have to do on the road, because the life that you kill, or you might be responsible for killing, might be someone who is very close to you, might be a good friend or a family member. And so I am pleased asking our drivers. And I would also encourage the government, and by extension the traffic department, to bombard the airwaves, to bombard social media with some public service announcements. Because when people hear things repeatedly, it sticks, and it can have an effect. And so I'm encouraging the government to do some more in terms of public relations and encouraging persons to be responsible on the roads. Good. Happy to hear that. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I move on, I just want to touch as well agenda, Madam Deputy Speaker, right? I have been advised by him that 33 pieces of legislation have been passed over the past 2 years, and that deserves commendations, and that deserves commendation. 33 pieces of legislation. But Madam Deputy Speaker, as I said, I do have questions. I'm going to commend, but I have questions as well. Yes, we've had 33 pieces of legislation being passed in the National Assembly. But we have to go further than just passing legislation in the National Assembly, Madam Deputy Speaker. As we go forward and as we pass these legislation in the National Assembly, how good are we being at policing and enforcing the legislation? It's all well and good to say, well, we have an excellent record of passing legislation. But how good is our record at ensuring that those pieces of legislation are being adhered to, they are being policed, they are being enforced? I want us to consider these questions very, very carefully, because it's not only passing legislation is good governance. Good governance goes further. Good governance has to mean that the legislation that you pass is being enforced. And so, Mr. AG and your team, you have done an exceptional job in ensuring that these legislation come to the House and they're passed. But I ask the questions again. How good are we at making sure that the legislation is enforced? Because a lot of the times things happen, you know, and then we will hear the remark, well, the legislation is there. The legislation is on the books. But then the question would still come after, is it enforced? Or you will hear the refrain, well, the legislation is there, but it's not being enforced. I don't want that to be said of St. Kitts and Nevis, that we are passing legislation for passing legislation's sake. I want it to be said that the legislation is being passed, but they are also being enforced. And so we must be very, very cognizant of that as we move forward. We have to ensure that when we are passing legislation, that we have the capacity as well, Madam Deputy Speaker. We have the capacity to enforce and to police. I know a lot of the times when the legislation is passed, it may include having to set up a board, having to set up a committee, and, you know, it could be a little bit redundant sometimes, and, you know, but let's hope that when we pass in the future the legislation, when we look at the legislative agenda going forward, that we must bear in mind that we should not only be passing, but we should be going further to ensure that these legislations, the pieces of legislation, are being enforced. I just want to give one quick example. Only recently, I think it was about 2 or 3 weeks ago, we came here to the House. We passed this piece of legislation regarding abandoned homes, overgrown property, derelict vehicles. I don't want to hear that 5 years from now, the problem has not been solved. So we have to bear that in mind. Of course, we'll say the law is there. The law is there. But is somebody going out there on a weekly basis, on a daily basis, on a monthly basis to say, well, listen, these 5 abandoned properties are in this particular village. There are 10 derelict vehicles on the road here. And within a month, within 5 months, within 8 months, they ought to be off the road. And so I was just giving that one example, that we pass the legislation, but we must ensure that we do the necessary follow-up work. As I move on, Madam Deputy Speaker, I move to an area that is very dear to me, area of agriculture. And here again, quite some work has been done in the area of agriculture. I welcome the diagnostic lab that has been launched here in St. Kitts. I commend the partnerships with regards to Tabasco and Southern University. Of course, earlier this year as well, we would have passed the plant health bill. That, of course, was a welcome move. Ever since I was a technician in the Department of Agriculture, we have been speaking about this plant health legislation for years. And I'm happy that the federal parliament would have seen it fit to pass this piece of legislation, Madam Deputy Speaker. And so, in essence, we have been going forward. There has been some movement forward where agriculture is concerned. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, we still have quite a lot to be done where agriculture is concerned. And I'm going to speak briefly regarding the 25 by 25 initiative, because this is a CARICOM initiative. And of course, we know that St. Kitts and Nevis is a part of CARICOM. And we are certainly on board where the 25 by 2025 initiative is concerned. We have heard about this 25 by 2025 initiative for quite some time now, for a few years now. And I want to know where exactly we are where this is concerned. Now, of course, it is a federal initiative because it's a St. Kitts and Nevis initiative. And I am hoping that the member who is responsible for agriculture, when he brings his presentation to this honorable house, that he will provide us with some figures to substantiate exactly where we are with regards to this 25 by 2025. Of course, as a federation, both St. Kitts and Nevis has to do its part in terms of contributing to cutting our food imports by 25% by the year 2025. I don't think we realize that we are just a step away from 2025, Madam Deputy Speaker. Just a few days away from 2025. And so our plans and our programs, our strategies for the past years must have been focusing heavily on this 25 by 2025 initiative. Now, as I said, I would like to see some figures in terms of where we are. I can speak a little bit about what we're doing on the island of Nevis. And I think we are well on the way with certain crops on the island of Nevis, as well as animal products. And I am very proud to indicate that in Nevis, we are self-sufficient in egg production for 11 months of the year. Let me repeat that. We are self-sufficient in egg production for 11 months of the year. The only month that eggs have to be imported on the island of Nevis is in December. And I think we all know why eggs have to be imported in December. December is a time when we are in the heart of the tourism season. We're going to be in the heart of the tourist season in December. December is when everybody is going to be baking their cakes and their goodies and so on. And so the demand for eggs goes up tremendously in the month of December. And so December is the only month that we are not self-sufficient in eggs. And so where egg production is concerned, we are already more than 25%. In the area of lettuce production, we are self-sufficient in all but one variety of lettuce. All but one. And 90% of our lettuce that we consume in Nevis are produced locally. And I'm happy to say as well that some of the lettuce comes to St. Kitts too, some of the leafy greens. And so we are yeah, good. And they're good, right? Good, right? And so we are doing well with regards to egg production. We are doing well with regards to lettuce production. So if you realize, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are already over the threshold for lettuce and eggs on Nevis. Madam Deputy Speaker, I could also report that for this year, in terms of watermelon production, it increased by 92.5% when compared to 2023. And that is not all. Importation of watermelons was reduced by 112.7% in 2024. And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, these are the kind of figures I want my colleague on the other side of agriculture, and in the federal parliament, the member for agriculture. I want to hear some hard figures when the member presents, because we have to show CARICOM, because I don't think we recognize that St. Kitts have the best soil in the entire region where agriculture is concerned, you know. The absolute best. Anything you put in this soil in St. Kitts could grow. Even you go and grow if you stand up too long. No, I'm serious. I have gone to the other Caribbean islands, and I studied agriculture in Trinidad. And I mean, when we had to go on that farm, we had a soil there called Cunupia clay. Oh, Lord have mercy. When you throw down a fork, it bounces back on you. Horrible, horrible, horrible soil. and the kind of things that came out of that soil. And so we are sitting on agricultural gold here in St. Kitts, especially. Because the soil in Nevis is not as good as here. It's not as half as good as here. We have some very clay soils in Nevis as well. And so we have the potential here to be leading in the region where this 25 by 25 initiative is concerned, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I listened attentively as well to the mover of the bill yesterday. And there seemed to have been a little bit of disconnect, because I will read from from paragraph 23, when it says, furthermore, with the supply of seedlings, land preparation, and the provision of irrigation systems, solar pumps, ground cover, fencing material, and technical assistance, our farmers are being equipped to increase local food production. In 2024, the Ministry of Agriculture also continued its drive to ensure that the farming community has adequate planting material. The ministry imported more than 60,000 banana suckers, over 150,000 pineapple suckers, and dasheen planting material. Through these initiatives, we continue to underscore inclusivity, ensuring that no farmer is left behind, and so on. Now, it is obvious from what the mover presented yesterday that quite a lot has been done here on St. Kitts in terms of assistance to farmers. And if what we're seeing here, with all of this assistance to farmers, that absolutely must translate to production. And remember, when we're talking about vegetables in particular, vegetables you could get 2 or 3 crops within a year sometimes. However, with all of this assistance that was spoken about yesterday, in paragraph 21, it says, growth in agriculture for 2025 is projected to be 1.8%. Now, I am not sure how, with all of this assistance that farmers are getting, why is it only 1.8% is being projected for growth in agriculture? I think that needs to be revisited. I think that needs to be looked at again, because with all of this assistance, Madam Deputy Speaker, you can get a lot more growth than 1.8% with all of that is given to our farmers. And so that, I think, needs to be looked at, and be looked at very, very seriously, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, as well, as we speak about the 25 by 2025 and we speak about agriculture as well, I know a lot has been said regarding the greenhouse village as well. I would like, when the member who is responsible for agriculture comes, that he gives us a good idea as to where we are with the greenhouse village. What is the projection? How many greenhouses have been constructed? What is the output like so far? And so I'm hopeful for that. As I said, agriculture is something that is very dear to me, something that I have been involved in practically all of my life, Madam Deputy Speaker. And of course, I think it's an excellent opportunity for us to prove ourselves here in St. Kitts and Nevis as we move forward towards a sustainable island state. Agriculture is one of the areas in terms of feeding ourselves, in terms of food security, that we need to pay a lot more attention to. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I move on, let me just touch on the CBI program. I am a little concerned, Madam Deputy Speaker, based on the reports that we are getting, that the revenue from CBI have been falling. The revenues have been falling. And I don't think that is any secret. I am concerned that the other countries in the Caribbean region seem to be getting more than we are getting now. I was talking to someone from Antigua the other day, and he was bragging, saying we're getting more than St. Kitts and Nevis now. And that should not be. We are the ones who started this initiative, the CBI, and Madam Deputy Speaker, whatever needs to be done to ensure that we get back up there where we were with regards to inflows from the CBI program. The member for Nevis 9 spoke about the percentage of the budget that comes from CBI. If these CBI funds continue on the downward trend, where will we be here in St. Kitts and Nevis? Of course, we have heard a lot about diversification, but have we done enough in terms of diversification to ensure that we are not so heavily dependent on CBI? If we have to continue to be heavily dependent on CBI, we must ensure that we are being competitive out there. There are a lot of players on the market now, and it's like a dog-eat-dog situation. And so we here in St. Kitts and Nevis, who started the program, persons have come, other countries have come after us, and they seem to have moved ahead of us. And so we must be very cognizant of that. We heard Madam Deputy Speaker by the mover and reiterated by the member, the senator a while ago, that $320 million was spent for essential subsidies and social programs. $320 million. Now, if our CBI proceeds continue to dwindle, if our CBI proceeds continue to dry up, what are we going to fund these social programs with, Madam Deputy Speaker? And so, as the mover would have indicated, that the CBI program is on a new path. I am hoping that it is on a new path. And I'm hoping that this new path will bring us increased revenue. Because, of course, we on the island of Nevis, we benefit from the CBI program as well. And so this program is important to all of us in the Federation. And so all of us would want the CBI program to not only to survive, but to grow. Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to touch something else. And that has to do with transportation and the blue economy. Madam Deputy Speaker, the issue that I'm going to speak to, it regards to transportation between St. Kitts and Nevis. And the member for Nevis 9 would have touched it briefly this morning. But I want to say that the water taxi business, Madam Deputy Speaker, is now big business in St. Kitts and Nevis. And that water taxi business has undoubtedly revolutionized travel between our sister islands. Nobody can doubt that. No one can doubt that, Madam Deputy Speaker. And traveling between St. Kitts and Nevis has now become a breeze. I remember when we were growing up, when you want to leave Nevis to come to St. Kitts, you have to take the boat in the morning, and you have to stay down here all day. And you better be down at the pier in time for when that boat going back up, or else you have to stay in St. Kitts. That is not the case anymore. I think we have reached a point here in St. Kitts and Nevis where travel between the two islands is seamless. And as I said, it's excellent right now. Both ports, from Charlestown to Basse-Terre and from Uwali to Reggae Beach. You can go there and within half an hour, you can get onto a boat, you can come to St. Kitts, spend 10 minutes, get back on a boat, and you're back in Nevis. You can leave St. Kitts, go to Nevis, spend half an hour, and within a short time, you're back on St. Kitts. And Madam Deputy Speaker, traveling between St. Kitts and Nevis now, some people prefer, the options are there, and so some people prefer the shorter version of the travel on the water. Some people prefer the shorter version of the travel on the water, and so they prefer to spend 7 minutes as opposed to 30 minutes. It really doesn't matter. When I use both facilities. And so, but some people now, since the water taxi facility and the water taxi business, some people do not even use Charlestown and Bastille. As I said, I use both. But many persons now, I remember I was in Charlestown recently, and I got a joke because one of the ferry operators said to me, "You're the only minister who using the poor people P&O." So they were actually calling Charlestown, between Charlestown and Bastille, the poor people pier. And I said, well, I use both. But the point I'm trying to make, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that since that water taxi business came on the scene, you can travel any time of day, any time of night. You can actually call one of those water taxi operators any time of night, and they're here to pick you up, whether in St. Kitts or in Nevis. So it means, Madam Deputy Speaker, a lot of persons are using that option of the water taxi, Madam Deputy Speaker. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, we've seen, I'm going to share some figures now, just to indicate and to back up what I've been saying with regards to the use of the water taxi option. Now, and we also have to remember as well that some people commute to work daily from Nevis to Park Hyatt, and so they use the water taxi. And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, over 500,000 passengers passed through the water taxi facility on Nevis between January 2023 and November of 2024. Let me repeat that. Over 500,000 passengers passed through the water taxi facility on Nevis between January 2023 and November of 2024. Let me just share some other numbers. In terms of passenger movement at Uwali Water Taxi Facility from 2019 up to present. In 2019, when it started, 66,871 passengers. In 2020, 66,507 passengers. 2021, 87,192 passengers. In 2022, 181,643 passengers. In 2023, 237,570 passengers. And in 2024, up to November, 273,087 passengers. Madam Deputy Speaker? Revolutionary. So total, for those few years, 912,870 passengers would have passed through that facility there in Nevis, at Uwali. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is no small measure. These numbers speak volumes. And the reason why I am giving all of this information, Madam Deputy Speaker, because I want to make a plug here for the government, the federal government, to do something with regards to Reggae Beach. Yes, something needs to be done. And I think I'm speaking for persons both in St. Kitts and for persons in Nevis. Over at Reggae Beach, Madam Deputy Speaker, the road is horrible. Over there is pitch dark at nights. And a lot of people sometimes do not feel secure when they have to go over there. I remember, I think it was last year, several vehicles were vandalized over at Reggae Beach. And so it's not very inviting at nights in particular. When it rains, it's another situation. You know, and so I want to make this plug here, because I know the land may not be belonging to the government, but we know the government can leverage in terms of maybe acquiring or partnering with the owner or whatever you have to do, but something needs to be done. Because, and of course, when we look at the little jetty there at Reggae Beach, can only accommodate one vessel. When you look at the facility in Nevis, I mean, of course, the situation in Nevis is that where that facility is built there in Nevis, that was private land as well. But we went ahead and purchased that property to develop it because we saw what was happening with regards to the water taxi business. And so we went ahead and we purchased that facility when we were spending bad, right? When we were spending bad, we went ahead and we purchased that piece of land. And of course,
We were spending bad, as they said, but you can take it to me that you
and then we built the pier, which can accommodate multiple vessels. Multiple vessels. How many can accommodate at one time? Member for 11? About 10. You know? And then now we have that nice spanking facility, air-conditioned facility. And so I want to make this plug for our partners here in St. Kitts to try as much as possible to do something here. Because, of course, as I said, a lot of people in St. Kitts use Reggae Beach. And they want, when they leave their vehicles over there, they can feel safe and secure as well. And so I wanted to make that particular plug where that is concerned. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to touch quickly the Aspire program. I want to say that it is an excellent initiative, the Aspire program, and it is certainly welcomed by us in Nevis as well. I think our children are our future leaders, and we must find ways and means of investing in them. And this is an excellent way of investing in our future, investing in our young people. And I particularly like the idea of the financial management and financial education component, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think that will speak volumes, because I think our children, as they grow up, they need to be able to manage money and manage money properly. And so the Aspire program is, I think, is a welcomed idea. I want to take this opportunity to encourage our parents and encourage the students as well, because some students who are, in the high school, they can go on and they can apply on their own. And so I want to encourage all of the students in St. Kitts and Nevis to take advantage of this Aspire program. It could redound to your benefit when you get older, when you reach the age of 18. And so I want to commend the administration for this initiative, this Aspire program, and wish that our people can take full advantage of this program. Madam Deputy Speaker, I also want to say how much I'm on board as well with regards to the Sustainable Island State Agenda. All of us in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, we should embrace, as the mover would have said, we should embrace the Sustainable Island State Agenda. And quite a bit have been said by the mover, and I know the member for Nevis 9 would have spoken about it as well. And I know one of the senators, Madam Clark, will also speak about that. But I also wanted to say that I support fully the Sustainable Island State Agenda. And every opportunity I get, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would continue to encourage our people in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. I don't think I can say it enough, that we need to try as much as possible to keep St. Kitts and Nevis clean and pristine. Our people still continue to litter too much. Our people in St. Kitts and Nevis still continue too much with this illegal dumping. And that needs to come to an end. We need to stop it. We need to ensure, we need to exercise more pride in our country. And we must get on board with the Sustainable Island State agenda. And a sustainable island state ought to be a clean state, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm winding down. With regards to health care, I thought maybe the member for Nevis 9 saw my notes that I was going to speak on the health care issue, right? Because we haven't had any movement, unfortunately, with regards to the national health insurance. And of course, we have made several strides, good strides in both St. Kitts and Nevis where healthcare is concerned. And of course, I want to commend the government here in Basti and the government in Nevis as well for all of the strides we have made in healthcare. But I think we still desperately need that national health insurance. I know the mover would have said that things are in the pipeline, but we want to see the pipeline bust. We want to see that national health insurance scheme come out the pipeline. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's all well and good, of course, we build a smart hospital, we have good health care and so on, but that insurance is very important. We are all aware of how expensive it is to access health care when you have to travel overseas. Very, very, very expensive. People here pay little to nothing to access health care. But when people have to travel overseas, it's murderous when it comes to the cost. And most of the times, people do not have the means to travel overseas to get health care. We are faced with a situation in Nevis, Madam Deputy Speaker, where practically every week in Cabinet, we get requests for assistance for persons who have to travel overseas for health care. Of course, the mover would have spoken about the fund for children. But as a sustainable island state, we have to look out for everyone. We have to look out for the middle-aged. We have to look out for the elderly. We have to look out for everyone. And everyone deserves good health care. Everyone in this day and age deserves proper health care. And I believe, it is my conviction, that if we have this national health scheme rolled out in St. Kitts and Nevis, it takes the burden off the government to having to be putting money, to put in our hand in the pocket of the government, money that you don't have most of the times, but at the same time you don't want to see your people suffer. And so when the requests come, you have to try as much as possible to address these requests and try to assist people, as I said, especially when they have to travel overseas. And so I am very, very hopeful that in short order, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we certainly will see the advent of the national health insurance here in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam Deputy Speaker, final thing I want to touch as this afternoon is with regards to the cost of living issue. Because we heard quite a lot yesterday as well about the cost of living. And let me commend the mover for the cost of living issue. Because we heard quite a lot yesterday as well about the cost of living. And let me commend the mover for the initiatives that are being taken to try as much as possible to cushion that effect. And in terms of giving assistance to some of our nationals here in St. Kitts and Nevis. But Madam Deputy Speaker, we have to recognize that the high cost of living that we are experiencing here in St. Kitts and Nevis is not unique to the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is a worldwide phenomenon. And we should not, as politicians, think that we can wave a magic wand and bring the cost of living down. It is absolutely impossible. And so we have to safeguard ourselves in terms of trying to create a false impression that, listen, the government will be able to bring the cost of living down. It ain't going to happen. It's not going to happen. It cannot happen overnight. We have to recognize that almost most of the stuff that we utilize in St. Kitts and Nevis, whether it's what we eat, whether it's household items, whether it's when we go to the hardware stores, we have heard that things in the hardware stores have gone up maybe sometimes 70, 80, 90, 100% since COVID. We are all aware of the fact that transportation costs have gone up tremendously since COVID. And so we here in St. Kitts and Nevis, we don't have any control over it. And only an irresponsible opposition could think that the government is responsible for the cost of living, whether in St. Kitts or Nevis. The government is not responsible. No government is responsible. There was an election in the US recently, and inflation was one of the big things there. The incoming president saying how we're going to bring down prices. I want to know how we're going to get it done. He changed your mind? Because it's just not possible. And we have to recognize, as I said, it's a worldwide phenomenon, because, Madam Deputy Speaker, we speak about the cost of living here in St. Kitts and Nevis. But it's happening all over the world. I was in the US last month, and I went to a supermarket in Miami, and I was amazed at the prices up there. An avocado there was for $3 US. When you convert it, you buy an avocado here for $10. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. I saw a dragon fruit for $6 US. When you convert it, and you buy a dragon fruit here for $18, $16, it's the same thing. And so what we are experiencing here in St. Kitts and Nevis, as I said, it's nothing unique. It's what is happening the whole world over. And so we could try as much as possible to cushion what is happening in terms of assisting people, but we must not create an impression that the government can bring down the cost of living. It's going to be difficult to do. It's an ambitious goal, and we just have to, instead of trying to say we can bring the cost of living down, what we need to do, Madam Deputy Speaker, is to have some serious conversations with our people about their spending habits. I know when the member for Nevis-St talk about it, he does get a lot of costs. A lot. But we have to be real. We have to be realistic, Madam Deputy Speaker. And so we must have those hard conversations with our people and tell them they have to be prudent in terms of their spending. They have to be able to budget wisely and do whatever they can, because a lot of our people are trying to live above their means, and that is a fact, Madam Deputy Speaker. And so we have to try as much as possible to have those conversations with our people, that they have to be prudent in terms of their spending, and they must spend as wisely as possible. If you're making $4,000, you can't expect to spend $5,000, even though some people try to do it. Some make $4,000 and try to spend $6,000. And so we have to definitely have that conversation with our people, but I want us to be mindful of the fact that politicians and the government cannot, it's almost impossible to bring the cost of living down, Madam Deputy Speaker. So I just wanted to make that point. I commend what is being done in terms of cushioning, but in terms of actually bringing the cost of living down, it's going to be a difficult, and it's going to be a huge, huge ask. Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope that I have given some food for thought in my intervention and my contribution to the bill before this Honourable House. I think we have made some good strides here in St. Kitts and Nevis, and we have made some good efforts in terms of becoming a sustainable island state, but we still have a lot of work to do. And all of us This should be an all-of-society approach. All of us must be on board as we continue with our efforts to become a sustainable island state, and as we continue to make life better here in the St. Kitts and Nevis for all of us nationals and residents. Madam Speaker, I think that we have the capacity to do so, and I think it lies within all of us here in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam Deputy Speaker, those few remarks may please you. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Nevis-St. I recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
May it please you, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd just like to say before I start in earnest that I do not intend to be very long. That is really a reflection of two things, two variables. One, I think I have spoken on every bill that has been tabled in this House this year, so the people have heard a lot from me. That's one. And two, my budget is only 2% of the national budget. Therefore, I should naturally only be 2% of the 5 hours and 27 minutes used by our leader and the member for number 8. But Madam Speaker, it's always a privilege to address the people of this good country, and I do so today in my capacity as Attorney General as well as Minister of Justice and Legal Affairs to support the bill before this Honourable House and to explain particularly why I support the 2025 budget for the Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs and the Attorney General's Office. Madam Deputy Speaker, while the figures and facts are important, and I'll get to them, this budget is not just about numbers. It's to let our people know the progress that we have made as a government and the tangible steps that we are taking from my perspective to advance the country with respect to our justice system and to strengthen the rule of law for every citizen. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs has been allocated $12,425,553 in recurrent expenditure and $2,733,000 in capital projects. Combined, this reflects a 2.7% increase over last year's allocation. For the Attorney General's Office, however, there is a 17% reduction in allocation, standing at $10,185,718 in recurrent expenditure and $150,000 in capital expenditure. I wish to assure this Honourable House that the reduction is not due to a reduction in work, but rather a testament to the prudent fiscal management and innovation within the Office of the Attorney General. We are doing more with less and doing it effectively. Altogether, our combined allocations represent 2.1% of the national budget, broken into 2.5% of recurrent expenditure and 1.4% of capital expenditure. Madam Deputy Speaker, actions speak louder than budgets. And in 2024, the Attorney General's Office saved this government 3.6 million EC dollars, or 77% of the amount allocated for claims against the state. I want to repeat that because I want our people to hear that. The Attorney General's Office saved this government $3.6 million, a savings for the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, and it is a direct result of an attitude change and hard work at the AGO. Before, the AGO was used to funnel government money to certain favored friends and family. Now, The AGO is like Brimstone Hill at its prime. We protect the public purse for the benefit of the people. I must extend my deepest thanks to my dedicated team of Crown Counsel and support staff, including our Solicitor General, Simone Bullion-Thompson, Senior Legal Officer Tashna Powell-Williams, Crown Counsels Christopher Ford, Liska Hutchinson-Reiner, Sasha Lloyd, Leandra Edwards, Kiwana Brown, Kyle McKechnie, Ashley Maynard, and the hard-working support team of Ella, Tonya, Crystal, Tamoya, and Javion. In 2025, we are recruiting 2 additional Crown Counsel to bolster our team, because protecting the public purse is not just our mandate, it is our duty. Madam Deputy Speaker, our commitment to legislative reform is evident in the 33 new laws that were tabled in Parliament this year, 62 new laws in the 2 years of this session of Parliament. Laws to improve health and safety, modernize justice, protect intellectual property, and strengthen economic development. The legislation to protect our health was seen in the Medical Laboratories Act, the Animal Health Act, the Plant Protection Act, and the Radiation Safety and Security Act. Legislation to bolster our financial system by protecting it from money launderers and terrorists included the Virtual Asset Amendment Act, Financial Services Regulatory Commission Amendment Act, Financial Intelligence Unit Amendment Act, Anti-Proliferation Financing of Weapons of Mass Destruction Amendment Act, Limited Partnerships Amendment Act, Foundations Amendment Act, Non-Government Organizations Amendment Act, and the Companies Amendment Act. Legislation to support our good governance transformation, the Ombudsman Amendment Act, and the Freedom of Information Amendment Act. Legislation to develop our sustainable island state and promote diversification of our economy, reflected in the National Productivity Council Act, the Copyright Act, Citizenship by Investment Unit Act, Agreement establishing the Caribbean Community Climate Change Center Act, the Aspire Act, the Community Beautification and Safety Act, the Public Parks Regulation Amendment Act, and legislation to strengthen our criminal justice system and citizen security by way of the Firearms Amendment Act, the Offenses Against the Person Amendment Act, Justice Interference Prevention Act, Anti-Smuggling of Migrants Act, Immigration Amendment Act, Proceeds of Crime and Asset Recovery Amendment Act, Voluntary Bill of Indictment Act, Judge Alone Trials Act. The first judgment, Madam Deputy Speaker, was issued just a few days ago, and I encourage all to read it at eccourts.org and search for Rex versus Anthony Adams. The Advanced Passenger Information and Passenger Name Record Act, and the Mutual Assistance in Criminal Matters Amendment Act. Madam Speaker, we've been working hard at the AGO. One of our focuses has been on criminal justice reform, because we remain committed to introducing legislation that ensures that justice is not only served in St. Kitts and Nevis, but it is delivered efficiently and swiftly for victims and offenders. Madam Deputy Speaker, you may think that we've had an active bill production schedule in this Parliament, but I also wish to point out that we have also drafted and published 25 substantive regulations to support various legislation, including the St. Christopher and Nevis Citizenship, Marriage and Child Applications Regulations 2024, which has created a framework for processing of citizenship applications by marriage and registration of children as citizens. These regulations do a lot, but the fundamental purpose is to end the unfortunate cycle of citizenship by marriages of convenience and fraud. Those days are now done. We also have the payment systems rules, which allow checks to be cleared more quickly between banks in the Federation. We also publish various civil aviation safety rules, And most recently, we prepared and published the Collective Management Organization Regulations, which governs the regulation of collective CMOs that conduct business on behalf of artists in the Federation. Another special thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker, must go to our legislative drafting team of Alison and Karen, whom I support from time to time. 3 human beings, all that work product, Madam Deputy Speaker. I sometimes do not know how we do it, but it is a dedication that those 2 lovely women have to their job and to bring in modern laws to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. We work hard. Throughout 2024, we also met with every ministry, their directors and permanent secretaries, to review all required and new amended legislation. And we formulated a 2-year legislative agenda with 109 requested acts and regulations to address the various needs and concerns of the ministries. Madam Deputy Speaker, therefore, please expect a continuing busy Parliament for 2025 and 2026. We remain committed to advancing legislation that serves the people, promotes transparency, and supports national development. Madam Deputy Speaker, we are also proud at the AGO that last month we made history by being the first country in the Western Hemisphere to bring artificial intelligence into government in a way that truly serves the people. In the last sitting of this Honourable House, I introduced to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis VoiceIt, our own AI genius. VoiceIt is trained on the laws of St. Kitts and Nevis and the policies of the Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs and Attorney General's Office. So whether you want to learn about one of our laws, understand ministry policies, or get clear answers to your legal questions, VoiceIt is there to help. Madam Deputy Speaker, with your leave, I would like to play a short video to introduce those who did not listen to the last sitting of this House to VoiceIt.
Your go-to for quick questions on laws and your rights. Type or speak your question. VoiceIt responds instantly. Ask about tenant rights, police procedures, or even how child support is calculated, all through our website or WhatsApp. With answers sourced from verified laws and policies, VoiceIt has you covered.
¿Cuáles son mis derechos como empleado?
Como empleado en San Cristóbal y Nieves tienes...
VoiceIt speaks your language, no matter where you're from.
In St. Christopher and Nevis, parents have a legal obligation to ensure that their children receive an education.
Need help validating a document? Just upload a photo. Visit our website or WhatsApp to try VoiceIt today.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I encourage our people to try out VoiceIt. It can be accessed at lawcommission.gov.kn. Madam Deputy Speaker, the courts of this federation are no longer places of parchment and paper. Through the PACE Justice Project, we are transforming our judicial system with technology. In 2025, with $358,000 in project funded from the EU, we will continue this work, ensuring justice is swift, accessible, and efficient. Just 2 weeks ago, we received brand new televisions, high definition, as well as computers to be used at the High Court as part of that modernization and technologically focused initiative. Also, this year, our Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court launched the e-litigation portal for criminal matters and piloted the use of AI technology to transcribe court proceedings. And they also introduced the e-litigation portal for criminal matters. The e-litigation portal is a platform by which lawyers and individuals can file documents digitally online to the court system. So lawyers do not need to walk to East Independence Square or any court office to file documents. You can do so from your office. This started in 2019 with our civil court, but now it has been introduced to St. Kitts for all matters, including matters in the criminal court. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, needless to say, we are committed to a technological transformation of our justice system in words and in deeds. Madam Deputy Speaker, the DPP's office has also been strengthened in 2024 with the addition of new Crown Counsel and more resources, including the provision of another space for offices closer to the new court's houses at Fort Lands. This was a request from the DPP, who is attempting and doing a very good job at trying to build a strong and efficient support team. He has convinced us to currently add even more Crown Counsel so that the justice system can be made more efficient from the prosecutorial perspective. In the Magistrates Court, Madam Deputy Speaker, we welcome 2 new magistrates and we introduce policies to enhance efficiency there. A new Chief Magistrate, Yasmin Clark, has taken office and has started to implement policies to further advance the operations of the Magistrates Court, which sees the most actions and disputes in the Federation, St. Kitts and in Nevis. Also, our land registry is now under new leadership, poised to continue on reducing processing times and to finalize the Land Administration Information System, LAIS. At this point, Madam Deputy Speaker, I wish to commend our outgoing land registrar, Ms. Dawn Myers, who has worked assiduously to professionalize the land registry. Fortunately for us, she has agreed to stay on to finish the LAIS project, which she started under her tenure. So we are grateful for her, and all of her knowledge and experience will remain in the ministry until that project is complete. Over the past year as well, with the introduction of effectively 3 land registrars, we've been able to speed up the processes at the land registry. This is a complaint that I constantly got on taking office, and even before, in my former capacity as president of the bar, ways in which land transfers and other land processes could be sped up. This also helps in the ease of doing business in the Federation. So what we did, instead of 1 land registrar, we brought in 3. And now there'll be 2, now that we have the momentum. And we're able to keep the momentum with a land registrar and an assistant registrar and capable and competent staff to be able to process matters not within months, which was the norm, but within days and weeks. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm also extremely proud of the Intellectual Property Office. It has been a shining light in the ministry. Revenues from the IPO, and a lot of people don't understand how much money the IPO makes, were $552,990.93 as of December 10th this year, surpassing last year's total of approximately $541,000. New trademark applications increased to 228, up from 211 in 2023. while patent applications held steady at 3. In collaboration with the World Intellectual Property Organization, the IPO executed a cooperation agreement and successfully upgraded to IPAS 4, the foundation for achieving 100% online services operation. Further, under the leadership of the amazing Gian Williams, who is the IP registrar, after 24 years, we updated our copyright legislation with the passage of the Copyright Act in May this year and supporting regulations just last week. Importantly, we also acceded to 5 international copyright treaties and 1 for industrial designs, strengthening our legal protections and positioning St. Kitts and Nevis as a leader in the international IP framework. We engage our youth as well. In November, 100 high school students and 10 art teachers participated in manga art workshops facilitated by Japanese comic book author Misako Rocks, supported by WIPO. Madam Deputy Speaker, this progress lays a foundation for 2025, where the IPO will pursue several key goals. 1, the passage of industrial design legislation and implementation of the Hague system to protect international designs. 2, a project to sanitize and validate the IPAS data while digitizing remaining trademark records. 3, finalizing and passing the new trademark bill and patents bill. 4, exploring IP protections for local treasures, such as the Nevis mango, leveraging lessons from regional initiatives, 2 of which I was exposed to recently, Madam Deputy Speaker, one being the 2 special types of honey in Antigua, the Antiguan bee, what do they call the bee producers, the honey producers, whatever they're called. Apiculture, yes. Yeah, culturalists. They have started their journey to trademarking the 2 types of special Antiguan honey, as well as the nutmeg in Grenada. And what that does is that your product then gets what you call a GI in the IP world. And you could say that this is a particular product that is only produced in a particular country. So say, for example, there is a mango breed from Nevis, and you can prove it is Nevisian in origin. You can then sell that particular mango in the international market with that tag, and you can charge whatever you want for it. So that is being done throughout the region, and it's to protect and leverage our intellectual property in the broader sense, so that persons who produce different types of agriculture and other things unique to our region can benefit financially from that history and culture and nature. And lastly, we're beginning a process to process patent applications and publishing a patent guide for agents. With pending relocation to the Independence House on North Independence Square Street to address roof repairs at the former home, at the former CNC supermarket, the IPO is positioned to continue its exceptional work in 2025. The IPO really exemplifies how innovation, legislation, and youth engagement can build an economy of ideas, one where creativity is protected and progress is unstoppable. Madam Deputy Speaker, strong institutions require strong infrastructure. And this budget makes critical investments in the physical spaces that deliver justice. For example, $1.5 million has been allocated to commence construction of the new Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs headquarters on Bay Road, Bastia. Architectural plans are already underway, and we anticipate breaking ground in the second half of 2025. This state-of-the-art facility will consolidate our operations, improve efficiency, and provide a dignified space befitting of the administration of justice. We're going to bring the arms under one roof, and in the process, save lots of rent. $400,000, Madam Deputy Speaker, has been allocated for the rehabilitation of the Sir Lee Elmore Judicial and Legal Services Complex. Cleanup activities will begin shortly, with major refurbishment to follow in 2025. Our aim is to restore this vital institution to its full functionality in time for the start of 2026. As I'd mentioned before, Madam Deputy Speaker, $358,000 is earmarked for the PACE Justice Project, aimed at enhancing justice delivery through modernization by way of technology. This investment, generously provided through the project funded by the EU, will continue to transform how our courts operate. $200,000 is assigned to address urgent roof repairs at the former CNC supermarket building, allowing it to serve as a reliable asset for future use. If people do not know, Madam Speaker, that building houses the land registry as well as the intellectual property office. So it is abandoned at the moment because there was a severe leak in the roof. So we had to relocate those offices, but we intend, with the budget allocated in 2025, to fix that roof as soon as possible and bring those offices back over to George Street, Newtown. We've also been allocated $150,000 to be used to operationalize the Land Administration Information System, which is a digital land document system, bringing much needed efficiency to the management of land records. Madam Deputy Speaker, I often get emails from persons in the diaspora the emails go something like this. My grandmother had a deed, and she has now died, and nobody has processed her estate. I have a copy of the deed, and I would like to get an official copy so that I can speak to my siblings and figure out what to do with the land. Can I just do that from where I am in Boston? And my answer, unfortunately, is, unfortunately, we cannot assist. You will need to contact a local attorney at law to help you with the search. Now, when the Land Administration Information System is fully launched, all of the titles and all of the deeds will be uploaded into the system, so that will give an opportunity for persons, wherever they are, to at least conduct a search of a name and potentially find the land documents for their ancestors. So we're trying to get that project up and running, so we have dedicated another $150,000 to hopefully get it finalized so that it can be available to the people of this country, home and abroad. And lastly, $125,000 has been allocated to the Judicial Services Expansion Project, which focuses on upskilling and training professionals within the ministry to ensure continued excellence in service delivery. So that will be training programs and persons attending courses and so forth in the region and outside. So we have that money allocated for that purpose. These investments, Madam Deputy Speaker, are strategic, targeted actions that align with our commitment to building a resilient, sustainable, and modern justice system that meets the needs of our people now and into the future, and also in modernizing the provision of services like intellectual property and land registry services. We are building not just for today, and I think that is probably the theme of this budget debate. Innovation, inclusivity, and sustainability, our path forward. We are not just building for today, Madam Deputy Speaker, but for the next generation. powering progress. Planting the tree that you may not be there to be under the shade. Madam Deputy Speaker. We've also had challenges, Madam Deputy Speaker, which I'll be honest about. We have not been able to realize the Access to Justice Authority. We've had a few hurdles. However, with the assistance of a consultant, we have developed a detailed plan for 2025. And we plan to bring the Access to Justice Authority, which will incorporate the Legal Aid Division, the Mediation and Restorative Justice Division, and the Public Defenders Division into reality. Part of the reason why we have not been able to realize that, Madam Speaker, if I could be plainly honest, is that some people in ministries, and I do not know if my colleagues experience it, but I'm sure they do, some people choose politics over their country. And even though they're civil servants and they're supposed to work for the people of this country, they don't like that there's a Labour government in office. They support another party. So instead of coming to an office, sitting down, doing your work diligently, participating in the public service, they rather play politics, do nothing, don't answer emails, push up their face, and just try to collect a salary without assisting the development of this country. And I'm not going to tolerate that. Because I could care less what your politics is if you're working for the people. Governments come, governments go, administrations come, administrations go, but you have chosen to work in the public service. So whether you support the member for number 8 as leader or someone else, you need to come and do your work. And that is part of the reason we have not been able to establish our Access to Justice Authority. But nevertheless, people like that, karma tends to find them. And we move on, and we will do what we have to do to bring these programs to power progress and benefit the people of our country. Madam Speaker, I'm almost finished. But before I do end, I want to echo a sentiment that came earlier in the debate. I also want to express my condolences to all of the families that lost persons in road fatalities over the last couple of weeks, and even before. Every life lost to recklessness on the road is one too many. I actually have a passion for road safety. Not sure why. Actually, I know why. When I was a young boy, I was living in Antigua at that time. One Mother's Day, 5 teenagers died in a traffic accident in Antigua. I remember seeing my mother cry because that was a horrendous Mother's Day, numerous children dying. And I remember the impact that had on me. And ever since then, I've always paid attention to road safety and signs and so forth, wherever I drove. And I have always said that we need to do more in St. Kitts and Nevis for road safety. Antigua responded. Didn't stop road fatalities. It didn't stop accidents. But they responded. And unfortunately, it has taken us to have our own tragedies to respond. But respond we will. So I just wanted to let the general public know that we have established in October this year, so in the embryonic stages, our Sustainable Road Safety Project for St. Kitts and Nevis. We have seen an exceptional increase in accidents, reckless driving, some fatal, as we have seen. But the project's mission is to enhance road safety through data analysis, public consultation, and sustainable measures, targeting 0 traffic fatalities by 2030. Our vision is a nation where road safety is paramount, traffic laws are respected, and infrastructure supports safe travel for all. 4 sustainable development goals are targeted by this project, in which AI and technology will feature prominently. The Interministerial Project Steering Committee, we have met twice to strategize and set the next steps for creating a comprehensive policy to guide the project. The immediate plans are to analyze road data, traffic data, resolve immediate road safety concerns, and schedule widespread consultations with the public. Madam Deputy Speaker, we were shocked in our second meeting to receive a report from the Deputy Commissioner of Police that there were 6,526 reported traffic accidents in St. Kitts, between 2019 and 2023. 1,300 a year, Madam Deputy Speaker. In that time, 128 of those resulted in serious injuries, and this is up to 2023, not 2024. And at the end of 2023, there were 19 fatalities. There have been numerous since then, 5 in one incident, 2 in another. So we have around 30 road fatalities in 6 years. That is wholly unacceptable, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I promise to the people of this country that I will lead this committee to bring change in respect of road safety in this country. I will give up my time, I will give up my effort, and the members of the committee have also promised that they will do the same. We cannot keep this status quo. We're going to create this project. We're going to have a comprehensive plan. We're going to take real actions to make sure that the roads are safe in St. Kitts and Nevis. Basti alone has between 700 and 900 traffic accidents per year. And when we ask what were the causes, they are mostly due to speeding, naturally, and also driver distractions, like cell phone use. So when the police investigate these accidents, say, oh, I just pick up my phone, I got a text, look down, bam. So I encourage all of our people to be responsible on the road. I remember I was driving to the peninsula a few weeks ago, and a vehicle for a company was in front of me. And I could see through the back window. The person literally had their phone in front of them like this, driving, Madam Speaker. Right in front of their face, driving. I asked the passenger in my car to take a picture. I sent the picture to the company owner, who I knew, and told them, this is the kind of, the Peninsula Road, not a straight road. That's the kind of recklessness we have on the road, Madam Speaker. So simple things like that, being responsible, not doing foolish things like being on your phone while you're driving, can make a big difference. And not speeding. Everybody has a car now. Everybody's car, you press and it goes. But we all want to reach home safe. One of my good friends, his son was in the accident on the bypass road. I imagined that happening to my own children, And we have to get serious about that. Accidents happen. Young people, they get their license, their foot is heavy. That has been happening since the beginning of vehicles. It's not something that will ever change. But what we can do is that we can improve on the safety of our roads. There are ways to do that. Not just the ticketing. There are ways you can ticket for speed and discourage. I was in a country a couple months ago where they have an expansive ticketing system for speed cameras. So it became a culture that you don't speed, because if you speed, you are going to get caught. Not hoping a police is there and you could get away with it. There are cameras all over. So from the moment you hit the gas and you go quickly, you're going to get a ticket in the mail. So the committee is going to examine all of those different options and figure out a way where we can change the culture of reckless driving and misuse of our roads. So I can tell the people that I am dedicated to that cause, and the Sustainable Road Safety Project will become a reality. And I also want to say, just last week, even before the accidents, I had written to all of the insurance companies as the chair of the committee and said, this is the committee I'm introducing to you to it. Can we get the support of the private sector, the car insurance companies, because it's beneficial financially to car insurance companies if there are less accidents. So I wrote to them and said, this is what our plan is. Are you prepared to support us financially by providing paint or other types of traffic signage, paying for it and so forth? I got responses that said, yes, we are prepared to help. So we're trying to make it a public-private partnership because this is something too important. Everybody goes on the roads, and we want the roads to be more safe, and we will try our best to make sure that the Sustainable Road Safety Project is a reality and that we can bring fatalities down to 0 by 2030. That is our goal. And in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, justice is the cornerstone of a strong democracy. It's also a fundamental pillar of our sustainable island state agenda. This budget reflects a Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs and an Attorney General's office that are hardworking, accountable, and innovative. Through fiscal responsibility, modern legislation, digital transformation, and infrastructure development, we are building a justice system that is fair, efficient, and resilient. And we're also supporting the modernization of the laws of this country. These are efforts that fit squarely within our sustainable island state agenda and the SDGs. Ensuring strong institutions, protecting the rule of law, fostering innovation in justice delivery, and safeguarding resources for future generations. Madam Speaker, with those few words and that short presentation, I commend this budget to the House, and I'll say, let justice prevail, let the rule of law prevail as we build a sustainable, just, and prosperous future for all of the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. May it please you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Attorney General. Any other presenters? I recognize the Honorable Member for St. Christopher 3.
Madam Speaker, I think we've had a good day today. The Honorable Leader of the Opposition did not take up the offer given by the Honorable Prime Minister to speak for 5 hours and change, and so he was significantly shorter, and we were able to get through all of the anticipated speakers for the day. So then I would propose that this House stands adjourned until tomorrow in the forenoon at 10 a.m. to continue the budget presentations.
Seconder, I recognize the Honorable Member for St. Christopher
Madam
1.
Speaker, Deputy Speaker, I rise to second that motion before the...
Thank you, Honorable Member. The question is that this Honorable House adjourns until tomorrow at 10 o'clock of the forenoon. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. This Honorable House stands adjourned.
will be far and near.
Progress towards a sustainable, resilient, and prosperous future for its people. Recently, Prime Minister Ju, joined by various ministers and key stakeholders, embarked on a comprehensive tour of several ongoing and upcoming developmental projects across the Federation. These projects are at the core of the government's mission to drive the growth and transformation, fueling progress with state-of-the-art infrastructure and vibrant community developments. Here's an update on some of the nation's most significant initiatives, each a step forward in powering progress for St. Kitts and Nevis. Let's begin with housing. Close to 100 new homes are currently under construction in Atlas, St. Peters and Sandy Point, all a part of this government's ambitious housing strategy. These developments focus on delivering quality, affordable housing to citizens in these communities. The homes will range from 2-bedroom to 3-bedroom units, providing families with a chance to own homes within their own constituency. Construction is progressing smoothly, with foundations being laid and homes expected to be completed by mid-2025. This initiative is part of the government's broader plan to address housing shortages and ensure that every citizen has a safe and sustainable place to live. Let's now turn to the much-anticipated St. Peters Road project. This major infrastructure development is progressing on schedule, bringing significant improvements to the roads in this key area. The project is set to enhance accessibility, improve road safety, and bolster the local economy.
Contractor is pushing, trying to actually get ahead of schedule, which is good. Getting this done before Christmas, and that's good. And I understand that heading up to the Cleffield area, looking at doing over the next couple of days into next week before the Christmas season. So we are very pleased with the work that is being done here. And this is from the airport roundabout all the way up to OGs.
This project is really enhancing St. Peters and transforming us into the community that we really are. A community that I call the great state of St. Peters. The very fact that this area is the largest area in terms of population outside of Bastille, and the recent census confirmed that. Meaning that we need a road network that will be able to accommodate the number of persons who live in this community. This had been a dream of the people of St. Peters for many, many decades, and to see it actually come to fruition is really a satisfying moment for me at this particular time.
We're excited to see this essential infrastructure project nearing its completion in the first quarter of 2025. Moving now to the heart of the community in Connery, where the long-awaited Connery Football Stadium is nearing completion.
For me, it's a pleasure to see where it is today. I remember coming to the community center to do consultations.
This stadium in Connery is really a stadium that the Connery people were asking for many, many years. And as the minister would have mentioned, after we would have had consultations, we really start to put in motion what was necessary to get the stadium to where it is. I want to ask the people of Connery to take care of the stadium. This is your stadium. Make sure it's kept in good condition. You deserve this.
This facility has been a dream for the people of Connery, a project that will provide a world-class venue for local football and community events. The stadium will provide essential facilities for both male and female football teams and is expected to be completed in the first quarter of 2025. The Drew-led government is committed to investing in sports infrastructure, providing more opportunities for youth development and community pride. The government is also making strides in water security with the construction of the desalination plant at the C.A. Paul Southwell industrial site. This plant will provide up to 2 million gallons of water per day, ensuring that residents of the Bastille region and beyond have a consistent and reliable water supply 24 hours a day.
As you see behind us, work is progressing very nicely. This is a major undertaking by the government, and I want to thank the Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, and Leader of the Cabinet, Chairman of the Cabinet for the overwhelming support that he has given and the Cabinet has given to the projects that we have identified that are critical in water. We expect, once everything stays on schedule as it presently is, we're expecting some very, very good news by the middle of 2025.
This project required heavy investment, about 50 million EC dollars. And the reason why we went immediately, of course, with the advice from the minister and his learned engineer. The reason why we had to do this is to make sure that we can protect water security and availability here in St. Kitts and Nevis. We understand that our wells that are dug here in the Bastia Valley, or the Bastia Valley aquifers as they are better known, are under stress and pressure because of climate change. Rising sea levels and increased extraction are putting them at risk for saltwater intrusion. And if that happens, it means, therefore, that they would not be used as sources for potable water anymore. Therefore, this is vitally important, not just critically important, but vitally important. And therefore, we have made the necessary investment. So this is part of the reason why we are saying that we have to prioritize and invest in these type of projects so that we can protect you, people, our beloved people of St. Kitts and Nevis.
Construction is well underway, with a plan set to be operational by mid-2025. This project represents a critical step in ensuring the Federation's water security in the face of climate change and rising demand. Turning now to healthcare. JNF General Hospital is undergoing a significant transformation with the introduction of new services. The government is expanding the hospital's capabilities with the installation of a MRI facility and a CT scan set to be operational in early 2025. These state-of-the-art diagnostic tools will provide residents with cutting-edge medical services, reducing the need for overseas treatment.
We want to deliver this within the first few months of 2025 and get the services for people. This is all part and parcel of transforming healthcare delivery and quality healthcare to our people. This is in tandem with our CT scan machine, which is already on island. That CT scan machine is going to be installed very, very shortly within the next few weeks. And that CT scan will be just one of 4 in the whole Caribbean region.
These tools form part of the government's effort to transform healthcare delivery and quality healthcare to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. This is a critical investment in the health of our people, providing world-class imaging technology right here at home. One of the most exciting developments in healthcare is the new JNF Smart Hospital, set to begin construction in 2025. Located at West Farm, this hospital will incorporate the latest medical technology, a resilient design to withstand natural disasters and focus on sustainability. This new hospital will be a game changer in healthcare delivery for St. Kitts and Nevis, providing a modern, efficient facility to serve the nations for generations.
I want to take this opportunity to say to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis that this new hospital that we have embarked on is for your benefit. The idea of this is to create an institution that can deal with a number of realities that we are dealing with as a region, a country, and a world. The issue of climate change, both the acute impact and the insidious impact. When the JNF was built, of course it was not built with the idea that climate change would be such an issue. And therefore, the way it was constructed using the materials and so forth, that was not included, and that is totally understood, because that was not an issue at that time. Right now we are dealing with the scourge of stronger hurricanes and more frequent hurricanes. We are dealing with the issues of increased temperature, and all these things would have impact on the physical infrastructure of the JNF where we're at, and it would have impact also on the staff and patients or anybody who would access it. And therefore, we want to make sure that we have a health institution that would be able to withstand all of these new realities.
This site will house the best health institution that will be found anywhere in the entirety of the Eastern Caribbean. We have already taken all of the necessary strides to improve our current institution with regards to optimizing staff and systems and protocols. And we intend to take over those things now into this site, which will be state-of-the-art infrastructure, state-of-the-art technology, state-of-the-art layout. And I would like to thank the Honorable Prime Minister for having this excellent vision and for ensuring that all of the necessary steps were taken with regards to all of the negotiations to make something like this happen. And we look forward to introducing this to the general public of St. Kitts and Nevis over the upcoming years as we unveil it stage by stage.
The groundbreaking for the new hospital will take place in the first quarter of 2025, with construction to be completed in phases. This hospital will provide hundreds of jobs and contribute significantly to the local economy. Another major educational project, the Basse High School, will commence construction in early 2025. The new facility will address the long-standing need for modern educational infrastructure and provide students with a state-of-the-art learning environment.
We are well on our way in 2025, the first quarter, to start actual construction after the plans would have already been approved. This is now time to start the Basse High. We made a promise and we are true to delivering on this promise. Many would remember the agony that we went through as a nation, especially our student population, when we had to shut down this Basse High School. Matter of fact, abandon it. And many videos went viral in terms of the condition, and which was very heartbreaking. But I bring good news in 2025. The Basse High School will be built.
We are very concerned about the students and where they are presently housed, and that is why we really take on this as a priority of the government to make sure that our students are in the best situation. I want to, of course, extend my gratitude to the minister's team, the architects, those who will be involved in constructing the school. This school construction will provide a lot of jobs for our workers in various aspects of construction, and therefore want to really encourage our people to make themselves ready to be part of this as workers and so forth. This is about providing jobs and advancing our people as well.
Construction of the Basse High School is expected to be completed by the end of 2025, offering students a cutting-edge educational experience.
These ongoing projects, along with many, many more, are central to the government's commitment to uplifting, advancing, and improving the lives of every resident in the Federation. Looking ahead to 2025, the government of St. Kitts and Nevis remains steadfast in powering progress, fulfilling its promises to improve infrastructure, create jobs, enhance public service, and ensure a sustainable future for all. From healthcare and education to housing and water security, these initiatives are the foundation of a stronger, more resilient federation. Thank you for joining us today to learn about these important updates. Stay tuned as this government, led by Prime Minister the Honorable Dr. Terence Roux, continues to drive progress and build a brighter tomorrow for St. Kitts and Nevis, powering progress every step of the way.